Was good, was good, man. Afternoon, man. Good afternoon to everybody, man. Today, man, we back at it, man. Sorry, but not sorry. Boxing talk, man. Friday afternoon, man. Definitely wanted to cook up a little show for my peoples out there, man, for sure, man. I was off the day of work today, so I'm like, man, let me go and put together a show for my peoples, man, and get some good content out, man, and definitely talk this boxing with my boxing family out there. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? What's good with my brother Thomas Hill? What's good, brother? What's good, man? Yeah, for sure. Y'all come in the building, make sure y'all hit the like button, man. Hit the like button for sure. Absolutely, bro. For sure, man. For sure. Let me take the overlay off. Yeah, let me take the overlay. Yeah, man. Make sure y'all hit that like button for sure. And we got a lot to cover today, man. Tonight, fight night tonight with my dog. Fight night tonight with Deontay Wilder versus Tyrell Herndon tonight. Big fight for sure, man, for Deontay Wilder tonight. And we got Christian and Billy versus Mosag Selecki tonight up in Canada. I mean, so we got some good scraps on tonight, man. The Deontay Wilder versus Tyrell Herndon fight. That fight will be on Black Prime pay-per-view as well. It will be on pay-per-view.com from what I've seen. And the Kristen and Billy versus Mosek Selecki fight will be on ESPN Plus tonight. So we got two fights on tonight, man. I'm gonna definitely talk more in depth on the Deontay Wilder fight for sure. And let's just get to it, man. Like I got a lot of topics to cover, man. I know it's the afternoon. I know some people at work, whatever. But we gonna cook up, man. We gonna put on a good little show for sure, man. I mean, I'm definitely gonna start off. We're gonna start it off on some hot shit out the gate, man. I mean,
Decatur, I remember everything you just said. Oh, Shakur won't exchange with me. Oh, Shakur don't have the balls like Tevin Farmer. Remember these things, bro. So when we get in that motherfucking mix right there and I'm beating your ass, don't be surprised. Just don't be surprised. That's all I say.
yeah, man. I'm gonna run that back. I gotta run that back again.
Decatur, I remember everything you just said. Oh, Shakur won't exchange with me. Oh, Shakur don't have the balls like Tevin Farmer. Remember these things, bro. So when we get in that motherfucking mix right there and I'm beating your ass, don't be surprised. Just don't be surprised. That's all I say.
Hey, Sauceton, salute to my brother, man. Salute. Yeah, I gotta run it back, man. We gonna cook up today, man. For real. I got a lot of shit we gonna react to and cover too tonight, man. Let's start that over one more time, man.
Decatur, I remember everything you just said. Oh, Shakur won't exchange with me. Oh, Shakur don't have the balls like Tevin Farmer. Remember these things, bro. So when we get in that motherfucking mix right there and I'm beating your ass, don't be surprised. Just don't be surprised. That's all I say.
Man, bro. My boy A Sauce said Shakur is soft as fuck. Hey, man. Hey, and then look at this, bro. Look at so Shakur talking about this Zepeda fight. Of course, Shakur Stevenson is fighting Williams Zepeda July 12th in New York as the co-main event for Edgar Berlanga versus Hamza Shiraz. And I want to look at this. Look at this real quick. So you see Shakur right here. He says, I punch harder than you. I guarantee you. I punch way harder than you. You got 27 knockouts. I got 11 knockouts. And I punch harder than you. Remember that. And that's Shakur Stevenson speaking about Williams Zepeda right here, man, saying that he punches harder than Williams Zepeda. And, Williams Zepeda got 27 knockouts. You look at the comparison. I mean, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Me personally, I don't believe he punches harder than Winston Payton, in my opinion. I think Shakur is more so, he's more so precise and more accurate with his punches, I can say. That's more better words for saying. Even though the nigga don't like throwing his damn hands though. Like that's my problem. He don't throw his damn hands, and he's talking about he punch harder than you, and he talk about he gonna step and all of this shit, and saying that he won't wins the Pater to stand on everything he said and everything, and wins the Pater. He believe he gonna stop this kid, man. He think he gonna stop Stevenson. He really do. I mean, and it just makes up big for this fight for real now. That now they started to talk a little bit more shit. But I mean, the thing is with Shakur, you already know what I always say about Shakur: make your actions match your words. And Shakur, he has a problem with making his actions match his words for sure. Like that's one big thing about Shakur Stevenson right here. That you see, my boy A. Slauson says translation. Hey, when we get into that ring, don't be surprised if I'm running to death. Facts plus facts, bro. You know what I mean? Like Wilson Pater's a guy that be throwing up to 100 punches per round, man. You feel me? Like, and I don't know if we gonna see if Shakur Stevenson can deal with that pressure that Williams Pater's gonna be bringing. You know what I'm saying? Shakur's definitely gonna have to use his IQ big time in this fight for sure. You know what I'm saying? But he's gonna have to stand in there. He gonna have to fight. He gonna have to fight, man. Like he gonna have to really stand in there and fight. He ain't gonna be able to be in there, dancing around, running around all damn night because Williams Peter's gonna come forward. But stylistically, this is a fight Shakur should win. He should win this fight. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion, he definitely should win this fight. In my opinion, for sure, man. You know what I mean? Salute to my brother Thomas Hill, man. Salute to my brother Bean from Ring Walk Boxing Podcast. My brother said on lunch break for 20 minutes at work. Had to pop in. Yeah, for sure, bro. You already know the vibes, bro. Let me play that back what Winston Pater said. I mean, what Shakur said, man. I'm going to take the overlay off real quick. We got some shit going over here today.
Zepeda, I remember everything you just said. Oh, Shakur won't exchange with me. Oh, Shakur don't have the balls like Tevin Farmer. Remember these things, bro. So when we get in that motherfucking mix right there and I'm beating your ass, don't be surprised. Just don't be surprised. That's all I say. Zepeda, I remember.
Yeah, bro. Man. That boy, he realized claimed that he gonna really pack Zepeda up, man. So I'm real live curious to see this shit, bro. I'm curious to see this. And I don't believe, like I said, I don't believe Shakur Stevenson punched harder than Williams Zepeda, bro. Like, I don't even know why he believed that. And even he look at this comparison he does. He said, you got 27 knockouts, I got 11 knockouts, and I punch harder than you. Remember that. He talking about he guarantee it. Like, we gonna see Shakur. You popping all of this shit, man. We gonna see July 12th, bro. Like all of the talking, you better back all of this talking up this time. And you know what we gonna do if you don't back up none of this talk. You know we gonna be right here on CamJNetwork cooking your ass, talking about how your ass didn't do anything you said you was gonna do in this fight. For real. Like, we want to see you put in that work for real, Shakur. And this is a good ass test right here, for sure. You know what I'm saying? This is a fight you've been chasing the last couple of years. You're talking about you don't want to chase Tank Davis. You finally got this winners to pay the fight right here. You know what I mean? We really going to see right here. But I don't like how he said this comparison, talking about with the knockout, saying, like, you got 27 knockouts, I got 11, and I punch harder than you. Do y'all think Shakur Stevenson punched harder than Williams Zepeda? That's the question. Let me know in the comments if y'all think Shakur Stevenson punches harder than Williams Zepeda. Let me know in the comments. Talk to me. And McQueen, salute to my brother and McQueen right here, man, for sure. My brother. Make sure y'all subscribe to Ann McQueen and Thomas Hill's channel, Casuals Corner, man. Ann McQueen says Shakur by stoppage. Okay, I was watching you the other day when y'all was looking back at the Payton and Shakur fights and everything, man. So I definitely see where you coming from on that, bro. He said, and Al the Pal is Oscar his best win because he's 5'5" and smaller. Yeah, shit. Shit, Oscar Valdez is definitely probably one of his best wins. I can say Oscar Valdez, the Jamal Hearn fight, the you want to say Robson Casaciel, you can say that them three fights in particular, but all of those fights that are at lower weight classes at 126, 130. Now Shakur at 135, he has not looked his best at 135. It's been lackluster performances from Shakur at 135. So it's real interesting to see how he's going to move with this fight with Williams Zepeda, because Williams Zepeda has a style that Shakur hasn't fought much, recently in recent times. Jag Queen Boxing salute, man. Salute, sister. You already know the vibes. Everybody make sure y'all subscribe to Jag Queen Boxing. My sister was cooking up yesterday on her live, man. Beautiful work from you yesterday, sis, for sure, man. I see no views was up there, up there. Live for 5 hours cooking up. Salute to my sister, Jag Queen Boxing, man, for sure. My boy Ringbow Boxer Podcast. He said Shakur can pick his shots. He can capitalize on it. However, most cases Shakur hurts his man and backs off. Yeah, Shakur. This is the thing. Shakur is, like I said, he's very accurate with his punches. And the thing is, he's going to have great IQ in there, for sure, versus Winston Payton. And, he's going to have to fight. Shakur said he know he's going to have to fight in this fight. So I'm expecting Shakur to go in there and fight with this guy, Williams Zepeda, for real. Like, he's going to have to take some risks and take some shots at Williams Zepeda in this fight, especially with Williams Zepeda's awkward, pressure style. Like, Williams Zepeda is awkward, awkward style, a lot of offense, less defense. So there's room there for Shakur to capitalize on Williams Zepeda being so much offensive minded, for sure. You know what I mean? Hey, Sauce, he said Shakur by stoppage is equivalent to saying Devin put on a master class. Hey, man. I know Emma Queen. That's my dog. He think he gonna get the stoppage. Me personally, I think Shakur by decision. That's me. But he want to get the stoppage though. I would love to see Shakur get the stoppage, but I just don't see it. That's just me. I don't see it. I don't see it personally myself, but I'm intrigued to see that shit. I just don't see it with the hands, bro. I don't think Shakur has the power to stop Zepeda. That's just me. I'm telling you, working hard. You working like a hook on the nigga payday. Hey, sis, man, I'm trying to stay active. You already know, sis. I'm trying to stay active. You already know. Gotta stay consistent for everybody, man. That's why I was like, I'm off today. I'm like, I got a whole show I can whip up real quick, man, and definitely put together. And I got a hell of shit more lined up too. And I'm gonna put the link in the comments, man, for motherfuckers to come on and we can just cover all these topics together for real, for real. If anybody want to jump on for real in a minute, you know what I mean? You heard? He said against Ramirez, out of pal. He said, what if Shakur loses a defensive fighter when he loses his stock go down, but an action packed fighter still go does good if he loses because his next fight still going to be action packed. And then Al goes on to say Shakur only knocked out a recent guy. He only knocked out the recent guy out because he was European, the easiest. Shakur not stopping Zepeda. Yeah, bro. Yeah, like he stopped Josh Padley. Josh Padley was 2 days off of working at his damn electrician job, y'all. He didn't have no camp and everything. And no, he stopped him with a body shot. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I think it's the case to where Shakur will have to stop Zepeda with some body shots. He's gonna have to go to that body heavy in the fight with Zepeda. You know what I'm saying? It would have to be established by a body shot. I don't see it being no knockout from head shots, him head tapping him. I don't see that at all. You know what I'm saying? But me personally, I don't see Shakur stopping Williams Zepeda in this fight. That's just me. But if he does, it would be by a body shot, though. I will say that for sure, in my opinion, for sure. I mean, and so we can go to this next topic, man. Let me go ahead and get to this. All right. So Keyshawn Davis finally speaks out, man, after 2 weeks from the whole debacle of him getting stripped from his title for not making the weight in his fight with Edwin De Los Santos, and you know what happened after that. Pretty much, it went down after Kelvin Davis lost his brother. Keyshawn's brother lost to Nair Albright. They were in the locker. Both teams was in their locker rooms, and both locker rooms was next to each other. And then you had Nair Albright. Their team was celebrating the win, and then Keyshawn Davis and their team, they got upset and they here, so they went over there in Nair Albright's locker room and charged that underwear. Keyshawn apparently he grabbed Nair Albright and headbutted him, and the shit got broken up, and that was that. As far as that, and had a whole situation in the whole locker room where I mean in the hallway of the arena where the Keyshawn baby was out there. It was crazy, man. And Keyshawn finally steps out and apologized. He says, for these past 2 weeks, I've reflected over my actions and I apologize to everyone that I affected. I let my supporters down, especially the youth that looked up to me. I will set a better example. Thanks to everyone that's still checking up on me. Pound all love, and in the end, the truth will reveal itself. Pound God body. Yeah, man. So, man, definitely. I'm glad Keyshawn Davis finally, come out. Of course, I was thinking, I was hoping he was gonna go live because he like going live, talking about anything else. But I'm cool with this apology right here from Keyshawn, man. About time he definitely came out and apologized to the public for what happened a couple weeks ago, and it was nasty work. And I'm just hoping for the best for Keyshawn, man. I think he's a exciting fighter to watch. We need we need a guy like Keyshawn in the game of boxing, as far as him bringing excitement, him popping his shit and everything in the game, his charisma and everything, and definitely gotta go back in the ring, just go back to the drawing board, man. Lock you in the fight. I seen a report from Everything Boxing, um, pretty much that they were saying that Keyshawn Davis possibly next fight will be with Nair Albright in a rematch in a couple of months. Now I don't know how particularly that true that is, but that's what I'm hearing, and we'll see. We'll stay close to it, but I'm definitely interested to see where Keyshawn Davis goes. You know what I'm saying? Starting off at 140, and I think a fight with Nair Albright for Keyshawn Davis is definitely, what I'm saying, definitely, the best thing to do for sure. Like I think that's definitely the best thing to do. And make sure y'all hit the like button. If y'all ain't hit the like button, man, support the grind, man, for sure. Hit the like button. And you can also donate to the channel, man, through Cash at $ CamJNetwork for sure. Y'all want to support the channel, man, for sure. It's gladly appreciated for sure. You know what I mean? But back to Keyshawn. Um Keyshawn, man. Um Definitely ready to see what Keyshawn does next, man, for sure at 140, man. What y'all think? What's a good fight for Keyshawn next? Starting off of his first fight at 140. Nair Albright, y'all like that fight? Or do y'all like a fight with Sandor Morton? I know Sandor Morton, he's at 140 and he's a top ranked fighter, so it'll most likely be an in-house fight. You know what I'm saying? Even though Nair Albright isn't a top ranked fighter, but that's a fight that they can easily make for sure. Because Nair Albright, believe me, he want that fight with Keyshawn. You know what I mean? That rematch. So what y'all think about that? 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 So Salute to my brother, Dr. Mark. Dr. Mark, man. Salute, brother. Salute, salute, salute. Okay. All right, so we can go on to the next topic, man. So let me do this right here. So Shushu Harrington, man. This guy Shushu Harrington. Shushu Harrington, bro. He had an interview, a little quick interview the other day with Najee for Cigar Talk, man. And he claims that they were in negotiations to fight with Nick Ball, and Nick Ball ends up declining the fight. They said, he said that Nick Ball turned down $2 million on fighting Shushu Carrington, man. And this is crazy right here, bro. Like, I know both of these guys are guys at 120 at that 126 division. I know Shushu, he's definitely the mandatory for Rafael Espinosa, his title, and he's the mandatory for that WBC. But we already know Stephen Foden, he's about to move up. He's moving up to 130 to fight Oshaki Foster, and that's going to be on the Tank Davis Lamont Rose card, by the way, just to add that the contacts in there with everybody. And no, Shushu's going to be fighting for that vacant WBC title, but they haven't found him opponent for that, apparently. But 2 million on the table for Nick Ball to fight Shushu Carrington. If this is true that Nick Ball turned this down, this is nasty work right here, bro. Like, there's no way Nick Ball should be turning down a Shushu fight, dog. Like, Nick Ball is a brawler too. He beat Raymond Ford for that title. You know what I mean? Like, I would think Nick Ball would have confidence to definitely fight a Shushu Carrington. And let's look at this 126 division. Shushu Carrington is number 2 for the WBA for Nick Ball's title in the WBA. And apparently, with, well, of course, like I said, with Stephen Foden, Ray Vargas is the guy that's supposed to fight, Shushu Carrington for that vacant WBC title once Stephen Foden makes his move to 130 to fight Oshaki Foster for that WBC title on Tank Davis Lamont Roach rematch card. Nick Ball turning down 2 million, bro. Who you gonna fight, Nick Ball? You ain't trying to unify with Angelo Leo or Rafael Espinosa. You ain't trying to do none of that. Oh, you know what I just seen though? I just noticed in this 126 division though. You remember how I just told you how Shushu Carrington was the number 1 contender in the WBO for Rafael Espinosa title? Top ranked and they then got Shushu out of the rankings. He's not in the rankings anymore as far as the WBO sanctioning body. He's only in the WBA and the WBC. That's interesting right there, man. Top rank, they should be wanting to make that fight soon with Shushu and Rafael Espinosa. And I know Shushu, you mentioning you mentioning Nick Ball and everything, but you don't mention Rafael Espinosa name much. And y'all on the same staple, man. And that's a fight that need to be made sooner or later, man. For sure. We want to see Shushu versus Rafael Espinosa. That's some real smoke for Shushu right there. I like the Nick Ball fight, but if Nick Ball turning down 2 million, move forward. But that's crazy that they offer him more million. Shushu's mentioned Rafael Espinosa a couple times, but he hasn't mentioned him a lot other than the other fighters at the 126-pound division. And you know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. He always mentioning the other guys, but he ain't mentioning Rafael Espinosa as much as the other guys. You know what I mean? But I don't think Shushu's scared of Rafael Espinosa at all, but it is kind of off that he don't speak about Rafael Espinosa, because I think Rafael Espinosa is the best fighter in that 126-pound division, in my opinion. I mean, but Shushu's definitely one of those guys. But Nick Ball, he should be turning down no 2 million, man, from Dagon Shushu, especially if that's that's his highest payday, I'm assuming. I mean, definitely some nasty work, man. And let's get into it, bro. I got another crazy topic to get into. So let me play this real quick.
Is there room for you and Errol Spence to reconcile? So you guys haven't spoken since the Bud fight, to my understanding.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, you had a conversation, but not.
It was in between the whole
thing. So it was like kind of an argument type thing.
No, we never had an argument. We had a conversation.
No, it wasn't
aggression.
Heated. No. Was it in person or over the phone?
It was over the phone. Yeah.
Two mellow dudes, just talking about disagreeing, but still.
Were you shocked? Were you surprised at his reaction to the whole ordeal?
I don't know what his reaction is.
Well, obviously it's disagreeing with you. Whatever the case is, right? We don't know exactly the details. The devil's in the details, right? Devil's in the details, but obviously there's a disagreement, right or wrong. Is there a disagreement?
It's still a legal situation going on.
No, I know, but you can say
ongoing legal situation going on.
It's still litigation, but obviously you guys don't agree on something. It's safe to say that. I don't think that's...
it's not the weather.
Is there room for you and Errol Spence to reconcile and maybe not train together but maybe become friends? You think there's room for that?
I'm not mad at him.
You're not upset with him?
No.
Would you ever work with him again as a trainer? If it came to that?
I'm not going to say all that, but I'm just going to say...
So you won't?
No, I'm just going to say...
I'm not going to say all that.
I'm not going to say all that. And at the same
Gave
time...
him out.
At the same time, it's like, I'm not going to,
Yeah, man. So there you have it right there. Derrick James, he got an interview with Ring Champs. Salute the Ring Champs, man. Subscribe to them guys over there. They did an interview with Derrick James, and that's him talking about his situation with Errol Spence Jr. right now. Of course, they still have an ongoing legal situation as far as the money disagreement. But Derrick James, he said that him and Errol, they are on good terms. They spoke, but they're not in working terms as far as working. And they still have that ongoing legal situation, man. And I just wish I wish this never happened with these two, because these guys, they started off working together. You know what I mean? Like, Earl, that was, his first, first official trainer. You know what I mean? And only trainer. You know what I mean? Because I don't know who's, Earl's new head trainer now, but I definitely wish these guys, man, definitely, could, settle this whole situation, man, and just get back to working together for real, possibly, man, for real, because. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, man. Of course, what happened to Earl in that last fight, it is what it is and everything. But the same thing, you feel me? D, by any means, salute my brother, man. Salute, bro. Got to get you together real quick. Yeah, man. I want to play that back real quick. I got to play that back one more time for y'all.
Is there room for you and Errol Spence to reconcile? So you guys haven't spoken since the Bud fight, to my understanding.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, you had a conversation. But not
it was in between the whole
thing. So it was like kind of an argument type thing.
No, we never had an argument. We had a conversation.
No, it wasn't aggression. Heated. No. Was it in person or over the phone?
It was over the phone. Yeah.
Two mellow dudes, just talking about disagreeing, but still.
Were you shocked? Were you surprised at his reaction to the whole ordeal?
I don't know what his reaction is.
Well, obviously it's disagreeing with you. Whatever the case is, right? We don't know exactly the details. The devil's in the details, right? Devil's in the details, but obviously there's a disagreement, right or wrong. Is there a disagreement?
It's still a legal situation going on.
No, I know, but you can say
ongoing legal situation going on.
It's still litigation, but obviously you guys don't agree on something. It's safe to say that. I don't think that's...
it's not the weather.
Is there room for you and Errol Spence to reconcile and maybe not train together but maybe become friends? You think there's room for that?
I'm not mad at him.
You're not upset with him?
No.
Would you ever work with him again as a trainer? If it came to that?
I'm not going to say all that, but I'm just going to say...
So you won't?
No, I'm just going to say...
I'm not going to say all that.
I'm not gonna say all that. And at the same
Gave him an
time,
out.
at the same time, it's like I'm not gonna,
Yeah, man. Yeah, facts, sis. I'm up here looking at it. Hey, salute to my boy Mike Mazak right there. You heard my boy Big Mike out here. You heard. And yeah, sis. Yeah, I wish they could definitely get this together, man, for real. Cause it just they got a long history of working together, and no, they didn't know made a lot of money together. You know what I'm saying? The scene, as far as their agreement was never on paper as far as their working situation, as far as the money. You know what I mean? From what I heard, and definitely, as far as this situation with Earl Spence, you know, and DJ, it's like, man, bro, like y'all let some money come between what y'all got going on. And DJ, it sounds like he want more money. Like he seen the money that Earl made in the Bud fight, and no, he wanted more money. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, bro, like y'all didn't EJ, and if you look at the court documents as far as the situation with EJ and Derrick James, I think it's on the Texas court documents. It shows that no, all the statements of Errol Spence paying Derrick James on each fight, including the Bud Crawford fight, and he gave Derrick James a bonus. He gave him an extra $250,000. So it's like, damn, Derrick James, like he didn't gave you what you made for the fight, as far as your percentage, and he gave you an extra 250,000 a bonus. Now you asking for more money. It's like Derrick James, bro. It look like you in a crazy situation over there. No disrespect to Derrick James, man. One of the best trainers ever in the game, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Like I just think like DJ, they need to come to a common ground on this situation and and make good of this shit for real, bro. Like, you know what I mean? For real. Salute to my brother D1, man. Hey, make sure y'all subscribe to Angry White Man Boxing Podcast, man. My brothers, they gonna be live tonight, man. At 10 p.m. I believe. 10 p.m., 10:30 p.m. Eastern Time, D1. Let them know in the comments, bro. But I know y'all live tonight, man, for sure. You dig? And salute to my brother Crucial Content, man. What's good, brother? What's good, bro? What's good? And my boy Dean by any means, he said Derrick James wrong as hell. Yeah, man. Because I was saying, like, Earl Spence then gave him a bonus for that last fight, man, along with his percentage. And you wanted more money. It's like, because you seen Earl cash out for that fight, man, and you wanted more money, bro. I'm like, come on, DJ, man. You getting great money. You got paid look at the money that DJ got paid recently. He got paid from the Earl Spence Bud Crawford fight, the Frank Martin and Tank Davis fight. Remind you, Frank Martin fought Artem a week or two before Earl Spence and Bud Crawford fight. So he had two checks from Frank Martin. Then he had two checks with Ryan Garcia from the Oscar Duarte fight and the Devin Haney fight. And then he just got a check from Ryan Garcia in the Rolly Romero fight. And you know what I'm saying? Now you about to get a big check off of the Lacey Baumgardner fight. You know what I'm saying? Because she's about to fight in a couple of weeks. So like DJ, you've been getting some good money, bro. You've been getting good money over there, bro. Real talk. You've been getting good money, bro. D1, that's the thing, D1. I wish I can pull up. I can't pull it up right now. But on the documents, though, Earl Spence gave DJ his percentage, and he gave him a $250,000 bonus. And Earl's been a guy that, if you look at the documents, he's been doing that for a long time and giving DJ extra bonuses for fights along with his percentage and stuff. You know what I mean? So I'm with Earl on this. I ain't gonna lie. I'm with Earl on this one. Even though I don't like to pick a sides in this, I don't like that they going through this shit. Honestly, bro. Like I don't think that I don't like that they going through this shit, especially with the history they got together, man. They done won titles together. They done made a lot of money together. They done built, work with each other from the ground up. Like I just wish they can really squash this shit and put this bullshit to the side and get back to work, or just be cool and squash the shit regardless, and and go y'all separate ways, man. But you can see within that clip that it's real difficult for Derrick James to talk about it. He don't want to talk about Errol Spence in any disrespectful way because he still got a lot of love for Errol Spence for sure. I mean, it's definitely difficult for him in that way. And he said what my boy said. He said Cruz Scott said DJ won't have. He said I won't have. Thanks, bro. he said. He said, no, he gave him 300,000, and if he made 25 million, Derrick should have got 2.5 million. That's his longtime friend Errol did him dirty. I don't know, bro. I don't know, man. All right, so I got another one we gonna talk about real quick. And I wish my boy runs boxing. I wish my brother Marcus was here for this one right here.
I just think like he chose some paths where obviously wasn't the right path, but like only thing you can do is wish him the best, and just pray for him, just hope like he get back, because it could happen to anybody. Like somebody to have the world and be on top of the world and just like make the wrong life decisions, get like not so good, just like that, an instinct. And it just showed me like shit is real. Take your career serious. Take your life serious, because AB was like really like living in the moment. Like he lived life like
And
for real.
he shared his wealth
Yes.
with his friends.
AB used to like take care of a lot of people. Like, I used to see AB like we'll be walking down South Beach, and like it'll be like group of girls, and he'll be like, all of us, like we're going out to eat, like take all them out to like Noble, and I'm like, the bill's like 2 bands, like I'm just like, yo, like this guy's crazy, like.
If he would call you, and if you had the bread back then, it'd be nothing.
Of course, yeah, hell yeah. Like I would look out for AB. Even if somebody got 100 million and I know 3,000 ain't nothing to you, I still look at it like, I remember being in the hood asking dudes for $1, and it's like, yo, you gave me $1 for chips.
Yeah, man. So that's Richards and Hitchens right there talking about Adrien Broner, man. Basically saying that, AB took care of a lot of people and that he's always been supportive and everything. And basically saying, like, it's definitely unfortunate for what happened to AB as far as his career and everything, on how it's going currently. But he said if I had it, I'd definitely look out for AB. And AB always looked out for me and supported me. And I could just talk about this specifically a little bit in depth from my perspective because I am from Cincinnati. I know AB personally, and I can talk from a deeper perspective from other people that don't know Adrien Broner per se for sure. You know what I mean, now with Adrien Broner, the guy would get the shirt off his back. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that man then put on a lot of people here in my city in Cincinnati for sure. Like, a lot of people. Like, I could name two specifically with, my guy B Luck and 6'4", 640, you know what I'm saying? 640, 6'4", he works with Tank Davis directly. You know what I mean? Him and B Love, both of them work with Tank Davis. And you already know Tank Davis and Adrien Broner got a real close relationship, you feel me? So they always been cool forever. So 6'4" and B Love, they was working hand in hand with Adrien Broner when he was coming up in his career. And, Tank Davis took him on as, working with his team as well. You know what I mean? So, like, I can tell you specifically with Adrien Broner, though, man, definitely ain't in the best place far as, in boxing and just in life in general, you know what I'm saying? Definitely his alcohol situation, like, is definitely real. It's very fucking real. You feel me? But one thing about AB, that motherfucker's a real loving, caring motherfucker for a lot of people out here in the city for sure. And I could say one thing about AB, he fought. He fought motherfuckers. He wasn't ducking no fights. He wasn't ducking no smoke back in the day at all when he was fighting, his fights back in the day for sure. You know what I mean? And AB is good, you know what I mean, for sure. Like, he's good. You know what I mean? To my boy Dame, like you said, AB gonna always be good. Long as Tank cool. He really looked out for Tank, and I know AB don't try to use Tank. Yeah, Tank loyal. Facts, man. And AB's a loyal motherfucker too. Like he's a very loyal person. Like he definitely moves off of loyal principles. And a lot of people I can say right here in the city, like here in Cincinnati, from my city, bro. Like people that was fucking with AB heavy. A lot of people then used AB and everything. You know what I mean? Use him for clout, use him for his money, etc. You know what I mean? So like, a lot of the shit that Deontay Wilder was talking about recently in some of his interviews, talking about, had to cut off people because they was using them and stuff. Like AB has done with that first person. Just imagine when you're like the one of the only millionaires in the city. You know what I'm saying? AB has made the most money ever in boxing out of any boxer in Cincinnati, Ohio. I can tell you that for a fact. And when you're, the highest paid boxer ever in Cincinnati, Ohio, and a lot of shit come with that shit. And then, AB was measured up to, guys like Floyd. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people was making Floyd comparisons with AB when he was coming up in his career. You know what I mean? So definitely, just everybody just pray for my dog AB, you know what I'm saying, for sure. You know what I'm saying? And AB's definitely a real one. Like he's a real one. Like money don't move AB for real. You know what I mean? To be honest. Like, you know what I mean? Like I know everybody like, oh, AB done blew his money. Yeah, AB done some fucked up shit with his money and everything. But same time, a lot of the money that he was spending, he was helping and feeding a lot of motherfuckers for real. Like I can say that for sure. Like he said, D, what he said, bro? That's why I rock with AB and Tank, because I'm exactly how they are. I'm big on loyalty. My loyalty has gotten me in trouble for real, for real. People take advantage of that shit. Absolutely, bro. For real, like, you know what I mean? And like a lot of people that took a lot of advantage of loyalty. Like, look at AB, what he was doing. Like he was, Rasheed Warren, salute to my dog Rasheed Warren, man. He was in the Olympics and everything, and AB became a bigger star than Rasheed Warren. Like Rasheed Warren is like a big brother to AB. You know what I mean? Like Rasheed Warren's older than AB. So like, and Rasheed Warren's doing some amazing work with the amateurs out here in Cincinnati. RP to Mike Stafford, AB's trainer, Mike Stafford. Rasheed Warren took up after his gym, after his kids, and he's training all of his kids out here in Cincinnati in that gym right now. You know what I mean? So salute to my brother Rasheed Warren, man. I'm trying to get an interview with my dog, so I'm working on that. But just remember with AB was putting on Rasheed Warren on his cards. Um, Robert Easter, hey, definitely salute to Robert Easter on his retirement. He just officially retired a couple of days ago. Salute to Robert Easter. He was putting on a lot of people from, let alone Cincinnati and just around Ohio on his cards, man. A lot of people was eating. Like everybody was eating, man, for real around with AB, man. And AB is still loyal to these people to this day. You know what I mean? For real. Like dead ass. He said, Dr. Mark, he said, AB has always been authentic in everything he does. And I'm riding with AB no matter what. Absolutely, bro. Absolutely, man. And that's one thing I wanted to talk about real quick, man. Like, I'm going to ask that, matter of fact, I'm going to ask that when we open up the. If you die. Hey, oh yeah, for sure, Thomas. Yeah, you already know the vibes. Yeah, me and Rasheed I'm gonna get that together. I got it in play right now. I'm working on it. I got it in play right now. Like, and Rasheed Warren don't do too many interviews at all. Like, so like, but what I got in store, like it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. We got it. It's gonna happen in the next. I say in the next few weeks. I would say that the next few weeks. It's in the process though, because I done already started working on it with Rasheed Warren, man. So we gonna have it happen. Um, and I want to say this too with AB. AB always took the toughest fights, man, and it was always authentic. And we don't have that many authentic boxers out there, you know what I'm saying, nowadays for real, that's authentic and real about how they speak on social media, etc. Man. Like it's not that many real authentic boxers out there. You know what I'm saying? We've seen a lot of bullshit from a lot of fighters that, we catching them in lies. A lot of them guys is cloud chasing and stuff, doing shit for the internet. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these fighters isn't authentic as the old school fighters like, the Mike Tysons, the Vander Holyfields. You know what I mean? Guys from that old school era, like a lot of the fighters back then they was authentic. Then it wasn't social media back in the day either. And even if it was social media back then, I don't think the fighters of the old school era would be out on the internet, doing a lot of this shit, talking back and forth, arguing with motherfuckers on the internet. Like, I don't see the old school era doing what the younger generation is doing right now in this era. You know what I mean? Like, they wouldn't use social media to have lies and propaganda and shit from the old school era. Now, this new school era is totally different, man. It's definitely, definitely different from this new school era for real. I mean, and let's get into this next topic, man. So Oscar De La Hoya, man, did a Clapback Thursday yesterday, man. And we gonna definitely react to it and talk about it, man. And I'm gonna open up the panel right now in a minute too. So we gonna go ahead and cover the rest of the shit that we got. And the main topic, the Haneys, we gonna cook them for sure too, with they ducking ass.
That time of the week again. Time for the only segment that gives you the facts and makes you laugh. It's Clapback Thursday. So the ridiculous promotion of Canelo Crawford has given me lots of good ammunition. Woo, first, let's take it back to last week when this photo was taken of Canelo and Crawford having dinner together. Like they're best friends.
I love you, man.
They're buddies, like they were family friends. I mean, can you imagine Muhammad Ali or like Joe Frazier having dinner together? What? Can you imagine Mike Tyson and Mitch Green before a brawl? Hey, wow. What the fuck? No boxing fan wants to see two fighters having dinner together.
We could have a dinner on Wednesday night.
We want bad blood. We want anticipation. We want to feel like an actual war is about to happen. Not fucking caviar and champagne together while they're staging their trilogy. Jesus Christ. Alright, so after their dinner date together, Canelo and Crawford said on the press tour that I think started in Riyadh, New York, and Vegas. So here's a clip of their shit talking.
I'm very excited for this fight. We'll see. We'll see.
That's lame, right? That is so lame. Oh, and Canelo elaborated on his career plans.
Maybe you will see me in the WWE.
Okay, great, Canelo, but please first, before you fight The Undertaker, can you please fight David Benavidez? No. And here's the moment where the script told them to shove each other. I mean, come on. Anybody else not buying this drama?
Ain't nobody got time for
and
that.
Crawford, if you want to actually make Canelo mad, just tell the truth about him and his tainted meat.
And Canelo failed 2 drug tests?
And when asked what time the fight will take place,
I don't know.
My good friend Turkey Al-Sheikh gave an answer that left everybody puzzled.
What are we looking at here?
I mean, I'm sorry, Turkey, but what did you say? So is the fight taking place in the afternoon?
Maybe not today.
Or is it taking place in the evening?
Maybe not tomorrow.
We just all want to know.
Bruh.
Because if it's in the evening, that means Dana White will have to choose whether to be present at the UFC match in Texas or the Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. And when confronted about his plans, Dana White simply chose to be the Neanderthal that he is, dodging the question and calling me a douchebag. I mean, it's ironic coming from the guy who's a fucking walking billboard for affliction. I mean, we can all agree, if you look up the word douchebag, in the dictionary, Dana White's photo pops up. Dana went on to say he enjoys working with Eddie Hearn and Frank Warren, but won't work with lunatics like De La Hoya and Bob Arum. So in other words, Bob and I know he's a joke and won't work with him. And I can only assume that Al Heyman feels the same way.
I hate him.
Oh, and Dana, you can call me anytime, brother. Because I have lots of great fighters to make great fights with. Oh, but shit, wait. You don't have any fighters. What? And for God's sake, dude. Man, get a big shirt. Fucking tight. Maybe some slacks. Get on blood pressure meds or something. Whatever you need to look and behave like a fucking human being.
Oh, I can't.
Oh, and you haven't built a star in the UFC in 5 years. Maybe do your job and stop jumping ship. Because the UFC is in billions in debt. I'm rich, and Dana, Canelo, fuck you.
Hey man, that boy Oscar, man, he was in there cooking, man. He was cooking. Hold on, I want to drop the link in the chat, man, so y'all can come up here. Y'all want to come up and cook up, man? Come on, let's do it. I'm about to drop the link. All right, so link in the comments right there, man. Y'all want to come up and talk this boxing, man? And we gonna definitely, I'm gonna definitely drop the videos for us, Bill Haney and Brian Norman, man. So yeah, come up here, man, to talk it up. But Oscar De La Hoya, man, definitely cooked that boy, man. Dave said, "Who funnier, Oscar or Bill?" Hey, right? Hey, it gotta be Oscar right now. Bill with the lies and propaganda and his capping ass, definitely fucking Bill, probably in excess. I got it pinned to the chat too. I got the link for StreamYard pinned to the chat too, man. Y'all want to come up here and chop it up? I like we want to run this shit back again, bro. Yeah, Oscar De La Hoya, man, he basically said that this fight with Bud Crawford, man, and Canelo still, you know what I mean, possibly, during the daytime, man, and then talk about the venue, and which is, we already know, the game for UNLV versus Idaho State is still locked in. And I can tell you right now, I'm a college football guy. You know what I'm saying? I got a college football podcast I run every Thursday, the Buckeye Steppers podcast, and we cover, of course, Ohio State football and the whole landscape of college football. You know what I mean? If y'all ain't tapped in on that. But I can tell you for experience for college football, ain't no way UNLV is going to move that fucking game. They're not. That game is set and locked in. Like, it's set and locked in. That fight, as far as that game, the Idaho State, they will not move that game at all. You know what I mean? Like, and that's one thing for sure. I can tell you right now. Now, my question is, how is they gonna have a fight and a football game all in one day at Allegiant Stadium? Like, how that's gonna work? I don't know. I don't see that working for real. Like, that's just me personally. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know why they stressing to have a fight at a stadium when they could just have go if one of the arenas in Vegas, MGM Grand, T-Mobile Arena, or the new spot they got, the Sphere down there. Why won't they just go get one of them spots and throw the fight there? Like, they doing all of this, extra shit for Allegiant Stadium, and it holds 65,000. WrestleMania was there for 2 days. WrestleMania did 57K the first day and 60K the second day. And let's ask the question: is a Canelo versus Bud Crawford fight bigger than WrestleMania? You know what I mean? Like that's the question that I gotta pose. Like, I don't know if that fight is actually bigger than WrestleMania to like those hardcore wrestling fans. You know what I mean? Like, we know Bud Crawford's going to definitely do his end of the deal for us, bringing a lot of people to, I mean, not Bud Crawford, I mean Canelo. We know Canelo's going to, bring his fan base out heavy. It's all about is Bud going to bring his fan base? Is Bud Crawford going to have a big enough fan base to hold it down along with Canelo? You know what I'm saying? Because right now it looks like Canelo's carrying this whole build-up, and he's carrying this whole fight right now. You know what I mean? And I think it's going to lead into the numbers when it goes down to the numbers as well. Salute to my brother L Dub, man. Salute to you, man. Everybody make sure y'all subscribe to L Dub Boxing and check out his website, ldubboxing.com, man, for sure, man. That's my brother right there. Thomas Hill, man, what's good, brother, man? What you think about this with Oscar De La Hoya? Let's run it back real quick. We're gonna run it back.
Time of the week again. Time for the only segment that gives you the facts and makes you laugh. It's Clapback Thursday. So the ridiculous promotion of Canelo Crawford has given me lots of good ammunition. Ooh, first, let's take it back to last week when this photo was taken of Canelo and Crawford having dinner together. Like they're best friends. I love you, man. They're buddies, like they were family friends. I mean, can you imagine Muhammad Ali or like Joe Frazier having dinner together? What? Can you imagine Mike Tyson and Mitch Green before a brawl? Hey, wow. What the fuck? No boxing fan wants to see two fighters having dinner together.
We could have a dinner on Wednesday night.
We want bad blood. We want anticipation. We want to feel like an actual war is about to happen. Not fucking caviar and champagne together while they're staging their trilogy. Jesus Christ. Alright, so after their dinner date together, Canelo and Crawford said on the press tour that I think started in Riyadh, New York, and Vegas. So here's a clip of their shit talking.
I'm very excited for this fight. We'll see. We'll see.
That's lame, right? That is so lame. Oh, and Canelo elaborated on his career plans.
Maybe you will see me in the WWE.
Okay, great, Canelo, but please first, before you fight The Undertaker, can you please fight David Benavidez? No. And here's the moment where the script told them to shove each other. I mean, come on. Anybody else not buying this drama?
Ain't nobody got time for
and
that.
Crawford, if you want to actually make Canelo mad, just tell the truth about him and his tainted meat.
And Canelo failed 2 drug tests?
And when asked what time the fight will take place,
I don't know.
My good friend Turkey Al-Sheikh gave an answer that left everybody puzzled.
What are we looking at here?
I mean, I'm sorry, Turkey, but what did you say? So is the fight taking place in the afternoon?
Maybe not today.
Or is it taking place in the evening?
Maybe not tomorrow.
We just all want to know. Bruh. Because if it's in the evening, that means Dana White will have to choose whether to be present at the UFC match in Texas or the Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. And when confronted about his plans, Dana White simply chose to be the Neanderthal that he is, dodging the question and calling me a douchebag. I mean, it's ironic coming from the guy who's a fucking walking billboard for affliction. I mean, we can all agree, if you look up the word douchebag, in the dictionary, Dana White's photo pops up. Dana went on to say he enjoys working with Eddie Hearn and Frank Warren, but won't work with lunatics like De La Hoya and Bob Arum. So in other words, Bob and I know he's a joke and won't work with him. And I can only assume that Al Heyman feels the same way.
I hate him.
Oh, and Dana, you can call me anytime, brother. Because I have lots of great fighters to make great fights with. Oh, but shit, wait. You don't have any fighters. What? And for God's sake, dude, man, get a big shirt. Fucking tight. Maybe some slacks. Get on blood pressure meds or something. Whatever you need to look and behave like a fucking human being.
Well, I can't.
Oh, and you haven't built a star in the UFC in 5 years. Maybe do your job and stop jumping shit. Because the UFC is in billions in debt.
I'm rich, guys!
And Dana, Canelo, fuck you.
What you think of that type of sale, man?
Yo, first and foremost, man, 2 things diabolical. The damn bronze statue in the back of him giving people the middle finger. And then the second is my man calling my man wearing tight shirts, put a little dress, a little tutu on him. Man,
bro.
That was delicate. Especially it was gold coming from somebody that was wearing stockings and some high heels and whatnot.
Fishnet and everything, bro. It was nasty work.
That was
nasty work. With lipstick on top of that.
I mean, shout out to his editing and writing team, dog, because they be coming up with some gold, bro. And really, like, they scoured on videos because, man, you could see all of the stuff being, like, forged. It's like WWE. So it is something that's, you know, relevant because he is, like, fighting the Undertaker and whatnot, man, because it's more of a look than actually what it is now. What happens in the ring will always be real stuff. But things get scripted in those real things. So niggas do get hurt. They fall on that canvas. They go over cages. You know, they get hit with chairs and stuff like that. But when they getting hit with chairs, they brace themselves. They ain't taking full-on chairs to the straight head. They always put that head up. NWA was ruining a lot of people's health, dog. So they had to start getting a little bit better with like bracing for that stuff. And unfortunately, if you're a former fan of that, then you can brace yourself for this. This is why it's killing me how people respond to this stuff, dog. And then how they will typecast one fighter or a faction of fighters and elevate another one, even though, you know, the other faction you're projecting. And I hate the projection, man. I hate like a lot of the stuff. Like what we know with Bill and say for instance, Bill and Greg Norman right now, man. We know that that's just to get the names buzzing. Ain't no fight coming of that. And if it is, it's much down the line. It's not now. But people talking about it, people clicking on it. So, you know, I understand what he's saying. I mean, it's going to be virtually impossible. You want a stadium because you want to be the first to do something. So, hey, look, we put it in a stadium. We can say we was the first. We started a trend. Right. We an innovator. But let's not forget that there was always, with Canelo, something being deemed in a stadium, but a much bigger venue in Cowboy Stadium. But it was a much bigger fight. There's no build. There's no drama. There's no lead up to this fight. So they're trying to create it. And I'm not mad at them, dog, because in all things, man, whenever you see a commercial, I get somebody saying, here, try our stuff. You'll like it. So I can't hate on somebody for doing that, man. And I don't hate on none of these fighters. What I don't like is the fans of these fighters, man, that really go too damn far with stuff, man. It's a lot of us. You know, we call him Padley, and I know we all do it, man, but we call Padley electrician. Yeah, that nigga's an electrician by trade because he's not making enough. He's not a marquee name in the ring. So even though he loves the box, he got to feed his family, dog. So this is what's steady. If we look at it, dog, the nigga just got off of a job feeding his family and then took another job that was going to even put more on the table. And we clowning him because of another fighter, because of Shakur. Yeah, Shakur do some stuff that we probably don't rock with. A lot of us would not rock with, but some of us like him, and we would justify whatever he says and does. But one thing, he got in the ring with a real boxer, bro, and that dude wasn't like Ant said, man. He was in shape, so you know he was in shape because look at the way he looked in the ring. He just got in the ring with a far superior boxer, bro, and we got to start giving people their credit. Yeah, they may move funny. They may apply funny stuff for their funny movements on other folks, but we already know what it is, just like we know what the deal is in this clapback, and that's why I love the Clapback Thursdays because it shows, like, the entertainment aspect of boxing. But when they get in that ring, lights, camera, actions is off, dog. You know, punches do get thrown. Now, some people might be favored to win. Some people might be even scheduled to win. Right. And if it don't look good, we gonna get a draw out that bad.
Yeah, man.
Go ahead, man. My bad.
Yeah. You good? I just found it interesting. It was just like, you see, I definitely wanted to go back to this with Ann McQueen said right here, man, my brother. He said, I love seeing how the changes after the relationship. You know what I mean? Rhetoric changes after the relationship. Like, think about the aspect a little bit as far as, like, you know, Oscar speaking about, you know, Turkey, saying that Turkey didn't answer as far as whether the fight was going to be during the day or at nighttime and stuff like that. Like, and like you see like a turn with Oscar as far as like him really trying to, you know, build with Eddie Hearn and Al Heyman and them, knowing that, you know, Turkey is really about to make his move with Dana White and work with them more so other than working with them. You know what I mean? You know, from what they've been doing in the recent months. You know what I mean? Like, you see the turn in that, which is real interesting in that, as far as that, you know, in my opinion. What you think about that?
Well, I think it's about autonomy. You know, having the ability to say so, to make corrections, to make directions, and to give instructions. Like, I think with Bob and them, like, they are more well established and they have a much huger platform and people relate more to their boxers. And unfortunately, I mean, this may even be on the grand scale of worldwide. I mean, I know that there's Frank Warren, there's old boy over there at the Zone, Eddie Hearn and everything like that. But people recognize De La Hoya. They recognize his greatness from a boxer, and he had a huge stake. Matter of fact, everybody at PBC at one point in time was Golden Boy. So you got notoriety already. We know what Bob is and who he's been. So I think it's easier for him to deal with something that he can control. Now, I'm not saying that is the end all be all to the situation, but it's just easier when you can deal with somebody and you can have more say in involvement of what's going on. Like I said, man, I hate to go back to it and hammer it, beleaguer the point, but he hopped up on the ring after checking with the judges and then told the fighter this, dog, you're down 2. You got to pick it up. This fighter proceeded to lose the next 3 rounds and he got a draw. So like that type of stuff you got to have. If fights are being put on like that, you can't be with certain other formats because they're not going to, as their brand, they're like, nah, we not having that. That's a bad look for me and my brand. So, you got to create your own brand, so to speak. And that's why he's doing what he's doing. And he's got somebody that's going to be complicit because, as Oscar said, now I don't know how true it is, but I'm pretty sure it is. They're not making the bread that they normally used to make. And why? Because boxing now has gone the soap opera route. I just said another Days of Our Champ, dog. You know what I'm saying? Days of Our Rings or whatever the case. Like, it's getting more entertaining, man, and there's more subplots to it. My man Ant McQueen, like, shout out to Ant McQueen. If you guys don't know, the brother has a channel. It's called Casuals Corner. And sometimes he even allows me to graciously pop up there from time to time so we could talk this thing called boxing and what we actually see in the ring. But the dude is very astute, man. Very lucid.
The wizard, man. I call him the wizard for real, man. The boxing wizard, man.
You know what I'm saying?
Look at my brother Ed McQueen.
People got their eyes on that young man because that young man's bright. He's sharp like a tack. And if you step on it, man, you might get pricked because, he's sharp like that. And he said it, man. There's so many things at play within everything that goes on in a boxing match that, it's hard to pinpoint why things happen the way they do. But we know that one thing we got to do is follow the bread. And there was a statement in a movie that I'm pretty sure it said, he who has the goal rules. So, you got to go where you can make the rules. And that's what is going on. Dana White has he's been active in this thing because maybe this is a better venture for him. You know that the people that participated make more money than the people that participate in his sport, his faction. So if they're making more money, then I'm pretty sure the people that are putting on the fights are making more money too. So he's just hoping to strike it big this way, man, because this is the ultimate. This is the creme de la creme sports entertainment. People make big bread off of this. You getting into like boxing, baseball, and football and basketball realm now.
Big time, bro. Big time for real. And I definitely let's read what's my brother Ant McQueen said. Personally, the result of that fight felt far more egregious live. On a rewatch, I found it to be pretty much a tale of two halves. Adonis was having a lot of difficulty generating offense first half. Yeah, I agree. I edged Adonis in that fight, though. I had him winning that one, though. They caught it a draw. It was nasty. I thought Adonis had like at least 3 rounds on Shiraz at least in that fight. What you think about that, Salvador?
Oh no, we broke that fight down. Was it yesterday or the day before? But so yeah, it was yesterday as a matter of fact. Upon review, yeah, it was a lot more a tale of two halves. But in that tale, there was the aesthetics of somebody going to the judges and hopping up there and telling somebody you're down 2 rounds, and then you don't win those new 2 rounds, but yet you get a draw. So like you said, man, you know, fantastic work was being done by Shiraz, but he hit the top of his head and I think messed his finger up, broke his finger, and I think after that you could see how he wasn't using that left like he was normally using it left. It didn't have the sting, that it wasn't as sharp. It was more like he was just pushing it out there instead of firing it out there. So I mean, but that being the case, man, you know, because of how we are as people and how we feel about people, we will exacerbate it, so to speak. We will make it look like it was worse than what it was. And that's why we encourage people, man, to always check the film, man, because the film don't lie. Inside that ring, it has a story that it's telling. Now, outside the ring, there are people telling you the story as it's taking place. And then there's the stories that many people around want to tell. Now, depending on how we feel about a person, we will project what we want on there. Case in point, Tank Davis be doing some stuff that's just not cool at times, bro. And he says some things that's just not cool at times. More times than not, it's in response to somebody, but it's things that probably shouldn't be said. However, he says it, right? And people will fly off the handle and say, well, your favorite fighter, this, and that. Never mind, their favorite fighter be acting like people that they wouldn't even have in their close circle sometimes. And same thing with Tank. Like, we got to get to the point where we recognize favorite fighter syndrome exists. And it, like I said, it embodies 6 different fan bases. And people for those fighters will do and say anything to denigrate another fighter that is a contemporary of the other and make their fighter look good. That stuff lame to me, man. I just want to see fights.
Yeah, thanks, man. I got another video I'm gonna play right here. And this is Bomac. This is Bomac talking about the Canelo versus Bud fight right here.
It's expecting Crawford to box on the outside. Heard what Turkey said. He wants people to trade.
Listen, man, we just gonna get out there and win. Do whatever we need to do to win. You know, I ain't gonna give out the game plan or nothing like that. But what everybody thinks is just, I know we gonna win. You know what? It's gonna be a good fight, tough fight. In the first couple rounds, Terrence gonna figure it out, and we probably stop him in the late rounds. We probably stop him.
Hey, so salute to my brother Doobie the Don, man. I had to get that clip from my brother Doobie the Don. He in the comments, man. Everybody make sure y'all subscribe to my brother Doobie the Don, man. He be all over the place with the content. Y'all be covering highlights, interviews, everything. So, I mean, salute to my brother. But I'm gonna run that back one more time. Let me do that one more time.
It's expecting Crawford to box on the outside. Heard what Turkey said. He wants people to trade.
Listen, man, we just gonna get out there and win. Do whatever we need to do to win. You know, I ain't gonna give out the game plan or nothing like that. But what everybody thinks is just, I know we gonna win. You know what? It's gonna be a good fight, tough fight. In the first couple rounds, Terrence gonna figure it out, and we probably stop him in the late rounds. We probably stop him.
Yeah, man. So that's Bomac right there saying that they think they gonna be able to stop Canelo in the late rounds of the fight, man. What you think about that, T Hill?
I like it, man. I like it. I love the energy, man. Honestly, you can't tell. I'm sorry. I feel them where they say you can't tell me how to fight, dog. I'm gonna fight my fight no matter what. I'm not gonna fight somebody else's fight so that you can look good or your event can shine. I came there to win the fight. So however, by any means, I gotta win the fight, I'm gonna fight. And then with the caveat being, hey, it's gonna end with late stoppage. So that means we're not gonna be running, but in the process, we gonna be boxing. And that event of boxing, I'm gonna run him into some. We plan to run him into something that's gonna knock him off his kilter and end by late stoppage, whether that's by accumulation of punches with no punch back, or by me smacking him, starching him like some old corduroys, dog, to put the gloss on it. So, you know, and the crease down the middle. So, you know, they planning on putting the crease in Canelo, in other words, dog. So I'm all for it. I mean, I hope to see it, dog. I mean, make me a believer. And likewise, Canelo, you got to do something more than what you did in the last fight, bro. You can't be blaming it on somebody else because you was lazy in the ring and did not work to cut the ring off so that you can get your ish off. So it makes for an interesting dichotomy in the ring, man. I want to see how it plays out. I like it, bro. I like it, man. I ain't got no problem with stuff, man. I do a lot of talking because I hear a lot of talking. And a lot of talking. Real rap, bro. I'm being real with you, dog. I've always been that type of people, man. If I see the bear, I'm gonna go poke his ass. I'm gonna poke him from behind, dog, because I don't want that nigga to see me and claw me and probably maul me, dog. So I gotta have a way of element surprise, dog. But I can't run because he gonna track me down, man. I'm bears we running fast. But I'm gonna come at you the way that you come at folks too, because that's what we doing. But in all generality, man, like I say, I grew up in an era. I'm pretty sure you, being a young buck, you saw a lot of the fights that were taking place at the time, and they fought one another, bro. It was, you got what I need. You, if you don't got a belt, you at least got the spotlight. I need that. Let me go get that. You a bad boy. You know what I'm saying? Or you a bad girl nowadays, because there's some bad girls out there too. And I need to find out that if I'm really like that, because I believe I'm like that. Matter of fact, I believe I'm more than like that. And we need to go out there in that ring, have this conversation, see who really can speak a little bit better in that bad boy. And that's what I like. So, you know, I always will speak what I speak because, you know, I'm going to be honest with you, bro. There are some people who move differently than I move. And I can recognize it. I can read people and I can read rooms well, man. I grew up in a bad part of town, so I had to learn that stuff. So I know when something's disingenuous. I know when something's fabricated. And I know when something's actually real. It's just, to me, it amazes me how a lot of people see ish that's really fake and be like, that's the real McCoy. Not recognizing that they just got some knockoff J's, dog. They need 2 pair.
Yeah, man. As far as Bud knocking out Canelo, I know Canelo has a granted chance. We all know that, man. He ain't never been knocked down or stopped in any fights that he's had, and he's like 67, 68 fights in. So like, I'm definitely curious to see that. And you already know what the conversation will come up to if it does happen to some people that don't like Bud Crawford. They're gonna be like, oh, he juicing and stuff like that and everything. You know what I'm saying? So like it'll raise that question if that was to happen. You feel me? But
you absolutely
I don't know.
You absolutely right.
I wouldn't want to put that on his jacket. I think Bud is one of those, athletic, strong guys. You know what I'm saying? That's just, this guy built strong. But as far as him stopping Canelo, it's hard for me to see it, but I'm curious to definitely see it, man. Salute to my brother Ian McQueen, man. What's up with you?
I live a thug life, baby. I'm hopeless.
Yeah.
What's up, dog? Good afternoon, gents.
What's good, brother?
I gotta ask y'all a question.
Good.
Okay, so he got a granted chin, but is the chin the only place to hit a man?
Yeah.
Nah, you can always attack the body. You can hit the liver, you can hit the kidneys.
Yeah, the body shot, yeah.
Stranger things have happened.
We saw B.I. dispatch the De La Hoya in the height of his career.
And that man had a chin too. De La Hoya had a nice little chin on him. George Foreman had a chin on him, been in there with some of the most monstrous punches. Joe Frazier, Ron Lyle, so on and so forth. Took 5 L's, but he only been stopped once. And it wasn't against the hardest punching opponent. It wasn't against the strongest opponent, Muhammad Ali. There's multiple ways to skin a cat, man. Multiple ways to stop somebody.
Jack Wee said if he do, I want him arrested immediately. No, man.
She might be multitasking right now because I know she would be up here.
Yeah,
But you
for
know
sure, for
the
sure.
good brother KQ is on right now, so I know she's probably splitting ways right now, entertaining both sets. Man, shout out to Jab Queen.
Yeah, bro. They're going but I think I'm really interested as far as like how Bud how the power is gonna translate for us up there moving from 154 to 168 in this fight with Canelo. And that's just a question that's gonna be answered when they get in that ring, man, that night, man. And I wonder how Bud is gonna be able to deal with Canelo's power, you know what I'm saying, moving up in weight as well.
That is a good question, and it's interesting to see how it happens in the ring. I mean, one thing I will say about him, he's very skilled, and on top of that, he's very responsible defensively. So you can see things coming, and if he's able to see Canelo's punches coming, then it might help him avoid a lot of that power or a lot of the sting of the punch. Because you can always roll with the punch, you can parry the punch, you can do a lot of things to try to take the steam off the punch. But we're gonna see what kind of Canelo come in that ring too, because there are Canelos, there are versions of Canelos that come in the ring that are less than stellar as well too. So we got to take that into consideration. And like Ann said, pinpoint placement. I mean, sometimes it's not the most powerful of punch that dispatches the opponent. It's just the timing of it and the location of it and where it was placed. You know what I'm saying? So
Facts, bro. That's
it's an interesting matchup to say the least, man. Because most people, even though a lot of people don't like the way that he conducts himself, carries himself, says certain things,
Whooped Errol
they
Spence's
really don't.
ass. We got to put that
Oh
out there.
yeah, I
T
was
Hill
just
don't
about
like
to
the
get
fact
to
that he
that.
whooped Errol Spence's ass.
I
Okay,
was
yeah,
just about to
continue.
get to that. Or the fact that he did Spence dirty in the ring. You know what I'm saying? They got to be aware of the fact that he's still a great fighter, man. And, everybody that he's been in the ring with, yeah, there's been some battles, but he's gotten the best of them. So that's all we know him for. Canelo, we do know. I forgot who it was. One person said they know. I never known how to loss. So I never seen it before. But we know how a loss feels. You've seen it before. Canelo hasn't seen it before, and by a specific style of fighter too. So maybe Bud feels I'm extremely confident because I know what he struggles against, and I know that he knows that there are people who have beaten him, and there's some people who look good against him that didn't get victories. So maybe he's feeling very, very confident in that. Who's to say? But we know one thing: if they touch the ring, we're gonna find out. That's the one thing
facts,
about the
man.
ring. The ring tells the truth.
All right, so I got something else to cover real quick right here, man. Daggone Tank Davis last night, man. Javante, he put out a tweet last night, man. I wanted us to go ahead and kind of go over and react to that real quick. He says, I seen a little clip on Twitter. You not important enough. You just a nobody that went the distance with Javante. Fuck out of here. And I was over, he's speaking to obviously Lamar Rose Jr. in this right here. So what y'all think about this tweet from Tank Davis right here saying that he just a nobody that went the distance with Javante Davis.
And McQueen, you not gonna take the lead on that one?
I'm torn. I'm split down the middle because I understand where he's coming from. Prior to this, Lamont Roach didn't necessarily have the buzz, but I think that he's a somebody because he's a terrific fighter, decorated amateur, a champion in his own right. And then also he gained a lot of notoriety based on the fact that he did go the distance with Tank when everybody thought that he was just a cherry pick. And now all of a sudden people are waking up to the fact that he's a damn good fighter in his own right. So it's a little bit down the middle. A little bit of truth in there, and then of course, a little bit of venom from Tank.
Hey, spot on, man. And I'm gonna add this to it too. The thing that I like about it more so than anything is this didn't exist in the first fight at all. There was none of this by Tank Davis. So that
Right.
means we're gonna be fully engaged in this one now because now, like he said in the second one, the second presser, the first time around, they talking. So now he's talking. He's fully engaged and he's fully promoting this. You know, there's a little truth to what he's saying because hey, you responded. So whatever I'm doing, you know, it's legit enough to get you to respond. And then there's
Right.
Tank being his normal petty self. Like, man, you nobody. You only somebody because of me. Like my man said up in the movie, The Five Heartbeats. Or was it no, it was the Temptations. My bad, the Temptations. My man said David Ruffin and the Temptations. Like, I don't need you niggas, dog. I'm the reason why people come to the show. So, you want my spot flash? That was the Five Heartbeats. You want my spot flash? You can't get it because you ain't got it. So it's a little bit of that going on. That's what's going on, man. And I love it, bro. It's to sell the fight. It's to build people. Because I think they mentioned that they're going to do a different way of promoting. So I don't know what that means or how that's going to look or sound. But I see that he's doing promoting. And the last time around, the only tweet I got from him was the fight was canceled. You remember that, right? Nothing else. There was a reply to Terrence Crawford saying something that he had no business saying. And he went low, extremely low. But there was nothing about the fight or his opponent. So now he's talking, and I'm fully loving that because last time it was not that. Last time it was we was left in the dark about what's going on all the way into the moment they got into the ring.
Facts, man. Yeah, I'm the same along with you guys for real on this one, man. Like I see Tank, he basically saying like, yo, man, yeah, I made you lit. I made you lit after this fight, man, and I'm gonna show you the difference in this rematch, pretty much. That's what I get from it, you know what I mean? And see, he said that he definitely speaking about far as Lamont. He see what he doing on the internet and seeing how he moving and everything. And Lamont literally has like on his YouTube saying that he's on the draw tour. Like he's going with that. Like you know what I'm saying? Like so I definitely see what Tank is, man. And Tank like he gearing up, man. This rematch is not friendly. It's not friendly. Like Tank. No, he bringing that dog back in on like he ain't friendly this time around, man, on this rematch, man, and I love it because it makes up for us the fight being built up and being even more lit this time, and I think they're gonna do even more numbers, especially in Vegas on that during that weekend too, right before, and it's not a football weekend either too as well, so like they having that fight right before football season really settle in and get started. You know what I mean? So it makes up for a big fight for real. They definitely building it well. I just need the announcement soon and then the rest to carry itself from there. Like I already know that they're gonna do their numbers.
Hey, I want to shout out that comment that you highlighted. That lets you know how serious Roach is, man.
Right, right. And that exactly too. Because look, right after Tank fought him, then you got Shakur and Keyshawn, they wanted to fight him and stuff. Other people wanted to fight Lamont. Like, and a lot of people downplayed Lamont Roach. Like, I got this guy in one of my chats, in one of my boxing chats that I'm in, and he was no, he a Devin Haney fan, so he was in there saying Lamont was ass and talking crazy about Lamont before Tank fought him and stuff. And then last night, he comments in the group chat like, "Man, Lamont, he nice as hell for real." I'm like, "Oh, so now he nice." Like he nice now that after he then had to fight with Tank and stuff, and you looking at him now like, because a lot of these guys wasn't watching Lamont, before he fought Tank. I mean, Lamont's always been a great fighter. I mean, he just hasn't been on many big platforms, to showcase his talent other than, the Jamal Hearn, situation. And then when he did capture the title from Hector Garcia, you know what I mean?
Hey, shout out to my man Ace Austin and shout out to him being part of the Blue Crew, man. I see that you wrenched him up. But yeah, on top of what you just said, man, the fact of the look of his expression after the fight between Roach and Tank, Shakur's look on that fight was like, yeah, see this nigga. It's like when my man got cut. Oh, he bleeds. He's a man. See, he can be beat. That's Rocky. That's that Rocky 4 when he fought Drago in Russia. So you know what I'm saying? Hey, you know, it builds the intrigue and the interest. So yeah, it's gonna be a bigger fight this time around because a lot of people believe that this dude will get rid of Tank, dog. He can beat Tank. And you know, the first time he beat Tank. But this time around, he gonna make sure because this is Tank's kryptonite. So definitely more fans are gonna tune in, and it creates the actual build up for other fights to happen. Because well, if Roach did this to Tank, what would this person do to Tank? What would this person do to Tank? And then I want to also shout out my brother Ring Raw because he backed up what Ant said. He said, punch accumulation by Ali sent Foreman to the canvas. The same with Usyk dropping Fury to the ropes. Now look at Zilly Zane, good chin. Yeah, Caballero dropped him with the body shot. Bud will be on all cylinders, and that's why, you know, it's not out of context to believe that he can knock him down. He can knock him out. The only thing is Canelo does have an O. He's never been put down. And people hit him with hellacious body shots and chin shots, and he still stayed ho. So we're going to see if Bud has that secret ingredient, that special sauce, that lettuce, cheese, extra pickles, onions on a sesame seed bun to put him down, man, because that's what it's about.
Now, check out my boy. Salute to my brother Ace Austin right here. He said, Tank effed up. That dog should have never left him in the first place. When you step in that ring, you got to put on because you can die in that bitch. Yeah, man. Yeah. He should have. I feel. Don't y'all feel like fighters should approach fights like similar? If you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. As far as like just approaching the fight and in general, just approaching as far as preparing, etc. Because you know, a lot of stuff came up with Tank Davis. As far as you know, of course, you know, he was speaking about retirement, etc. And you know, now you know it looks like now all of that is left. All that retirement talk is done, and it looks like right now he's setting up the where he's like okay now he's getting back to where he was focused on from like the Frank Martin where he's talking about I want to go ahead and finish what what's out there. I got a lot of food on my plate out there that I need to take care of, and it starts with this Lamont Roach fight, and then I need to go after those guys that I want to get knocked off after that.
Well, if you're asking me, I believe that nobody going into that ring, like you said, it's not a place to play. You don't play boxing because it's people in the ring that ain't playing with you, and there's people who step in that ring and they leave that ring never the same. Man, I've seen the story of this one sister brother relationship where the brother was a aspiring prospect and he got into a fight, took a punch on top of the head, and it ended up putting him in paralysis. And now, he's struggling to try to gain his full faculties about him. And his sister has been in his corner, man. And, to get him going, she spars with him and does things like that. And then there's people who all the way lose their life. So it's nothing that you should play. And you should always go in there training for the fact of that. I think that you have to approach every fight different because every fight is different. But that the dedication to the ring needs to be the same. You need to have the same respect for the ring, and you got to have a respect for your opponent. You just can't go up in there and freestyle. You can't Charlie Clips the moment, man, because a lot of times it might be some serious, rounds coming at you. And, if it sounds like if it looks like you're ill prepared, then, it can go bad, and it can go bad real quick. So I agree with you on that. I mean, you have to approach that ring with the utmost respect and dedication and discipline. I think you have to train differently for the opponent because the opponent brings something different to the ring, and you want to make sure that you always bring the right tools to the workspace so that you get the job done quickly and as effectively as possible, efficiently as possible. But yeah, you definitely got to respect that ring. So you absolutely spot on with that.
For sure, bro, for sure. And go ahead and get to the next, man. I got something else right here. So I got a clip of the face off. So we got Tevin Farmer versus Kid Austin tomorrow on the J. Paul Julio Chavez Jr. card tomorrow. And this is a face off, man. And this is like the most anticipated fight that's on this card. So that's the fight I'm talking about on this card, obviously. But I'm going to share this little clip of the face off from them yesterday.
That he always puts everything in play. Look at that. Oh.
Tevin Farmer's lost his last 3 fights, but they have been highly competitive and they have been against top competition. Does Floyd Schofield Jr. have the requisite
Could be your
experience
fight of the night, ladies and
to
gentlemen. The
beat
first.
Yeah, man, you see Tevin Farmer in there, man. He's in there trying to definitely big man, that man Kid Austin, man, up there in that clip right there. Man, what y'all think about this fight right here with Tevin Farmer and Kid Austin, man? This is definitely a 50-50 fight in my opinion. And I love this fight 100%, man, from both guys, man. What y'all feel about this fight?
I got it as a 60-40, Tevin Farmer. I just think that technicality is on the side of Tevin Farmer by a large margin. Unless Kid Austin has cleaned some things up behind the scenes, which is always possible. You know, we got to judge these fighters on a camp-to-camp basis. But based on what I've seen from both of these guys last, I would have to go 60-40, Tevin Farmer. And Kid Austin with a strong puncher's chance.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, I think with Kid Austin for sure. Kid Austin, they believe they can stop Tevin Farmer, man. Like I think like I said the other day, I think he definitely gonna have to use a lot of his youth and athleticism to win this fight, and he's gonna have to take this fight in the deep rounds with Tevin Farmer. But do y'all think Kid Austin taking this fight in the deep rounds with Tevin Farmer, will you think that would be beneficial for him?
Not if he hasn't improved his conditioning. In the fight against Jerron, they talked about not being ready to go 12 rounds, and they got swapped at the last second, and they thought they were going to go 10. But then even in that fight, he looked pretty spent about like the 7th round. End up getting dropped later in the fight. And another thing too is, just going back to craftsmanship and technicality. Not that good of an inside fighter. I think Tevin Farmer has a huge advantage there, just in terms of just technicality and craft. He's got to use his athleticism and his youth, but he's got to do it in a measured way. And then even when he's being measured and he's being, air quotes, patient, like he was in the first half of the fight with Jerron, even still, just technique, man. You see the guy when he throws his punches, especially his rear hand, when he's orthodox, he's throwing his right hand. He's either falling in or he's lunging in because he doesn't close the gap behind the jab. He'll just kind of just jump from wherever he's at. And I think things like that fall right into Tevin Farmer's hands. And I'm not sure that just volume alone is going to be enough to spook Tevin Farmer. He was just in there 22 rounds with William Zepeda, who is the most active from a volume standpoint in the lightweight division. So you go 22 rounds with that guy. Yeah, like Floyd Schofield, he's going to have to find a way to be measured with the way that he uses youth. Because just youth alone is not going to get it done.
Yeah, my man got youthful exuberance, but he's going to have to put some application to it, man. You can't never mistake application for ability and ability for application, man. He's going to have to be able to place his shots. He's going to have to measure his distance, like Ant said, and he's going to have to be able to continue to endure. Going to late rounds is a badge of honor when you're actually doing good work in there and getting experience, man. You got to learn from every situation. Fortunately for him, man, he is under the banner of Golden Boy. So, if it does go into the later rounds, it bodes fairly well for him. I agree with, and I believe it's 60-40, maybe a little bit more of 65-35. To me, Farmer is an extremely skilled fighter, man, not just offensively, but defensively. And he understands time and space and distance. Whereas Kid, he's just an extreme measure of talent and ability, and he doesn't have a full application of that. And he might be active, but he might not be achieving anything. He might be effective, but it is not efficient. These are the things that we use over there at the Casuals Corner when we break down film work, man. Never to mistake anything for what it is not, because a lot of times we often do. And we go by the sounds, the smells, and the visuals of a match, but it ain't always what it is when you slow that bad boy down and you actually you remove all the noise and drown out the crowd and whatever the people or who's doing the broadcast, and you just look at what you see in that ring. So hopefully this will be the fight that he needs to understand, like, look, I got to put more craft into what I do. I mean, more work into the craft and what I do, because it's more than just getting in there winging punches.
Facts, man. Facts. Definitely. It's gonna be a real competitive fight with Kid Austin right here for sure. And I know his pops been talking a lot, saying that they gonna be able to stop him, man. It's hard for me to really believe. I think Tevin Farmer is a true dog in this fight, and I think his experience is really gonna play a big factor in this fight with Kid Austin, man. And Amber Queen says 60-40. I can lean that too, man. I'm edging Tevin Farmer in this fight, especially if it goes to decision, man. I just feel like Tevin Farmer has great defense, and he definitely got the IQ and the experience to beat Kid Austin. You know what I'm saying? We haven't seen Kid Austin in this type of fight with this type of experienced fighter, and we thought we was gonna have the chance with Shakur, but we didn't get that obviously. But now we got the chance with Tevin Farmer, and this is a big test for Kid Austin just to see if Kid Austin is one of them guys. You know what I'm saying? Like if he's gonna be one of those guys that's going to be a real true contender in that 135-pound division for sure. You know what I mean? So, go ahead, Ant. You had something to say, Ant?
Yeah, I was gonna just say, I'm just not sure what level Kid Austin is thinking on, from a boxing standpoint, because I've yet to see him, set anybody up, plant seeds that bear fruit later on. You know what I mean? It's just very aggressive, just very explosive. That's just him. Try to overwhelm guys, beat them up, so on and so forth. But not much cerebral. Not much of a cerebral fighter. So, like T. Hill alluded to, I hope after this fight that he can look back on the experience that he has with Tevin Farmer and he can grow from there. But like as of right now, I mean, outside of him just catching Tevin Farmer with something crazy, I don't know. I just can't see it, man. I just can't see it. Especially considering that Tevin Farmer's been pretty active against some of the other top fighters in the division too. He just went 22 as a Zapata. Prior to that, went the distance with Moratai in a fight that he could have won. You could argue that, he got a raw deal with the point deduction and everything. That was a very close fight. He had him in there looking a little lost at times. And I think that Moratai, from a fundamental standpoint, is further along than Kid Austin is. And just William Zapata is just straight raw aggression. just volume, relentlessness. And he dealt with both of them just fine. And I think that Kid Austin, he's just not there just quite yet. And one thing that Tevin Farmer said that was interesting to me was, you know, the whole levels thing. And, you know, Senior argued against it. There are no levels when it comes to us, but I agree. You know, to go from Renee Jerome straight to Tevin Farmer in terms of I guess you could say like from a tactical standpoint, that shit is night and day, bro. It's like night and day from a tactical standpoint, because there were quite a few things that Kid Austin was doing that Jerome wasn't making him pay for. That Tevin Farmer, he's shown that he's still more than capable of, you know, accommodating him if he gets out of line. So I'm just hoping to see a good fight. I think it'll be a relatively simple fight for Tevin Farmer, but I don't think it's going to be an easy one. I don't think it's going to be an easy fight, but I think it'll be a simple fight. Because Kid.
Yo, hey, you checked out or you hit the mute button?
Oh, no, I hit the mute button.
Oh, yeah, I'm good. Million Films was good. Was good.
Shout out to Million Films, the guy. Yeah, man, I agree with what Ant said, man. On top of that, like he said, highlighting, he got to get hit with some crazy stuff. And, you know, he's been in there with Cepeda for, as he said, 22 rounds and the full go with Mortai, both of which are more polished a boxer than Farmer. I mean not Farmer, Austin. And both also offer a lot more threat in the ring than does Austin. I think Austin does have a puncher's chance, and if he can hit him with some crazy stuff, some that Tevin can't see. Shout out to my man Tevin, because Tevin Farmer, he definitely can see. And he sees punches coming and he deflects them, he avoids them, parries them. And he does some good stuff, man. Boy also looked like he practiced Taekwondo or some Jeet Kune Do or something, man, the way he be pushing some of them punches off of him. But yeah, the thing is to gain experience from this. No matter how it fares for him, he got to gain experience. If he's going to continue to press forward in his career, fights like these need to come around where, you know, maybe you don't look so good in, but you can learn from. I hope that was the case for Morrell in the fight that he had with Benavidez. Like, it's got extreme talent, but the wherewithal to use that talent, the application to use it to become more efficient and effective, and also to be less active but achieve more. That's what you really want to do. So hopefully, like, he can take from this fight and grow from it, man, because I don't fully expect. What I will say though, in the clip you showed, I really am. I know that's temperament and probably demeanor, but I really appreciate his professionalism, because, you know, it's not easy to compose yourself when you got somebody putting their head in your head or their face in your face. And he did that, man. So, like, I want to shout him out for that, man. Now, that might be temperament, but whatever it is, man, he handled himself well. Hopefully he get in that ring and handle himself well too.
Thanks, man. So we can go ahead and get into this the main topic, far as the Haneys and the Normans right here. And I'm gonna play this first. I got 3 video clips that I'm gonna play in this shit, but I'm gonna play the first one first, and then we can talk about it. And then I'm gonna, go from the second and the third from there too. So I'm gonna play this first one right here, and it is
140 pounder, and I said, you need to name him off. And I started naming him off.
Anything else there?
I said, man, I can't go to no people and tell no people Booth is more motherfucker, the Devin more motherfucker. You ain't got to go to people and tell people nothing. What they got to do with you guys?
Man, what the fuck is you talking about? You niggas keep letting me talk like a man just like y'all. I'm just like y'all. I'm just saying what happened.
Go ahead.
And I told him, he said, wait a minute, hold on.
Yeah, he said, I can't say that.
Hold on.
I said, why should you care what people think about you anyway?
And I told him, I said, but this Boots then went on and did his thing.
Why we talking about Boots? Boots don't matter. Boots don't matter no more. We talking about your son and my son. Boots don't matter.
Hey, listen. Hey, nigga, I just told you.
Stop calling me nigga and stop doing all that right there. Cause I'm trying to be sanctified and saved.
Hey, Tay.
You better cut all that other bullshit out. You cut all that out.
Hey, Tay, did I try to dead the fight, Tay? Because I respectful and try to keep the fight going. Did I ever try to dead the fight, Tay?
Tay? He said, did he ever try
to dead the fight, Tay?
Well, he told me this morning. He said that he wasn't even looking to fight Brian on me. He was looking to fight Shakur.
I said that Shakur. Wait, hold on.
He said that hold on. Let's finish, Bill. Let me finish.
I said,
listen, Bill. Wait for me to get Brian Norman on the phone. He said, was like, well, you got his number. I said, then you try to invite him in the camp. You got his number.
No. I said that Boots. I said that Shakur. I said that Tank. I said that all of them are ahead of him on the motherfucking list, man.
So you didn't want to fight her?
I said, listen, want to fight with him, nigga? You got to offer, nigga. The fuck you mean?
Hey, bro.
Nigga.
Hey, man, listen. You doing that? You doing that a little bit too much.
I wouldn't give a fuck, nigga. You got an offer, nigga. So you talking about I'm trying to dead a fight, nigga? I ain't never called none of you niggas.
Yeah, so that was Bill Haney, Brian Norman Sr., and this guy Tay Jones that's friends with Bill and Brian Norman Sr. right there, basically having a conversation, basically saying Bill Haney called Tay Jones and had a conversation with him, basically saying that they didn't want to fight with Brian Norman Jr. at first. They wanted to fight other people on the list that they appeared that they have. And Brian Norman Sr. was making the notice that pretty much Turkey offered us to fight first. Like they offered us to fight first before Turkey talked to Devin and Bill about the fight with Brian Norman Jr. And now you got this whole mix up where Tay Jones is basically saying in that conversation with Bill Haney that they never wanted to fight. Like they didn't want to fight pretty much, man. So what you kind of think about that first little part of the clip right there, T Hill?
The first part of the clip, like in which part you really want to address? Because there was a lot up in there, man. That clip was laced with a lot of things. First and foremost, man, I don't know what time of day this is, but it seemed like, your boy had took a couple back. For one, man, I don't know what's going on in life for him right now where, he feel like he got to take a couple back. At any time of the day, to the point where you, like, struggling to say your words, like you got to focus to get your words out and you slurring them. So, you never can have a conversation with somebody in that state. Hell, they don't even remember half the stuff they're saying. They're just saying stuff off of like inhibition now. The things that would prevent them to say stuff, they're going to say stuff because they don't have no control over it no more. The inhibitions is lowered. So I can no longer say, I need to not say that. So like for real, like, and what form or faction are we going to address? Because that whole thing was laced. So tell me what you want to talk about. We talk about it because, I ain't got no problem talking.
Facts, man. Facts. Yeah, man. It was a lot of layers to that shit for sure, man. Salute to Isaiah. What you doing, man? What's good with you, brother?
What's going on? What's going on? Just listening to the lies of Bill Deceiver Haney. You know what?
Facts.
You
Facts.
know what? What I don't understand is how is Bill gonna come up and say I sent 20 people an offer when we all know he ain't sent nobody an offer. I believe what they're gonna do for the rest of the year is gonna play this. Oh, we sent them a contract. We called them out. They don't want no smoke. But you see, I personally believe they're walking into a trap with Brian Norman Jr. because one, the kid is 24 years old, so he's still learning. If Devin doesn't take this fight now, I'm not saying Devin might get beat up crazy, but there is a chance he can outbox him if Devin doesn't fight gunshot like how he did against Ramirez. But right now, the way Brian Norman Jr. is looking, I could see him taking advantage of Devin. And I know Bill Haney don't want no parts of that, especially right now. Hell
Okay,
no.
okay, Cam. So to be clear, we just talking about the offer then, right? Or the list. What we gonna
Yeah,
discuss first? Because like I said, it's
so
a bunch of stuff in that whole interview, that whole clip that we could talk about. That stuff
facts.
was loaded.
Yeah, so you got Bill Haney basically like he's talking about the list, talking about well, Brian Norman wasn't the first initial guy that we were looking to fight off of the list, but then at the same time, with the fight was offered from Turkey Al-Sheikh. Like it was offered to the Normans first, and they wanted to see
You
if the
see,
Normans was
Turkey,
with it
Turkey got all
first
that money like you
before.
say he do, right?
Yeah, they
So
was wanted they
now
was
we're starting to see Turkey thin down that money. So I personally believe, I mean, I don't know if you've seen the interview of Bill saying, whatever Turkey likes, we like.
facts. Yeah, and they was basically dumbing like basically saying like Turkey approached us first with the fight, and they wanted to see if we was with the fight first before. No, we approached the Haneys first with the fight, pretty much. And I'm gonna go and play this second clip real quick,
Wait,
just
wait, wait,
to
wait. But before you
no,
close,
no, go ahead, go
before
ahead, go
you
ahead,
play
go
the
ahead, go
clip,
ahead, go ahead,
before you play the clip, man.
go ahead.
So like, okay, the list, like, bump, scratch before the list. Bill tried this before. Brian Norman followed in succession, as did Floyd Schofield. Okay, so these fathers, and even to a great degree, but more so the son, Teofimo. Okay, so you can't make a fight on a podcast or online. No fight will ever get made that way. That's not how the people who broker the fights conduct their business. Matter of fact, if you, being a company worker, have something that you think is important to the company and they're discussing it, do you get privy to information of that? Do they allow you to go out there and broadcast that or even be a part of the table, the sitting down? These people are, in effect, trying to do things de facto, whether or not the people who actually will sit down and, you know, go over the figures and make sure everything line up, giving them say so or the availability to do so. So for one, we know if it's being made on the internet, on a podcast, and respect to podcasts, dog. I got mad respect for him. But the first example of this was Bill Haney, Shakur, and to a later degree, his son Devin Haney popping on. And we saw how that played out. What it looks and what it will always play to is the fact that it's to promote us. It's to bring notice to us. It's to put eyes on us. It's to grab ears. People are intrigued by this. We know this how. There are a wave of videos that go around called challenges, and you'll see many people do it because somebody wants to go viral. We know this because of Blue Jeans Girl. If you watch virals or these types of deals, you'll know what Blue Jeans Girl is. She's undefeated in a thing, and now she's big because everybody said Blue Jeans win by landslide. I don't even know who Blue Jeans is, but that's how I know her. The only reason why I know that is because I'm on YouTube and they got these things called shorts. And if I scroll up one, they pop up. And that's what you'll see. And I don't even know what challenge it was, but I know there's been many challenges and many things like that. That's exactly what we're seeing in this. If we can like relate it, if we can draw an analogy to it, that's what this is. This is more like a challenge video. And they're both playing this game. There has been no offer sent. We know that because of, yeah. And we know that because that was in reply to somebody who I really don't really rock with, but shout out to him anyway. Shout out to Nestor in the Boxing Voice. He said, hey, look, Bill, these people online, they said they ain't getting no offer. They ain't getting no contract. And Bill's reply was, yeah. And then he promptly dipped. And now he's calling back, knocking her back a few Mickeys, sipping a couple of night trains. That rock good up in him, feeling kind of good. And he's saying these type deals, man. And you know, no fight will ever get brokered publicly, dog. Everything is always behind closed doors. They don't let you know the entails of a business venture or transaction. So, yo, I think that, and that's why I asked you what we really talking about, because that list was just to draw attention to Devin Haney. Devin Haney's suffered a bad loss that was turned over, then had a fight where he got a bad win, and now they can't turn it over. So what Bill is trying to do is effectively get people back on good graces with Dev, because some people don't like Dev because of him. Some people don't like Dev because of Tank. Some people don't like Dev because of Shakur. You know, the stuff that we as fans do. Dev ain't done nothing but go in the ring and handle his business. And we got to respect that, but we don't do that. And a lot of times we don't because of the way they talk and move outside the ring. That's coming into play. So they got to fix it outside the ring. And I think this is part of that thing for Norman. Norman is over here doing everything to show that his son is the real deal boogeyman. He's the dude that you got to work out for. And he's trying to overcome the fact that even though 1.7 was offered to him and his son, it wasn't enough for a fighter who previously hadn't made more than $95,000 in a fight. And since that offer, quote unquote, that offer, because I'm still not sold on the offer, because I was told the purse bid was activated prior to that offer. And those last two offers was under the auspices of them already being obligated to fight Karen Kukadajian, and it could not entertain anything else. So shame on Brian Norman if that's true, and shame on Eddie. But in the process, 1.7 was not enough. And since that fight, if you combine his purses, they have not equaled to 1.7. So he's got to make that look legit. And that's what they're doing. So I think everything's a PR, to make a long story short. And I do apologize for taking that long to say that, man. My bad.
Oh, you all good, bro. You was cooking up. Man, for sure, bro. Like, I like this guy here. He said Bill started all this with Gary Russell Jr. He's been doing this shit for years, and it's getting old. Now it's getting old and tired, and everybody's caught up. And he met his match with this guy, Brian Norman Sr., because Brian Norman Sr., he cooked him. He made sure. It's funny. The guy Tate Jones hit up Brian Norman Sr. and told him about this conversation of Bill Haney not wanting to fight Brian Norman Jr. For real, with Devin Haney per se. And look at this tweet right here with Adrien Clark. This is Brian Norman Jr.'s manager, one of his managers, saying, well, that was quick. Unless I'm being punked, I'm told there's no fight between Norman Jr. and Haney. And this is him tweeting this yesterday around 5:19 right there. And this conversation of the clips that I'm playing is from the previous night before. And so this ties in to the timeline of what's going on right here. And I'm going to go ahead and play this second clip real quick. Let's do this right here.
I'm telling you, nigga, you not fucking with me. You listen, let me tell you this. You want to keep that shit in that boxing ring.
Bro, I don't give a fuck about nothing you talking about now. You can get high, you can get whatever the fuck you want, but you ain't fucking with this B Norman. You ain't fucking with Big B Norman. I bet you that.
Hey,
I bet you that.
Hey, B Norman. Listen.
I train my motherfucking son to be. I train my son to be a motherfucking killer. You train your motherfucking son to be a track star, bitch. What wrong with you?
Listen.
It's a difference, nigga. It's levels to this shit. It's levels to this shit. I'm gonna show you. You make sure we share the ring in November. Don't you go nowhere. Don't you not sign that contract. Don't you weasel your motherfucking ass out this goddamn field. In November, I want to see your motherfucking ass in there. You just make sure you there.
The contract. Listen, we know
that. You just make sure your motherfucking ass there in November. I see you at the press conference. I see you at the press conference.
Yeah, nigga, don't be late, nigga.
I will not be there. I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be there before time, nigga. I'm gonna be there before time. I'm gonna be there before time. Fuck wrong with you? You got the wrong motherfucking one. I am not these hoes. I'm not these hoes you deal with. I'm not these lame ass niggas you deal with. You can't pay me, nigga. Like you, nigga. You none of that shit don't apply to me, nigga.
Nigga, get in line, nigga.
I'm getting in line for what?
Haney versus everybody, nigga.
Well, hey, last I heard we was first up. What's up? Last I heard we was up.
No, listen, you're next, nigga.
Up, nigga, up. That's up. We're up next, bitch. We're up next. Up, nigga. Last I heard we're up next. Fuck wrong with you?
Nigga, your mama's a bitch, nigga.
Don't do that.
Nigga, I just did it, nigga.
You know what? You know what? I'm not even gonna do that because I respect my. You know what? I'm gonna let you have it.
Fuck you, nigga.
Yeah, all right. Nah, the reason I just said I ain't gonna do that because I know what Dad, I know what your mama. Yeah, it's all good. No, it's about the personal shit. I ain't gonna do that. All right, it's cool. It's cool. It's cool.
Nigga, I don't give a fuck, nigga.
It's cool.
Everybody gotta go, nigga. Everybody that came, nigga. Everybody gotta go, nigga. Fuck you.
It's cool. It's cool. Yeah. Fuck you too. It's fuck you too, nigga. And get the fuck out of the phone. I was up there first. Get your bitch ass out of here. Nigga, go spout some motherfucking coke. Nigga, go get your 8-ball, bitch. Bitch, go get your 8-ball, man.
Nigga,
your motherfucking mama, nigga, go dig that bitch up. Nigga, your mama. What's wrong with you? Nigga, your mama. Stupid ass nigga. Run it, nigga. I tell you what, run it. I'm gonna be right in your motherfucking face. You talking a whole lot of personal shit. I'm gonna be right in your motherfucking face, and we gonna see how you fucking acting. Fuck wrong with you?
Nigga, listen.
This nigga doing a whole bunch of niggas and niggas and niggas. What we doing, bro? We fighting or we on here cackling like bitches? What we doing? You on here cackling like a bitch right now. This ain't got nothing to do with boxing. Get the fuck off the phone, ho.
Man, fuck you, nigga.
Fuck you, nigga. Hey, just make sure you stay on course.
Oh man, that was crazy right there, bro. Like that man, Bill didn't have no answer for him for real pertaining to that conversation that was brought up with bringing Tay Jones on the phone and everything. And he gets so emotional to where he talks about this man, Brian Norman Sr.'s mom. And Brian Norman Sr., he mentioned that his mom has breast cancer, like stage 4, bro. And I'm going to say this right now. My mom passed away from stage 4 breast cancer almost 11 years ago. So that shit right there, mad out of pocket. Definitely not feeling that for real. You know what I'm saying? And they know each other. And you can tell in the conversation that Brian Norman Sr., he was telling like, man, I ain't gonna even go there with you because I think, Bill's mom passed away recently too. You know what I mean? So like Bill going there to get mad to where he don't have no type of answer for the situation to where he get emotional and start getting personal. That shit out of pocket, and it just shows how corny and fraudulent the Haneys is. And I put it on Bill. You know what I'm saying? This is fraudulent right here. You know what I mean? And it's showing even more, bro.
Oh no, absolutely. You are spot on. I mean, hey, being personally close to a situation like that, you can understand the sting that words like that can have on people. And like, shout out to Brian Norman for the resolve that he had to not engage. So like, this is the thing that I say for the people that like to support Tank. In matters of things like this, man, people sometimes say if they go low, you go lower. And sometimes that's what Tank is known for doing. But my man could have really done that. But out of respect for like the situation that he's enduring right now, and the one that is the person on the other side of the phone call that's doing this stuff that went through. Like, I'm not gonna do that. That's not what we here for. We here to try to make a fight, quote unquote. Like I say, I know this is publicity, but they want to stay the course. That's the key that I'm going to turn. Stay the course. Right. Stay the course, man. Keep it on the level of which we were trying to do. Now, I don't know if it's leading to a fight, if they even have plans on the fight. I really doubt it, especially given the way that Devin has looked in his last 2 fights. You know, a lot of people blame it on Osterine and Nandrolone and whatever else they say was in the system. But if you look at it, if you chart his career, if you go back to trying to stay the course of his trajectory in the ring, you'll see he's always had problems with dipping to the right to lead out of trouble. He's often probed out his jab, but not to do anything, just to keep it there. Like if it was a range fighter, he can't do that, especially with elite. He drops that right hand low when he sticks the jab out, and he's susceptible because of his motions and his mechanics to anything coming from the left side. And doing that, it makes him open for everything coming from the right side. So, you know, he's had to accommodate that in one fight and then worry about the look of it in another fight. And it's still there fresh in his mind. And I'm not throwing no shade on him, but you could see in the Ramirez fight that it was fresh on his mind. Can't get hit. Can't get hit. When them punches was coming, you saw what the Mize did. And a lot of people will clown him and make fun of him, but that's a natural reaction, especially when you had a bad thing, because we're talking about things that go viral. When that fight happened with Ryan Garcia, there was like 4 different pictures of him that went viral, and none of them portray him in a positive light. Or with somebody who did something would like to have circulating out there concerning them. So that's definitely going to stay there. Then there's the actual beating that was taken in the fact of the fight. Now, for those who say he didn't fight his fight, I will beg to differ. Rounds 2 through 6, he was fighting his fight. Before the fight even aired, and while the co-main was being played, they showed, like they always do, they segue to the fighters that's coming up, the main event. And you could see DJ working with Ryan on timing the jab. The timing hit in round 7. It finally landed and connected, and that's what changed the fight. From there was no contingencies. They had nothing to go to if they beat that. If he beats this, what will he do? And Devin being a warrior, not no punk, not no putty, not no chump, not no soft nigga. He went to go fight because that's the only thing he knew at that moment to do. Because what I can do, well, it got beat. And that's why he was getting tagged with right hands, because he fought. But man, we got to recognize that leaves a lasting impression, especially when the aftermath is pictures of you being doled everywhere and commentary of you being ridiculed and whatnot. So he hadn't looked right in that what's-her-name fight, because that was his first fight back. He needs to get fights in where he can get his confidence back. That's not getting in the ring with somebody that just hit them with the neuralizer and erase their whole memory. Right. And I'm being real, bro, because honestly, I don't put much stock in that fight. Now, my brother Ant does. He believes that Sasaki was like a formidable opponent. I think he was, but he was tailor-made for somebody that actually shoots straight. He throws looping punches. He shoots straight. So if he's trying to throw a punch, lunging into it, and I shoot straight, I got a chance of doing damage. And that's what we saw. We saw damage. But that's not the type of fighter that you want to bring somebody that's not really fully competent and his ability to navigate the ring like he once did in the ring with. So we know that all this is staying the course to possibly a fight down the line. But dog, don't bring none of this stuff to the table, dog, because that's something that them fighting words, bro. Them really words that when people, like in my life, dog, in my lifetime, I will shut up after this. In my lifetime, you talk about people moms, That was serious work. And when you were having a conversation and you shot something like that, that meant you was getting your tail whooped in that conversation. So you want to deflect it by saying that, because you ain't got no other recourse, no resource to draw from. Like, hey, you whipping my ass, so your mama, nigga.
Facts.
See what I'm saying?
Facts, bro. That's exactly how it went, man. Exactly how it went. He had no source of no answer for what they was talking about. And the crazy part, this whole fight conversation is all built off of the Haneys try to get ahead of the situation after Turkey offered the fight to Brian Norman Jr. They try to get ahead of it, talking about we looking for Brian Norman Jr. Like, and they try to make it like they're the big dogs, like they're the ones that sending the contracts and sending the offers out, and they the A side, like they real live big dog and B Norman Sr. And
Perpetrating.
that's not the case in this. That's definitely not the case.
Perpetrating. You right. You hit the head on the nail. And like, and to circle it back to what you said, the comments you highlighted by that good brother up in the chat that go by the name of Zach B. They first did this with contracts with Gary Russell Jr. under the alias William Haney, not William Haney, but William Haney.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? All that did was give them exclusivity over Russell's career, not lining a fight up with Devin Haney, but giving them sole rights to his next 3 fights. So, you know, that's one thing that, you know, the good brother now, and that, like I say, man, that's my guy. And I know he has issues, but he pointed that out to Gary Russell. Fanon, he pointed out like, yo, that's not a real contract that you want to sign. The fact of it, all that is like an agreement saying that you now belong, your next couple of fights belong to them and their company. But as you stated, man, they don't have that type of clout or power to give people contracts or send people contracts. They still got to go through someone else. So it's like a show and tell type deal, man. You know, like, yo, to gauge the interest of folks. And I mean, to a degree, it worked, because I know one person in particular who came out of the woodworks, because the last 2 fights didn't look good for his favorite fighter. But that looks like a great move. Like, yo, see, he's really with the smoke. He wants this guy. And it fits back the narrative that they did, not the look of what was the fallout of those fights. But now look, see, this is what a true champion does. This is what a true warrior does. This is what a true fighter does. They move like this. But like I say, man, you know, it never will be made online. Period.
Facts. What you thinking, Ann McQueen, my brother?
I just hope the fight gets made. All of this other stuff is just fluff. I think it's for them to gauge the interest of the fight, to potentially stir things up. A little bit of comparative narrative, a little bit of comparative marketing. You know what I'm saying? To keep their names in conversations like the ones we're having right now. And I just hope it happens. If it doesn't, I also won't be heartbroken either.
Right, man. And then I'm gonna play this last clip right here with this is Brian Norman Sr. speaking on the fight by himself as after Bill Haney then got off the phone right here.
They got shit to say about me. Ain't nobody gonna come back and tell you I'm kind of dead, no fight. They ain't gonna come back and tell you I'm high from some shit. Nigga, B Norman is all the way through. Nigga, I am who the fuck I say I am. I ain't out here faking. I ain't out here trying to make something look like something. He doing all of the above. Once his shit get in, and he know I know what I know on some other shit. That's what I'm saying. I'm telling him to shut the fuck up. He steady talk. I'm like, nigga, I'm trying not to bum you out right now. Yeah. Like, he steady fucking talking. He tried to get out of that fight this morning, bro. He tried to get out the fucking fight this morning. He wanted me to come out, say Devin was a good fighter, and go about my fucking business. That's what he wanted me to do this morning. That's what he wanted me to do.
So okay, so I'm trying to figure out, no, when Bill called, because he called in and I passed him through, and you didn't know. I didn't call him. But he was calling in. I saw him.
You stay on the prowl.
Yeah. So, but where did this come from? Because when I listen, I spoke to Bill.
You ain't listening to me.
What did Tay say though?
Hear what I just told you?
What did Tay say
I
that
just told you? Listen. The whole thing is a fucking facade. That's why I just told him, make sure you, all that shit you talking, you kind of got to stand on it now. If you don't stand on it, you make sure you show all this shit, you let all the world hear this shit and show him he a bitch ass nigga. This is the real, bro. With the real, man, you know what, fuck that shit. The real is, we was offered to fight first. He didn't even know about it. Turker was trying to find him a fucking opponent for one of his cards. He didn't even fucking know. He did not know. All that old this and that. That's where the first tweet, Twitter, whatever the fuck that was that night came out because they said, okay, we got y'all, now we have to ask them. They asked us first. They asked us first to make sure we would before they even brought it to him. So what he did was when they brought it to him, his ass tried to get in front of the ball and make it look like Devin was looking for us, but that ain't the truth. Devin wasn't looking for us. It's just like he told Tay this morning, they wasn't looking to fight us right now. He wasn't looking for us. That's just what Turkey came up with. They came up with that shit. You feel what I'm saying? Now, like I said, I ain't supposed to be doing all this goddamn talking, but, you know, they always fuck with me and get me out of pocket, get me out of line, and that's what it is. I mean, you know, so like I said, I think I got all the motherfucking things. You ain't never caught me in no lie. You know me, coach. I'm going to come on this bitch and I'm going to tell it like it is. I'm trying to spat a nigga. I'm trying to spat a nigga, tell him to shut the fuck up, bro. Leave me alone. Go on about your business. You do all this personal talk. Fuck you, nigga. Yeah, you can put it out, nigga. You the one making whole ass moves. You calling Tay talking about, man, look, I ain't gonna lie, we weren't even trying to fight the young. We weren't even trying to fight him, man. Look, he fucking up our brand. He's fucking scared, bro. He listens to everybody else. He ain't stupid. Especially if Turkey put us in the 18 by 18.
Man, that was crazy right there, man. He basically he laying out the foundation, basically saying that, like I said, Turkey approached them with the fight because they was trying to find an opponent for Devin, and they didn't even know that the Haneys didn't even know that Turkey was approaching the Normans with the fight until they mentioned it to him finally after they approached them, and the Normans said, yeah, they would fight Devin Haney, and then of course, like B Norman said, they try to get ahead of the ball, basically saying like, "Oh, we looking for Brian Norman Jr. and all of that," and that wasn't the truth. And they try to make it seem like they sent the offer and trying to make them sign the contract and everything. It was a term sheet out. The details hasn't been ironed out for that fight in particular. You know what I'm saying? The term sheet was supposed to be sent, and that haven't even got sent. And if you look at Brian Norman Jr.'s recent couple of interviews that he done had, he done basically said it was no contract sent. It was all verbal. This was a verbal agreement for us fighting, and we got offered a fight first. And then they approached they approached the Haneys about it, and then the Haneys, they the ones that went out and said that no, we looking for them and stuff, and that we sent an offer, and it was never no offer sent from the Haneys. This is all negotiated by Turkey Al-Sheikh for us, this fight in particular right here. So what y'all thinking, fellas, on that after that clip right there?
I mean, it makes sense. Turkey's trying to put on big events, and the guys just scored a sensational knockout. I would want him on my card, too. I'll be hitting his line, too. Like, yo, come through. I see you just smoke homie in Japan. Come through, make a couple dollars. You might have a Devin Haney fight for you. Get paid handsomely and also continue to raise your profile in the process. One hand wash the other.
Yeah, it just amazes me that, like, why would Bill go through all of this, doing all of this shit on the internet just to try to boost your son for his line about sending an offer to the Normans? It's pointless for anyone to move like this and do stuff like this. Like, all of the propaganda shit is not helping the brand, and I continue to say that. Like, it's not helping the brand when you're out there getting caught in bold-faced lies about you sending offers that you're not even sending, and you're not the one. You're not the person that's putting up the money for the fight, Bill. You're not funding the fight. This is Turkey Al Sheikh's doing. You got a whole situation with Turkey Al Sheikh where they was trying to have a fight with Ryan, which is the Ryan fight then fell off for after Ryan left. He done lost, and then y'all was up here pushing to try to get Africa. Y'all trying to make Africa move up to 147, which Africa says is no reason for me to move up to 147 to fight Devin Haney when he don't have a belt up there. He would rather move up to 147 and fight for a title and use his position that he has at 140 for the IBF to fight for a title automatically at 147 rather than fighting Devin Haney. Or he rather try to unify with Gary Anton Russell, Teofimo Lopez, or the winner of the Puello Matias fight. No, that's the situation for Africa right there. So that's pretty much dead for us. The Africa fight. They ain't pushing for a Ryan fight after his loss. And then you got Brian Norman Jr. right here, the WBO president. He said that he was going to put them in the sanctioning body for the fight for Brian Norman Jr. So what's up with the legacy talk and everything from Devin Haney and everything? Far as they like to talk about accolades and everything, and this is a good fight right here. It's a title on the line, a great opponent that a lot of people believe Brian Norman Jr. is probably the best guy at 147 right now, and it's just crazy to see these guys move like this.
No, absolutely. The thing to take in to context is the fact that Haney's never really had a fight at 47. I mean, he hasn't acclimated himself to the division. You're taking on somebody that has been in the division and has acclimated himself to the point where he's now become a champion, and he's actually defended his belt too. So he's no longer a belt holder, but he's a person who has now officially stamped himself as a champion. All the tales were there that this fight wasn't a good move for Bill Haney, like I say, but and for Devin Haney. I mean, you got to get Devin Haney back under himself. It's like when you first ride that bike and you on that sidewalk and you bite the dust. You don't get back up and just start flying. You get up and you start gingerly pedaling and trying to get your balance together before you start to get that pedal going faster and go a little bit further off from the sidewalk into the street. And he's trying to give us the illusion that he's jumping straight to the street, jumping straight into the frying pan. Well, you got to buffer that pan with the grease, and you got to get the temperature right. And, you got to season and marinate the food that you popping up in there before you actually put that sucker up in there. You just don't hop up in there and just throw stuff up in there not properly prepared. So it just was a good look, man. It was a good feel. I think that, that's Bill. We've known Bill to do that. I'm not mad at Bill for doing that because it gets people to click on it. Talk about, look, there's a conversation that's taking place behind the scenes. How do we get this information? Because another person is trying to gain from this too. See, he's without impunity, dog, because he also is benefiting from this. He's also saying, I'm not supposed to say nothing, but I'm saying something. Like where I come from, when people with power tell you stuff and they tell you to keep it on the hush, you don't let it leak out no matter what another ninja do, because it jeopardizes what you got in the works. So it all, to me, it looks like everybody's got a little pit of their hand on this. I do believe Turkey hit them up. I do believe they want that fight. He did see a fantastic knockout. That's what he wants to do to sell his product. So he's looking to gain people there that's going to do it. Haney is a name that people will respect and get behind, especially in the matchup with somebody that's a young up-and-coming person. So it stands to reason. Then there is this. He did look good in these fights, but he didn't look so good against Quentin Randall. Now, there has been elevation since then. There has been growth since then. But it's that type of fighter that seemed to have given him a problem before as well. So there's that dynamic there. So it all adds up. The only thing that don't add up is the way that the fathers are carrying themselves in this particular moment. Because like I said, fights don't get made in this fashion.
Facts, bro. Just all on the internet and everything with this, because like the thing is with Bill, you're trying to promote your son in a good light, and as far as you calling him Debo, saying that people scared of him and everything, nobody don't fear Devin Haney right now, especially after these last two fights. And for you to go out here and you talking about the list and everything, it's like right now you're showing that you really never really wanted this fight, and Brian Norman Sr. exposed that. And just to ask who sounds more genuine out of the two, out of the the conversations that's been had between these two guys in the last couple of days, and it's more so goes to Brian Norman Sr. He sounds more genuine of what he's explaining in the situation on what happened. And Brian Norman Sr. was trying to keep Bill from trying to stop capping about the situation. He trying to tell Bill, yo, stop talking, Bill. Hey, we trying to get the fight locked in. We ain't, you know what I'm saying? We verbally agreed and everything. But Bill, he keep on there on the internet saying, hey, we sent the offer, man. Sign your part of the contract. We signed our contract and everything when there was no contract ever sent. Like you know what I'm saying? It makes the brand bad when you're just flat out bold face right out in public with you negotiating this fight out here in public, getting caught in your lies. And it tears down the brand to where a lot of people they not liking the Haneys even more, and it's just damaging the brand, man, day by day. And Devin Haney's just sitting there, just quiet, just letting his father do everything. And like it got to come to a point to where, like, no, Devin, you got to think for yourself in this point. Like, is I know it's your father, and you don't want to go against him, but you got to at least talk to him and tell him, like, hey, pops, this ain't a good look. This ain't a good look. I wonder how Devin feels about this. Like his father doing all of this in the midst of this shit. Like what does Devin think about this? Because he gotta know that right now it's a stain on their name right now with this whole situation. A lot of people's believing that they're ducking this fight. And a lot of people believing that they never wanted this fight from the beginning, that this was all a facade. And Brian Norman Sr., he the one that exposed it and said, like, this is all a facade. With Bill Haney out there saying that they Debo and they sent us a contract. It was never no contract ever sent. Like, we just verbally agreed to the fight. And he out here on the internet from podcast to podcast, and it's not working. It's not working. The fight is not done, and we're trying to work with it. But these guys, he done told Tay Jones that they didn't really never want the fight for real. They never wanted it. He said, look at Ty back in the chat. He said, Alberell said, Devin is stuck in entrapment.
Well, no, I mean, I can't disagree with what you said, man. Like I said, I'm not sure if the fight was ever really a go. More so, probably just something thrown out there. I mean, to the same token, like the fight between other fighters that have been leaked out there, but never really fully, like you said, contractualized, I should say, where it's been drawn up, it's been drafted. We've read over things. You've seen it. I've seen it. We revised whatever we don't like and say, hey, let's put this to the point where we're signing. I don't think it was ever to that point. Just like, hey, like, what about the idea of this? This might do well. This might sell well. And, as I said, unstated, man, unfortunately, they had not such a good look in the ring. And then it was followed by not such a good look afterwards. And they're trying to get people back on board. And it worked, dog. Like I said, there were some people who had been mighty quiet since the Ryan fight, and even more put on hush since the Ramirez fight, that finally came out the woodworks and was taken to the freaking YouTube streets and talking about, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This is how a true champion and true warrior works. So it worked. Now it's just, how do they walk it back if they do not make the fight? Hopefully the fight gets made. But if they don't walk it back, what do we do? Because, like, in all honesty, given the fight that you saw in the ring with Ramirez, do you think that they make that fight? Just being honest. Do you think they make that fight? And if they do, they're gonna have to make sure they really do. They hit that pavement and lay down the groundwork in the lab to get that stuff right, because there's some things that got to get wrinkled. I mean, got to get creased out. Got to put the starch on, get it shiny again.
Yeah, man. I think even with the style matchup, like a lot of fans want to see Haney in there with a boxer puncher or a strict puncher. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of fans don't want to see him in there with a boxer because he's a boxer. You know what I mean? So that's just the style wise. It would be safe for them to fight another guy just to get their wind up and get they, try to get his confidence back. But with that list, the thing is, they put out the list. You put out the list, and now you got the fans want you to fight one of these guys on the list, and that's what it goes down to right there. When you talking about the list, a lot of fans is going to expect you to fight one of those guys on the list. And if you ain't looking to fight one of those guys on the list, then you shouldn't be putting out no list.
Yeah, I feel you on that. I just think that we got to have the same energy across the board with everybody. Because there was another list that was put out, and we ain't seen nobody crossed off that list neither. And I damn sure want to see some names crossed off of that list. Right. So, like, we got to hold the same energy for everybody. I think the list, like I said, was to get people talking again. Guess what we doing? We talking. Like my man Tank said, they talking. So we talking. Now, it leads to the fact that, hey, maybe we can't. Because now the pressure's been made. Like, hey, yo, let's stay the course. Let's get this fight done. Let's get this fight done. It's a really good look for us. I mean, I'm a champion, but, hey, you know what name is still bigger? Haney. So now that's a name I can cross off. Why? Because he has the biggest flex in all of lightweight history. He went out there to Australia and put the beats on a very game Cambosis, and then fought Loma and was awarded a decision there, man. So that's a big name for them, man, because they ain't fought nobody like that thus far.
Right.
I mean, the biggest name of them fought probably since that time, Sasaki, and if not him,
I bet saying Santillion, I say that.
Santi, I was about to say, if not him, Santillan. So it's, I'm saying, you putting a Haney on there, that looks good. And then the accomplishments of a Haney, dog. You know what I'm saying? So, and the perception of a Haney, man, more so than the accomplishments, the perception. He the only one that's really out here looking for the smoke. So you put somebody that's looking for the smoke on your resume. So yeah, man, I ain't mad at it. It's just like you say, they gotta walk whatever happened right now back. Bill got to stay the course and do what's right for you, like you said, because you don't want him affecting his son and his business and his ability to do business. And one thing about business, when they conduct business with other entities, they want to make sure the look of everything is pristine. They don't want nothing to look like underneath the surface is troubled, because they're not going to be down with it. So, he got to stall some of that stuff out, man. I know it's good for clicks and giggles, but, it got to be stopped, because it ain't good for signing contracts and getting fights made.
All right, Teach. They didn't make the first step. They didn't sign anything, Teach. And let me go ahead and just do this. I gotta run that. Let me run Brian Norman what he said back, and we're gonna listen to this again for my guy Teach. Salute to my brother Teach coming in the building. You know what I mean? And salute to Kim Chi and salute to Ron Walker, my guy right there. You feel me? You know what I mean? And if you ain't hit the like button, make sure y'all hit the like button. And if you ain't subbed up, make sure you subbed up to the channel, man. We working right here.
They got shit to say about me. Ain't nobody gonna come back and tell you I'm kind of dead, no fight. They ain't gonna come back and tell you I'm high from some shit. Nigga, B Norman is all the way through. Nigga, I am who the fuck I say I am. I ain't out here faking. I ain't out here trying to make something look like something. He's doing all of the above. Once this shit get in, and I know what I know on some other shit. That's what I'm saying. I'm telling him to shut the fuck up. He started talking. I'm like, nigga, I'm trying not to bum you out right now.
Yeah.
But he started fucking talking. He tried to get out of that fight this morning, bro. He tried to get out the fucking fight this morning. He wanted me to come out, say Devin was a good fighter, and go about my fucking business. That's what he wanted me to do this morning. That's what he wanted me to do.
So I'm trying to figure out, when Bill called, because he called in and I passed him through, and you didn't know. I didn't call him, but he was calling in. I saw him.
You stay on the prowl.
Yeah. So, but where did this come from? Because when I listen, I spoke to Bill.
You ain't listening to me.
What did Tay say though?
What I just told you.
What did Tay say that
you
set him
told
up?
you. He listen. The whole thing is a fucking facade. That's why I just told him, make sure all that shit you talking, you kind of got to stand on it now. If you don't stand on it, you make sure you show all this shit, you let all the world hear this shit and show him he a bitch ass nigga. This is the real, bro. The real, man, you know what, fuck that shit. The real is, we was offered to fight first. He didn't even know about it. Turker was trying to find him a fucking opponent for one of his cards. He didn't even fucking know. He did not know. All that old this and that. That's where the first tweet, Twitter, whatever the fuck that was that night came out, because they said, okay, we got y'all, now we have to ask them. They asked us first. They asked us first to make sure we would before they even brought it to him. So what he did was, when they brought it to him, his ass tried to get in front of the ball and make it look like Devin was looking for us, but that ain't the truth. Devin wasn't looking for us. It's just like he told Tay this morning, they wasn't looking to fight us right now. He wasn't looking for us. That's just what Turkey came up with. They came up with that shit. You feel what I'm saying? Like I said, I ain't gonna be doing all that goddamn talking, but they always fuck with me and get me out of pocket, get me out of line, and that's what it is. I mean, so like I said, I think I got all the motherfucking facts. You ain't never caught me in no lie. You know me, coach. I'm gonna come on that bitch and I'm gonna tell it like it is. I'm trying to spat a nigga. I'm trying to spat a nigga, tell him to shut the fuck up, bro. Leave me alone. Go on about your business. You draw that personal attack. Fuck you, nigga. Yeah, nigga. You can put it out, nigga. You the one making whole ass moves. You calling Tate talking about, man, look, I ain't gonna lie, we weren't even trying to fight him. We weren't even trying to fight him, man. Look, he fucking up our brand. He's fucking scared, bro. He listens to everybody else. He ain't stupid. Especially if person put us in 18 by 18.
Yeah, there you have it there, Teach, man. Teach you my brother, man. But just had to just say, man, they're going, like I said, Turkey offered to fight first to the Normans. And then they wanted to see if the Normans was up for the fight first. And then they went in and they like, let's approach the Haneys about to fight. And then Devin Haney and Bill Haney, they get out talking like, oh, well, we looking for Brian Norman. He got that dangerous left hook and and all of this. And then they going back and forth on the boxing voice, and they agree verbally to fight and everything. And then Bill Haney has this infamous phone call with Tay Jones saying that they didn't want to fight Brian Norman Jr. He wasn't up next for them, and that that fight would have effed up their brand. Why would Bill Haney even say that if y'all up here saying that y'all Debo and y'all want to fight with Brian Norman, y'all telling him to sign the contract? When it wasn't even no contract sent. Wasn't no contract sent at all. You know what I'm saying? No, you know what I mean? They was getting the particulars for the terms. And no contract was sent on either party. Either party, man. Yeah, it's just nasty work, man. It is nasty work, T Hill, bro. He said,
Nah, I thought Ant was still up here, man. I know Ant don't like partaking and stuff like
I
this.
already know. Go
But
ahead.
but I'm gonna say it is nasty work, man. Unfortunately, it is what it is. Like the day that this stuff broke, the nigga said this and then dipped. I repeat, and I repeat, end quote. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, we
well,
about to say, let Frequent tell it. I was lying about him saying he fucking up our brand. Frequent, he believe anything that the Haney say. That's the problem with him. Like him and Hacker, those guys, they are true Haney fans, and they're
Haneyites.
poisoned with all of the Bill Haney lies and propaganda. So they're going to say anything they say that Bill Haney says. All of their talking points come from Bill Haney. That's where their talking points come
Bro,
from.
like I said,
All from Bill Haney.
a lot of it be the fact that they hate another fighter too. And that's the coldest thing. See, hate drives people to do some wild ass
Let me
stuff,
see,
dog.
man.
That's
He
why it's
said, all right, so my boy Rod Rocker, he said, why does the term sheet not match what they agreed to verbally? When you get to the point you can send a contract, it should be the same, and it would not have to send it to top rank. Absolutely, bro. Like the terms got to be ironed out before the contract is signed, and the terms wasn't ironed out. It's like I said, it's all verbal. And Brian Norman Sr., he made it known with that phone call for us, Tay Jones and Bill Haney, that they was trying to get out of that fight. It looked like they was real loud trying to get out of the fight. He said, I guess. He said right now contract and be norm correcting him. He said no, not right now. Contract, no contract, and be norm correcting him. Yeah, okay. Haneyyites, they all the same. He said, no, won't truth.
I
Yeah,
was trying to
man.
say one truly is a
It's
nation.
nasty work, bro.
The
It's just
other
nasty work all over the fucking board from them guys, man. All over the board, for real.
but
And
yo, can you hear me?
let me see this. So, of
Can you hear
course,
me?
we got Deontay Wilder fighting, man. He's fighting tonight. Let's go ahead and get into talk about Deontay Wilder a little bit, man.
Hey, but can you
What
hear me
y'all
though?
think about this Deontay Wilder fight versus Herndon tonight, man? It's going down on Black Prime and on pay-per-view.com as well. And they gonna get it cracking, man. We gonna see if Deontay Wilder can come back to his rare form, man. Yeah, do y'all think Deontay Wilder come back to rare form tonight? They got no T here, right? Okay.
Yeah,
Y'all think
somehow
Deontay
it
Wilder
wouldn't
come
let
back
me
in rare
speak,
form
bro.
tonight?
You said what? Can you hear me?
See, this is telling the tape.
Hey Cam, can you hear me? Cam.
Y'all ain't feeling the bronze bomber tonight?
Cam.
Yeah, he 40 bronze bomber. Of course, he coming off his two losses. Coming off losing to Zane by knockout and losing to a unanimous decision by Joseph Parker. And no, it's crazy. Deontay Wilder hasn't won a fight since October 2022, man, against Robert Helenius, where he got that crazy knockout on Robert Helenius in October 2022. That's
I'll bet.
Wilder's last win, almost 3 years ago since Wilder has won a fight. What you thinking about this fight, T Hill?
Hey, but can you hear me though, Cam? Can you hear me?
I don't know. You there, T?
Yeah, I'm here, but dog, I don't think you can hear me. Hey, I'm there
You
for
there,
the
T
fight.
Hill?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I'm gonna be one. Yeah, and then of course with Wilder, Tyrell Herndon. Tyrell Herndon is 24-5, 15 knockouts. He done got knocked out 4 times in his career. 6'3". He weighed in at 218, surprisingly, yesterday. It was kind of off. Wilder weighed in at 225.5 yesterday. Herndon on his last 3 fights, Herndon won his last 3 fights, but he won his last two by split decision. And the opposition that he fought in his last couple of fights wasn't all the way crazy, honestly. And he lost his last loss was against Richard Torres in 2023. He lost by knockout in that fight, in that last fight with Richard Torres. So I mean, this fight is kind of tailor made for Wilder to win this fight. Honestly,
Yeah,
it's
it's a
very tailor
showcase
made
fight.
for Wilder to win this fight. Now, do Wilder win it? I'm not sure, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like Wilder, he definitely got rid of Malik Scott finally. You know what I'm saying? Should have been done with Malik Scott, honestly, after the third Fury fight, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? But he kept working with Malik Scott and it wasn't beneficial for him, man. So now Wilder has a new head trainer and he lock and loaded tonight, man. So how y'all feeling about this fight with Wilder and Herndon tonight, man? Let me know in the comments, man.
Well, I could let you know right here, man, because they can hear
Salute
me.
to
You just
Iserve
can't.
88.
But you got to go out and come back in. Hey, let him know that in the comments because he just can't hear because I think there's a.
Yeah. Alvarell said, I say Wilder will win this one for sure. Yeah, I think he is a must that Wilder wins tonight. This is a tailor-made fight for Wilder to win for sure. Said the first fight where he actually outweighing his opponent. Facts, bro. That was definitely something. That's why I was looking at them in the weigh-in yesterday. I'm like, damn, Wilder weigh more than this guy. I'm like, damn, that's the first right there. Like that's definitely a first for sure. And Ryan Walker, he said, if he does not KO Herndon, he has to retire. This should be an easy fight. If he does not dominate, he is finished. Facts, bro. I believe the same thing, bro, as well, bro. I said this on the show a couple of days ago where I said, if Wilder don't win this fight, man, it's over. It's over. Like, this is a must-win situation for Deontay Wilder tonight. Like, he has to win tonight. He really does. And McQueen, my brother said the third fight was solid from a tactical perspective. His conditioning just wasn't sufficient to carry out the mission. And then he goes on to say, arguably, tailor made for Herndon at this point as well. I agree for this as well, bro. I agree. That man Deontay Wilder, that's one thing I'm really curious how his defense is going to look in this fight. How sharp is he going to be on defense in this fight too? I mean, because yeah, you put on the offense, man, but you got to have defense as well, and that's one thing we ain't seen pretty much that well from Wilder in his last couple of outings. And then Azar said, I think it's over for Wilder regardless. Ah, man. Yeah, it's over if he loses. Now, if he wins, it's still money out there for Wilder because there's still some guys in that heavyweight division that want to see Wilder. And Frank Smith, the CEO of the CEO of Queensberry, Frank Smith, he had an interview a few days ago where he mentioned saying that about Anthony Joshua that Anthony Joshua's at the point of his career that he can do whatever he wants, but he's not ruling out a fight with Deontay Wilder. And they spoke about Deontay fighting tonight and saying we'll see how Wilder looks in this fight, and then this is a fight that they may take a look at, which is I mean, as a real boxing fan, of course, I would love to see Wilder and AJ, man. Like I better late than never. Like, but it's really hard for me to see that Wilder wins this fight and AJ take on a fight with Wilder after this. Like, it's really hard for me to see that. But it's that, like I said, yeah, definitely I serve. It's definitely some money out there. You know what I mean, like they might want to put him against a guy like AJ or I wouldn't want to see them try to put him in there with the young boy Moses, man. I wouldn't want to see that, dog. That young boy Moses Atuma is a problem. I wouldn't want to see that, but that's something that they would do, man. Because right now you see what they doing with Moses Atuma right now. They about to have him fight Dillian White August 16th. So, you know what I mean, that's the fight right there. Moses is building up in his WBO status because he's the number one in the WBO sanctioning body right now. Ryan Walker said The heavyweight division is at its weakest. The young talent is okay. The old talent, who knows? Cabiel could be the one who walks away with it. All his style is hard to endure. Facts. Yeah, Cabiel is. That's hey, real talk. A good fight in the heavyweight division that I would love to see would be Moses Atuma versus Cabiel. Them two young guys in that heavyweight division. I would love to see that fight. That'd be a fire ass fight for sure, bro. Yeah. The heavyweight division that isn't as glamorous as it used to be, obviously, for sure. I say guys that I'm excited, far as young guys in the heavyweight division. Of course, we just mentioned Cabiel and Moses Atoma, Terramona, that the new signee for Matchroom. I'm definitely intrigued with him. Like he put on a decent little performance, even though the op was a little bit lackluster. But no, Terramona, that's the guy to look out for. Golden Boy has a guy, Josh Edwards, that's really good. You know what I mean? And he's a Black American fighter that is coming up, which is they're definitely pushing him as well. No, it's a couple little it's a few little young fighters in the heavyweight division that's coming up that's going be the guys coming up, man, for sure, for sure. Salute to Mama Barbara D. Salute to you, Mama Barbara D. Always salute to you, Mama. He said, I sorry still. He said, I still would like to see Wilder versus AJ too. Facts, facts. I'm just it's better late than never, man. Like better late than never. Like I would rather see that fight now than never see it at all. You know what I mean? Like it's still some hope there for the fight, but I'm not as hopeful as some of the other boxing fans is out there. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure we all believe that fight right now, if it ain't been made, it's probably most likely not going to be made, and it's definitely due to what happens tonight for real too. Like with Wilder, like Wilder has to win tonight, and I would love for Wilder to win in domination fashion, to where it can put a guy like AJ on notice. Like, yo, AJ, man, we can get this big money. Tyson Fury, he's retired right now, and he's looking like he's not coming back right now. So AJ's waiting, fishing around, thinking that Fury's gonna come back, which is it's a possibility he do. But if Fury's saying that he's retired right now, then AJ, a big money fight that the boxing fans want to see from you is a fight with Deontay Wilder, and that's if Deontay Wilder wins his fight tonight. You said Agit versus the winner between Dubois Usyk. Hey, that'd be crazy. That'd be crazy. Hey, it's possible for sure. I don't see. I don't. Do y'all think Agit ready for that though? For that type of smoke? I mean, he did beat Zane, but I don't know if Agit ready for that type of smoke between them two guys. But you got to put the fight on to see if he is. My boy Flatbush, he said Wilder versus Dubois would perhaps be more exciting than AJ and Wilder. Uh, why you say that, Flat? But are you saying that because you believe that it'd be more of a chess match between AJ and Wilder, or and that it'd be more of a action-packed fight between Wilder and Dubois? That's what I can only assume from what you're saying on that one. Said my boy Amber Queen said that man is the epitome of putting water in the basement. He said Rob Walker said Moses, Torres, Sanchez, Cabiel, Dubois, Terramona has the skill also for sure. All of those guys, they all coming up. I'm not too high on Richard Torres. I would say that. That last performance I wasn't too fond of too much. Frank Sanchez, I am interested to see what he does in this next fight with Herkovic. That's gonna be a good scrap for sure. And of course, Cabiel, Dubois, Terramona, like Moses, those guys are definitely high end, especially Dubois in this rematch with Usyk. I can't wait to see that rematch for sure. T said, I didn't like Moses at first, but he gradually got better to the point where I really like him. Yeah, Moses is man, he's getting better with each fight, man. Even though the competition isn't as strong as a lot of people would want to be for as his resume, but you can see that he's just getting better, man. And now they're up in the competition with this next fight with him with Dillian White, and he's going to be main event on this card August 16th in Saudi Arabia. So this is definitely a good look for Moses, and I think he gonna definitely pack. I think he gonna pack Dillian White up. I ain't gonna lie. That's just me personally. I think he gonna pack Dillian White up. Like Moses is one of them guys. He said Flatbush. He said after Wilder beat home, at Wilder beat HW, Hawaii's Luis Ortiz disappeared off to the sunset. Yeah, we ain't heard from Luis Ortiz in a minute, man. Like for real. Like, and he was one of them guys in the heavyweight division. Like he was bringing a lot of smoke for real for the heavyweight division, man. Ain't seen Andy Cruz, not Andy Cruz, Andy Ruiz either. Andy Ruiz. I know he fought that last fight with Big Baby Miller last year, and it was a draw. Like that fight was crazy. Like it was crazy on that fight. But man, like Andy Ruiz, he was a main player in the division. I remember when he ducked Deontay Wilder, they offered him a bag, and then he was trying to up the bag for more a couple of years ago. Like Ruiz, bro, take the bag, man, the fight, man. You up here trying to get exclusive money and shit because you scared to get knocked out by Wilder and shit. He said, like Mike McCollum or John Mugabe, brutal body assault. He said Fury was out there on full zesty. He is finished. Yeah, Fury's. I don't think Fury's coming back, man. I ain't putting no stock into Fury coming back at all. Like not at all. Not at all. But I got some too. I got some right here too. So this was a tweet. We can have this conversation real quick. So my dog, man. Salute to my dog Ray Jackson on Twitter, man. He put out this infamous tweet the other day, man, where he was talking about elite fighters. He gave like a scale of like elite fighters, good fighters, and average fighters right here, man. And he says elite fighters, he got Tank, Inoue, Canelo, Usyk, Bivol, Crawford, Bam Rodriguez, and then for good fighters, he has Boots, Benavidez, Rowley, Gary Anton Russell, Virgil Ortiz, Teofimo Lopez, Shakur, Anthony Joshua, Lamont Roach, Artur Beterbiev, and Brian Norman Jr. And then for his average fighters, he has Berlanga, Keyshawn, Devin, Ryan Garcia, Cam Bosis, Blair Cobbs, Stephen Foden, and Deontay Wilder right there, man. This is crazy. So what y'all think about my boy Ray Jackson with this with his fighter list right here, man? Rod Walker said he said Cambosis is below average. Hey, I'm in all agreement with you, my good brother. I am not high on Dago Cambosis at all. Ring Wild Boxing Podcast, he said, I don't believe Ruiz was concerned to fight Wilder. Ruiz just got comfortable. Yeah, man, the thing is, well, I'm going to say this about Andy Ruiz real quick. But Andy Ruiz, like, after he beat AJ in that first fight, he got too comfortable. He was celebrating and stuff. He was like on some Roberto Duran shit after Duran beat Sugar Ray in that first fight. You know what I'm saying? Partying, eating and everything, just getting big and everything. And when it came to camp time for the rematch, motherfucker wasn't ready. Motherfucker overweight, out of shape. You know what I'm saying? And Ruiz got his ass whooped in that second fight with AJ. You know what I'm saying? And it's like after that fight, we ain't seen Ruiz ever since for real. Like he was done after that. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I used to like Ruiz. All right. Y'all hear me now? Let me know if y'all hear me. Let me know if y'all hear me, y'all. All right, cool. Yeah. Yeah, with this list right here, man, you got Foden. I wouldn't put Foden as an average fighter, man. I think Foden is a good fighter. You know what I'm saying? I think Foden is a very good fighter. Now, I wouldn't put him as an average fighter per se, though. Now, I will say this, though. I wouldn't even put Blair Cobbs on this shit. Now, Blair Cobbs, I would say he is an average fighter for sure. I say Blair is definitely average. He said Belanga. Is Belanga good? Is he more? Belanga's damn sure not elite. I think Boots is elite, in my opinion. I ain't gonna lie. I think Boots is elite. I believe Benavidez is elite. Tank is definitely the elite. Um, Nawa anyway is definitely elite. Canelo definitely elite. Usyk definitely elite. Bivol definitely elite. Crawford and Ben Rodriguez definitely elite. So I agree with the elite fighters that he have on there. Now I don't think Boots is just a good fighter, and David Benavidez. I think David Benavidez and Boots is definitely elite for sure, in my opinion. Now Rolly, I can say Rolly in the good part. I put Rolly in the good category. Gary Anton Russell in the good category. I think Gary Anton Russell hasn't got those like just the big fight opportunities yet for him to show if he's elite. You know what I mean? And I think that'd be if Gary Anton Russell was to get the opportunity to unify up with with Africa or with Teofimo Lopez, like that'd be huge right there. D1, he said Virgil elite. Yeah, yeah, Virgil. I would say Virgil's elite. I think Virgil's elite. Is Teofimo elite? That's a good question. Is Teofimo elite, or is he just a good fighter? Shakur, I could put him in a good fighter category. I don't think Shakur is elite. That's just me. I ain't gonna lie. He ain't show. Shakur hasn't shown that he's elite at 135. No, all the Shakur fans going to say, 126 and 130, what he did there, but at 135 in particular, he's not elite at 135. He said Anthony Joshua, good fighter. I say good fighter for sure. Lamont Roach, as far as good fighter, I agree with that. D Free was good, bro.
What's going on?
What's good, man? What you think about my dog Ray Jackson with this list right here with the elite fighters, good fighters, and average fighters?
I don't think Bivol is elite, and I don't think Bam is elite. Not yet. Not yet.
You think that's
Possibly.
due to the competition with Bam or him being at that lower division?
I think it's the competition because the competition it hasn't really pushed him yet. So we don't know. It's potential there to be elite, but we don't quite know yet if he's elite because he hasn't really faced that guy that you say, you know what, okay, he get past him, yeah, he's one of those dudes as an elite fighter. I think he would have to face somebody like a Junta Nakatami, a Monster Inoue, somebody like that, to say, okay, yeah, he's elite. Even he faced somebody like a MJ. He faced a guy like a MJ. So, because I think Bam Rodriguez can fight anywhere from 126 and down. I think he's
Yeah,
big enough to
you
fight
there?
at 126. So I just don't think that he's I don't think that he's elite just yet.
Yeah,
He could
yeah.
be. I just don't think he is yet.
I think Bam for that specific division and that lower weight class, I think he's elite where he's at, and he's built. Now I can see if people want to put Bam in the good category because of the conversation and stuff, for as like the competition and everything. I can see why people would say that in particular, but I think Bam is elite in my opinion.
I mean,
My boy D1, he said
yeah, you probably would consider him elite at
D1 said
115, 118.
Tiafimo and Lamont Roach are elite.
Nah,
I
hell
I
no,
I can say T.O. You want to put T.O. in there for elite? Maybe.
no,
The thing about me for as T.O. is the performance is so inconsistent, man, to where that's where I don't think he's elite for real. As far as the performances, like he'll have a good fight with a guy like Josh Taylor and Lomachenko, and then he'll go and have a lackluster fight with Steve Claggett and Jermaine Ortiz. You know what I mean? Like that's just my personal opinion. I keep T.O. in the good category. I don't think he's elite, but he got glimpses to show that he elite. Do he have the talent to be elite? Yeah, but he don't show it every night when he be in the ring though. Even though I thought he had a good performance versus Barbosa though. I thought it was a solid performance against Barbosa.
yeah. I don't think T.O.'s elite.
The
Just like you
word
said,
elite, he was saying the word elite is a confusing word to most, but when there's 2,000 fighters per division, the top five of every division is elite fighter. Yeah.
nah.
Now this is my thing though, like, cause I spoke about this the other day, where I was saying pretty much like, yeah, it's guys that are like good fighters that's in the top 15 in these sanctioning bodies. But we know these sanctioning bodies and these promotional companies, they pay for some of these guys to get in the rankings. Like we just explained the situation earlier with like Shushu. Shushu was the number one contender for the WBO title for Rafael Espinosa, and he's not even in the sanctioning body anymore. They got him in the WBA number two, and they got him number one for that WBC title right now. Like, so it's just crazy. Like, you see, like the movement with the promotional companies among these top 15 rankings as far as the sanctioning bodies. Like, you see a lot of movement. Like the
Hmm.
WBO president, he mentioned that he would put Devin Haney in the WBO. You know what I'm saying? Off of his past history of him being champions and two weight classes and everything. So like, and you seen it with Joe Cordina for instance, like they when Joe Cordina was about to fight Shakur, um Eddie Hearn, he paid for Joe Cordina to be in the rankings, just just to fight Shakur, for that to look good. You feel me? So like you see a lot of movement with the rankings. Like it's guys that's in the top 15 in these sanctioning bodies, but some of these guys ain't that good for real. Like that's just the reality and real talk about this. Is some guys in the sanctioning body rankings in these top 15s isn't that good. Some of them isn't deserving to be on there. You know what I mean? Now,
Yeah.
back to the list, a little bit more of that. Yeah, Virgil, you elite. You can make a case for Tiafimo. I don't think Shakur is elite. Shakur can be elite, but he has not shown that he's elite. Yes, Shakur was elite at 126 and 130, but at 135, he hasn't shown that he's elite right now.
Yeah.
Devil, definitely elite.
I don't know. Like I said, I can't see you putting Bivol
Said
as elite
AW class
and putting
absolutely
Arthur.
adds to a fighter elite rank, and Teo has no class out of the ring. He's out of the ring. Yeah, I would. Yeah, as far I keep I keep this particular topic among the ring, far as the fights. Now
Yeah.
I don't want to add they outside shit, but you can make a case for the outside shit, and it should not be the elite for sure. And
Yeah.
T said, interesting list. I should come up with one myself. Yeah, bro. Uh, my bad, Lamarcus Robinson. He said, I believe Bevel is elite. I don't see how he's not. Yeah, Bivol's definitely elite in my opinion. Definitely elite. Like he, he undisputed right now. Like he's shown that beating Canelo and then beating Beterbiev, he's definitely shown that he's definitely elite for sure.
I don't know. I mean, like they got Beterbiev not elite. How can you have
What you
Beterbiev
think
not
about it,
elite?
Ann McQueen?
I'm in alignment with what my man D1 said, because I used to look at it like, in a more general sense, or contemporary. You know how people come up with these lists, but when you really think about how many active fighters there are, for somebody to be in the top 10 or top 15 or top 20, like, pretty damn good. Like, we throw the word average around and the word elite, but relative. And then that's the other question that you have to ask. Okay, what is this person's skill set? Are they decent at words at nearly every facet of it? Because you got some guys where they may be really good at walking somebody down, but you've never really seen them have to fight going backwards, or they lack an inside game. Or somebody who may have a lot of power, but they may not necessarily have the IQ to set it up when they face somebody who understands how to disarm them of their power. So that's why I would say, like, a guy like Bivol, you could really make a case for him being the lead. And even for Shakur Stevenson, not even just the 126 and 130, like, have his skills completely just evaporated. I'll say this. He's had some fights that may not have been the most exciting. When you see those guys in there with other guys that are good fighters, like Artem Harutyunyan, in my personal opinion, I think that Artem is a good fighter. Like, I think he's a solid fighter. This dude's an Olympic bronze medalist, so you have to go through the trials and all this other stuff just to make it, just to be on the team, but to actually place. And then as a professional, his only two losses were to Frank Martin and Shakur Stevenson. But that fight with Frank Martin was a lot closer. It was a lot tighter. And Frank is a damn good fighter, right? But that fight with Shakur Stevenson wasn't even really close. So I think that's another part of it too. Just, you got guys like Bivol and Shakur where they just understand how to win boxing matches. There may be questions about these guys as fighters, but as boxers, understanding how to win on a round-by-round basis. Like, when was the last time we seen this guy lose a clear round? I'm not saying being in an entertaining fight or a barn burn or anything like that, but just, like, really, really be in a competitive round where it's like, damn, I don't know who won that. Even if it's going to be a slow cooker where it's like this 9 punches landed in between both fighters, he's going to make sure he got 6 to the other guy's 3. Like, he just understands how to box. And then you got other guys like David Benavidez where they know how to fight, but then he knows how to box as well. He's not just aggressive. There's also technicality that comes with it.
Right.
But my thing is, just to go back to what D1 said, there's currently 2,500 active lightweights in the world. If you're in the top 5, you're really damn good. Like, you're elite. You're the elite of the elite. If you're top 10, you still got over 2,400 and something other fighters ranked behind you. So you're clearly not average.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, average to me is like middle of the pack. The guy who's ranked around 1,000 or something like that. Just to add a little bit more perspective to it.
I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that. Because you got guys that don't get the opportunity that some of these other guys get because they're not signed to big promotional companies. Like, who's to say that Andy Cruz is better than 2,500 some other fighters? We don't know if they're better than those guys. They never get a chance to fight them. Some of these guys never get the opportunity to ever fight for a title or show their skills that they should be able to fight for a title. We don't ever see a lot of these, maybe 1,500 fighters we don't ever get the chance to see. If you say there's 2,500 in the lightweight division, 2,000 of them we probably will never ever get the chance to see fight ever. And that's not saying that they're not good. It's just saying they're not signed to the promotional company to get the exposure.
Yeah, but exposure, that's a totally different conversation altogether. And then that's also to the point that you're making, which I'm not in disagreement with that at all, because that's the way I feel about accolades and achievement. Like, you can't achieve anything that you weren't afforded the opportunity to achieve. So I'm with you as far as it comes to that. But if you ever go on BoxRec and just go on BoxRec just randomly and just look at a division and then click and go all the way to the last page, you're going to see a lot of those guys up there with ridiculously upside down records. I'm talking about guys that are like 3-135 and stuff like that. Yeah, there are some guys that are slipping through the cracks, but then there's also a lot of guys that they're just not good fighters, but they just happen to be professional. So it's a little bit of everything. There is no absolute. And that's where you also have to ask the question, okay, how are we gauging this thing? How are we gauging this thing? Is it a matter of what we prefer to see, what we like to see, or the results in the ring? And that's the reason why I mentioned the way certain opponents look against other opponents. Because we'll be quick to say, well, this guy isn't this, that, and the third. But yeah, well, how does he look relative to another guy? How does he look relative to another guy?
No, I agree with that. I agree with that. But
because I like Tank, and I've heard people dismiss. What's my man's name? Frank Martin. Like, oh, Frank Martin was trash, but how did he look versus Jackson Martinez, who was a pretty good fighter in his own right? How did he look against an undefeated Michelle Rivera that was on PEDs and who was the favorite to win that fight? He looked pretty damn good. But just because he loses to Tank, it don't mean that all of a sudden this guy was a bum and a cherry picking, yada yada yada. So that's why I'm saying, like, all that other stuff, it's all relative, bro. Like, it's all, in my eyes, it's all relative.
Yeah, but see, the way they do the rankings is not fair to all fighters. It's not fair to all fighters, because you have some guys that'll lose 2 or 3 times and never drop out of the top 10. They'll never drop out of the top 10 just because of what promotional company they're signed to. So if you got a guy, if you fight to get up the ranking system, if you lose 2 or 3 times while you in that ranking system, you should drop out of that ranking system, and there should be somebody else moving into that position. Like I said, you got guys that will lose 2 or 3 times and would never drop out of the top 10. They would never drop out of the top 10 because of who they signed to. And so that's why I said I don't necessarily agree with that. I'm not saying that it's absolutely wrong. I'm just saying I don't necessarily agree with it, because there's a lot of guys that don't get the opportunity to show their
Yeah, but
skills.
that's what there wasn't in no D3. When D1 made his comment and me in support of his comment, endorsed his comment, we're not talking about the sanctional body.
No. What I'm talking about the top.
I'm talking about but we're not talking about sanctioning body. We're just talking about just overall, just in general, because you do have these directories like BoxRec where they're not operating on the same type of time as the WBC or the IBF, because there's no secret that, I mean, for years people have been joking the WBO stands for what Bob orders. And then you had a guy like Butch Lewis back in the day where he had a tight relationship with the IBF. So I'm with you 1,000%, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about just like, if you were to look at all of the fighters in the world, all of the ones that are registered on BoxRec at least, and then you just see the guys that are in the top 10 and the top 50 or whatever, it's pretty much consensus like, yo, these are for whatever reason, these are the guys who have showed and proved. I guarantee there's a guy out there who probably hasn't gotten a fair shake for sure. I mean, it happens, but it just is what it is.
No, I'm looking at, like I said, I'm looking at the top 10 of the lightweights, and they got guys like Cruz that's ranked number 5. I don't believe that he's a number 5 fighter. I believe he's in the top 15. I don't believe he should be ranked number 5 in the world. I don't believe he should be ranked number 5 in the world. He hasn't proved that he should be ranked number 5 in the world. He's a good fighter. I'm not saying he's bad or anything like that. I just don't believe he's number 5 in the world. What I mean, they going off of what he did in the amateurs. A lot of these guys don't fight a lot in the amateurs. This man fought. He was a 2-time gold medalist in the amateurs. Same thing that Lomachenko did. The same thing Rigondeaux did. That
Yeah, they
doesn't
fast
mean
tracked
that
the
you,
Indy Cruz.
huh?
Yeah, they fast tracked the Indy Cruz right now. They got him. They got him number one. They got him number one in the WBC section of body behind
Yeah, that's
Zepeda.
what I'm saying. I don't believe that Andy Cruz is ranked higher than a guy like Abdullah Mason. And I understand what Andy Cruz did in the amateur, but I'm looking at the pro level. I don't think Andy Cruz did more than what Abdullah Mason did in his pro career. So to say that Andy Cruz is ranked higher than Abdullah Mason, I don't agree with that. That's why I said some of these guys don't get a fair shake. So that's why I said I don't always agree with the top 10 of the division. I don't always agree with it. I'm not saying that it's 100% wrong. I'm just saying it's not 100% right neither.
Right. That goes into what I was saying for as the promotional companies. They be making pushes with the sanctioning bodies to get guys in certain positions in the sanctioning bodies right there. I mean,
No,
but it's not saying
1,000%.
that it's not saying that these guys is not earning their spots, but in some particular cases, some of these guys haven't earned the spots to be there. And I'm not saying that particular as far as Andy Cruz. No, I'm just saying in some cases, as far as other guys, like some guys, they're getting put in these sanctioning body rankings from the promotional companies.
No, 1,000% as it pertains to the sanctioning bodies and the rankings. But the other question that I would have is, okay, if you were to say that Andy Cruz has done more, and that's a very tricky thing to kind of reconcile in my mind, like who has done more? How many 10-round fights has Abdullah Mason fought? When you look at the opponents that he fought in terms of record and where they were in the division, it's like, okay, who was he fighting? He's got more fights than Andy Cruz, but you could also make the argument that Andy Cruz, right now, his resume is more of a quality over quantity.
Right.
Up until recently.
Nah. No. Maybe you might
I'm not
say
speaking in
one or two
absolutes. I'm
guys.
saying an argument can be made. Andy
No,
Cruz has been
I
fighting in 10 rounders
I
for
know
the
what you're
past
saying.
however many fights. Abdullah Mason
He
is fighting
fought.
against guys like Carlos Onales, who's a 126 pounder who came up to 135.
He fought. He fought
Just as
10
far as
rounders.
2
He
fights
fought
ago.
6 10 rounders. He fought 6 10 rounders. He came in fighting 10 rounders. He fought 6 of them. But that doesn't mean that the opponents automatically push you up to a number 5 ranking system.
Yes, it does, sir.
Like I said, I just it's you can nitpick here and there. I just saying I don't believe because these guys are ranked in the top 10 out of the division that automatically means that they're elite. No, it doesn't mean that they're elite. It means they're good. Doesn't mean that they're elite. I don't think that they're elite. I think they're good because I don't think there's a bunch of elite fighters in the sport of boxing today. I don't think there's a bunch. I think it's probably, to be honest with you, somewhere between 5 to 10 fighters in the entire sport of boxing that is elite. If you really go by elite, elite is exceptional. That means they're doing things different than anybody else is doing. That's the elite fighter. I don't think that you see a bunch of elite fighters, and I think you see a bunch of good fighters, but not elite fighters.
Yeah, which is the reason why I mentioned the overall pool of fighters, not just the top 10 in the sanctioning body.
Elite can be subjective. Elite can be subjective.
What you think about it, Tim Boski?
Salute, sir. Salute to you and your platform, sir.
Salute, brother. Salute, brother. So, what's your
Um,
take about the elite fighters and stuff right now?
it's an
And
interesting.
salute to my
It's a,
brother Ohio runs boxing. Mark is my dog.
yeah. See, salute Ohio round boxing. I'm also familiar with him. He's also a friend of mine. Also,
What's good, man?
salute, Mister. What's up, Ohio, man?
Good, man. I see everybody talking about this elite and what's not elite. It's a great conversation. I actually think it's good to have because it to me it eliminates a lot of guys who run their mouth on internet talking about who bums and who fighting this. I love it. I love it because now it forces you to go look at resumes, and you see a lot of guys who start to elevate their favorite fighter resume. Now all of a sudden, Victor Postal is a legit guy, where certain people were saying he was a bum and he wasn't good. I love it. I love it. I actually love the fact that Terrence Crawford brought up Victor Postal. I always respected Victor Postal. Now, it's what he didn't do too much after Crawford beating, but him making it to the #1 spot to fight Terrence Crawford was 1 against 2 was good. But I actually, Terrence Crawford bringing up Victor Postal, I was telling people, this is why I got mad at him when he was trying to say Errol Spence wasn't a Hall of Famer. Even if he is telling the truth, you don't shit on your own resume. When you trying to build up, you elevate them as high as you can. Floyd Mayweather was the best at this. Everybody that he fought was lions, right? Everybody he fought can actually beat him when he was promoting them. He boosted them up. He never trash talked his opponents down because he knew, once I beat you, I take all your accolades. That's why Floyd was the first one who promoted beating former champions. No one ever spoke about beating former champions until Floyd said, I beat 22 former world champions. That opened up the discussion to who all beat who. Like, wow, who beat 20? Who beat 21? Like, he opened up the discussion because it was about promoting himself. And I've always say that you have to promote your resume and make it big. That's why Canelo, you can see Canelo being hypocritical, because 1 minute he says Terrence Crawford hasn't fought any elites. Then you see Canelo saying that if he beat Terrence Crawford is better than Floyd Mayweather. 2 sentences. 1 minute he say he ain't fought elite, then the next minute he's telling people that Terrence Crawford is better than Floyd. But why is he saying Terrence Crawford is better than Floyd? Because if I beat Terrence Crawford, I will surpass Floyd, and that's that rematch that I never got. I can surpass it through Terrence Crawford because Terrence Crawford fans already think that he can beat Floyd too. So this is how you play the politic game. Even if we don't agree, you put that out there for the people to feed off of it. That's why I love it. I enjoyed this conversation because it makes people think. It make you slow down when you start to shit on people's resumes and certain things, because you might be talking about your favorite fighter resume when you're shitting on somebody else's.
Correct. Ohio, because there's so many common opponents. Also, it's like people, you know, and you know as well, Ohio, boxing fans of today, they got short-term memory. You understand what I'm saying?
You said what?
And I said it's funny that you mentioned that because there's loads of common opponents with all around each other. You know what I'm saying to you?
Right.
Maybe they fought each other in different stages of their careers, but like I said, Ohio, you know of today's boxing, boxing fans have short-term memories. Unlike us, we have long-term memories. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because everyone wants to laugh at Victor Postal, and you said Victor Postal didn't really do much as he went forward. He didn't do much as he went forward, but the opponents that he took on were, like I said, Victor Postal's tough Ukrainian fighter, very
Yeah.
when I say very skilled, Terrence Crawford didn't stop him. That's how skilled.
Absolutely,
Exactly.
absolutely. And he's never been stopped. I still don't think he got stopped by Antonio.
No. Come
That
on,
was
man.
a
He didn't.
horrible
Yeah,
stoppage.
that was
I still
horrible. Come
think
on, man. Come on. He didn't get knocked out on his feet or anything of that sort. It's just the fact that he fought Elvis Rodriguez after that. I think he fought Gary Antoine Russell. He fought Josh Taylor after that. Do you know what I'm saying? So
Yep, absolutely. Because I like the Victor Postal. I thought that was a good win. But
I
people
remember Ohio. Remember Charles Hatley.
Charles who?
Charles Hatley.
Yeah, out of Texas, right?
Yeah, Charles Hatley. The guy that Charles Hatley, the last fight that he had, he lost to I think it was Uzbekistan guy. Victor Postal beat that undefeated. He was undefeated. Victor Postal beat him after he lost to Terrence Crawford.
I give credit to guys, to be undefeated fighters too. You know, some people don't. I always say boxing doesn't evolve around our knowledge. Sometimes we don't know who a fighter is, and we say, well, how is he good if I don't know him? Do your research. That's your problem. You can't sit there and say because you don't know a person, he's not good. Educate yourself. Go search him. Go. I don't know a lot of fighters. this is why I'm careful on what I say. I would actually pick a fighter if I've never seen a guy fight a known fighter. I would sit there and say, look, I'm picking a known fighter. I don't know too much about this unknown fighter, so I'm picking the guy that I know. So I'm being honest with my assessment. Now, if I go back and check this guy and see how he fights and his style, and I'll be like, ooh, this might be interesting. That's if I do that. But I'm not going to sit there and say he's fighting a bum. You'll never hear me say that. He's fighting a bum, tomato can. I break down fights very, very carefully before I say that. I remember Sean Porter getting this heat when he fought Sebastian Formella from out of Germany. And everybody was like, oh, who the hell is a Sebastian Formella? I didn't know who he was. When I went to go back, I said, well, I look at his resume. He looks durable. Sean is not known for stopping a lot of guys. So I wasn't expecting Sean to stop a guy who's never been stopped, but I definitely was expecting him to win the fight. And he did it. Now, did he get certain criticism? Yeah, because people was like, you should have knocked out this unknown guy. But where does that come from? Where do you get the ingredients to knock out somebody you never heard? Where is the criteria in that? So a lot of us,
doesn't make no sense.
It doesn't. So a lot of us say
And
stuff that just hold no water. We just talking just to be talking. And I look and I just observe and listen, man. I'm like, I look at it totally different. I felt
You know
like
what it comes down to, Ohio? A lot of times as fans, those of us who don't do our research, we equate notoriety to quality.
Mm-hmm.
And even with our favorite fighters, there was a point in time where they were unknown.
Facts. Absolutely. And sometimes you have you absolutely telling the truth. And then sometimes you have fighters who were unknown and then they get a big fight or fight in a big fight. For example, Mauricio Herrera, when he put on that boxing clinic against Danny Garcia. Right. People that's where he started to get his buzz. But when you go back and look at his resume, he already beat Ruslan Pronakovov. You're like, he beat him already? I've never even seen that fight. You go back and see certain names that he didn't already beat and was like, well, dang, he was, I guess we didn't see that fight or even give him credit for that. But a lot of people was introduced to Mauricio against with Danny. A lot of them didn't see him. A lot of people didn't know. So once he had that good performance, his stock goes up. Your stock always goes up. And that's the one thing I love about accomplishments in fighters, because if, for example, Willie Nelson from Cleveland, Ohio, he beat Tony Harrison. He was the first one to beat Tony Harrison, knocked him out. Tony was winning the fight, but he beat him and knocked him out. Willie didn't get that many fights after that. I think he went and fought Demetrius Andrade and then he lost whatever. And he was sitting on the show for a minute. But the moment Tony Harrison beat Jamel, Willie's stock went up. Now Willie can say, I beat a former world champion. No, I didn't beat him when he was a champion. He wasn't a champion when I beat him. He was an undefeated prospect, contender. But now that he's a champion, I can look at my resume and say, I beat a former world champion. So I always tell people this, no matter what, no matter how high Canelo goes, no matter how many undisputeds he will get and all that, all those accolades absorb to Floyd Mayweather. All those accolades absorb to Bivol. All of them. Because now Bivol is going to sit there and say, I beat a 3-time undisputed, a 2-time undisputed. Have you? I beat the 2. I beat a double undisputed and another undisputed. This is how you promote yourself into the Hall of Fame. You use every accolade you can, because accolades destroy opinions. Even though they got some asterisks behind some of them. Don't get me wrong. Some of them do have some asterisks behind them. But you, for the most part, you destroy them. You can't call a person who won the belt, he's not a champion. I think, and I'm going to make this short too, because I know I'll be cooking on here. Charles Martin won the world title, the easiest in my opinion. Not just getting elevated, but he was fighting for it, and the dude tore his ACL. I forgot the Russian that he was fighting. Tore his ACL in the ring, and Charles Martin went on to make $8 million against AJ in his very next fight. It don't get no better than that. He's still a world champion, whether we like it or not. He became a champion by a guy tearing his ACL in probably like the third? I think it was the 4th round. I don't even remember. I got to go back and watch that fight, but it was hilarious. But the point I'm getting at, he was still a world champion. So we can't take those. There are certain guys at a
And
certain level.
Charles Martin's a very durable, good. He's a good heavyweight. I don't think he's a good heavyweight. Good
Yeah, no,
heavyweight.
he's not. No, but I think but my point was he's a world champion though.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
I'm not saying he's an elite or he's up there
No,
with the
no,
rest
no.
of
He's
them,
just. I
but
think he's just a good heavyweight. But good, solid
he
heavyweight.
got better. Charles got better
Yeah, he got better after that. Gave
as the
Jared
years
Anderson
got
his
on.
tough fight. We
I
saw
will
holes
say
in Jared
that. I
Anderson.
will say that he got better. He got way
Yeah.
better. But that's just the only thing I'm saying. I don't want to keep doing too much, man. I don't want to over talk everybody. But go ahead.
No, it's always good to listen, Ohio, man. You come with the real boxing 101, man. Obviously, there's other fellas here that that know their boxing as well, man. But it's when you talk, we listen. You understand?
Mm-hmm. No, I appreciate it.
No, you 1000% about the circumstance, man. I mean, regardless of how you get it, you got it. You know, look at Joey Matson. He got the
Mm-hmm.
dub over Ray Robinson. Ray Robinson couldn't
Mm-hmm.
continue because of the heat. It was too
I
hot.
mean, yeah. Look at Rolly. He a two division champion. Look at Rolly.
Yep.
Nobody
Yep.
would have ever expect Rolly will be a 2 division champion.
Nah, not at all, bro. He is. He definitely is. And that's the my only thing is, here's my thing when it comes to the elite conversation. And it's not no right or wrong answer in my opinion. I don't think it's a right or wrong answer because when you beat an elite guy at the top, 9 times out of 10 you should be considered elite because you beat that elite. My only problem with some of these guys who beat elites is that it's only one win on their resume. So it's like that's the only thing. It's like
Look
Buster
at that
Douglas.
Cambosis, for example.
But yeah, Buster Douglas beat Tyson, Columbus. That's an Ohio guy. My criteria is always the same, no matter who it is. But I'm like, was Buster elite because he beat Tyson, or was he a 41-1 or 41-2, whatever the odds was, underdog? Which one was it? Like, if you elite, their odds ain't that freaking high when they're going into a fight if they're elite. I think that was a great fight to set up before you fight a Holyfield. I think Don King was a great matchmaker. He knew that Buster was a quitter, and people who followed his career would see certain fights there where Buster Douglas was frustrated and giving up. I thought it was a perfect match for Mike Tyson to fight before a big fight against Holyfield. Holyfield in November. But Buster won, and then he lost right after that, and Buster never got it back. It wasn't even close. It wasn't even close to even getting it back. So that's the only thing where it comes down to with this elite type of talk of what is considered elite is these guys top 5 that work their way in the top 5 and top 10. Are they all mostly elite fighters, or do you have to win a world title? I think it's more of winning the world title first, but being a contender too it both go hand in hand. You got to be a contender, a legit guy, because I always praise consistency. It's not easy, especially in this day and age, watching prospects go undefeated. And the first thing we say is, well, look who they fighting. Well, I can give y'all plenty of guys who have lost by guys they shouldn't have lost. That's why I praise consistency, because we just seen, what's his name, Price. I think his name Durham Price. I don't want to mess his name up, but he just got knocked out. He was 19-0. He got knocked out by a journeyman. Knocked out cold. Fell on his back. He was 19-0. Darren Cunningham out of Las Vegas. Darren Cunningham was undefeated. I was actually at that fight. He lost to a Philippine who had 8 losses, and that was Mickey Bays in them undercard. I seen that he got dropped 5 times to his mom and his sister. Mom and them ran out the arena crying in the first round. I see it. We got to give some type of praise and credit to these guys for being consistent. Now, don't get me wrong. I think the conversation comes in hand is when we have to look at their resume and see who's the misfits, because that's where I think people get confused at with the bums. I don't call them bums. I call them misfits. Who are misfits? Misfits are there to lose. They don't even push you. If y'all didn't see we all seen misfits. They already look scared. They barely throw a punch. Those are the guys that we have to be careful with, that we confuse with them putting in their winning consistently against. Misfit fighters, they already got 23 losses. They've been knocked out 17 times. I see it. I see it all the time. Like, what is he gonna do for you if you fighting a guy with 17 losses and he's been knocked out 15 times? What is he really gonna do for you? See, that's a misfit. He's not going to push you. He's just there for you to look good against. A Darnell Boone, if you didn't fight about 10 Darnell Boones on your resume and you 18-0, and people can't, and they don't understand some of the guys that you fought, you solid. Because there are a lot of Darnell Boones in this industry, but a lot of people ain't educated on who's the tough fighters. This is why I asked this question on while I'm talking to a lot of fighters. When I see them 19-0, 18-0, and they got a lot of unknown names, I said, who was your toughest fight out of all these guys? Who was your toughest fight? And they might give me a name, John Miller. I'm like, dang, this is the fourth fighter that said John Miller, who already got 10 losses, was their toughest fight. I'm actually discovering who's the Darnell Boone as of now. Who's the one getting robbed when he actually went in fights in their backyard? That is the Darnell Boone. That is the tough fight. So you didn't took on this tough guy. I can look at your resume a little bit better and have a better breakdown. Like, wow, he fought this guy. Okay.
Are you talking about like Tevin Farmer?
Yeah, Tevin is. You said someone like Tevin Farmer. Yeah, Tevin is definitely another one. But Tevin started off early in his career with 5 losses and was able to transition over and get to that elite status. He a unique story. I love Tevin Farmer's story.
Yeah, Akio Beakers of the world.
I was saying Tevin Farmer is like that Darnell Boone fighter. He's like that guy because Tevin Farmer he can upset your favorite fighter if he ain't paying attention.
But see, I wouldn't see. I don't know if I will compare Tevin to Darnell because Darnell was more of the journeyman already. See, he already had like a lot of losses. He had over 17.
Darnell Boone had a lot of losses.
Yeah, before he even fought. When he fought Ward in his 7 pro fight, Darnell already had 17 losses. So he was a guy that nobody would never sign anyway. Tevin was that guy that actually got signed to a promotional company and actually was getting pushed. So to me personally, y'all can say it if y'all want to, but for me, I think that's the difference between a journeyman and a gatekeeper. A gatekeeper to me is a guy who already won a world title and fought at the highest level. He was a top contender.
I'm glad you said that because I said the same thing. I said the same thing yesterday. I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, that's just me because it's not written in stone, but that's what I feel what a gatekeeper is. A guy who's been a world champion, fought at the top, was the man once, and he actually started to fade, but he still give you tough fights. That's what a gatekeeper is to me. Now, a journeyman is the Emmanuel Augustus, the Darnell Boones. Those guys never was top 10 ever. And maybe I'm wrong about Emmanuel. I have to go back, but I don't remember him being a top 10 or at the number 2 spot, a mandatory or anything of that nature. He was almost like a great stable who was good enough to push you. Similar to Tyner out of Detroit. LeVar Tyner? I don't want to mess his name up, but that's my guy too. Tyner's out of Detroit. TMT signed him to actually fight. He was on the TMT roster, but he was fighting all their best fighters on television to see if they were good. Tyner was tough. I love Tyner. I just talked to him the other day and told him why I used to love him because he was going to push the prospect. But 9 times out of 10, he was knocking out some of the prospects too. So they wasn't what they thought they was. If you couldn't beat Tyner, you wasn't ready for the top 10. You wasn't ready for fighting for a world title, and you got to have those type of fighters to.
No, I think you're right about Emmanuel Augustus. I don't think Emmanuel Augustus was ever one of those top fighters. He was a tough fight for the top guys, but I don't think he was ever one of those top guys because Emmanuel Augustus, when he fought Floyd Mayweather, he already had 17 losses.
See? Okay. All right. Just because I haven't really went back that far on Emmanuel. So
I think if he was 17 or 13, it was somewhere around there. But he had already had double-digit losses when he fought Floyd.
Okay.
I couldn't put Tevin Farmer just there quite yet. Like I still think that he's just a step away from.
I think Tevin Farmer is on the verge of being a gatekeeper. I think he's on the verge of being a gatekeeper.
I think
I think it depends on how. I think it depends on how Saturday night goes. I think it depends on how that goes because he's in a position where he's still competing at a very high level, and we talking about these decisions that these guys are getting over him. They're just like
But
barely
I'm gonna,
eking him out.
but I'm
Yeah,
gonna
And
that's
tell
what
you,
nigga. That's why I say I think he's on the
so it's
verge.
like it's beyond it to me. Just like his past couple performances, it's been beyond him just giving guys resistance. Because the way I
but
look at
see
a
that's
gatekeeper, I look at a guy like Josecito Lopez. Like I love Josecito Lopez. I think he was like a really good gatekeeper. Like when he was fighting like Keith Thurman and this one and that one. But I think that Tevin, depending on how tomorrow night goes, that's when I'll say officially, okay, now he's there. But as of right now, I still feel like he's com- he's competing and arguably winning these fights. I mean,
I
split
he
decision,
still got
majority
this.
decision.
He still got the skills, and I'm not disagreeing with you. But here's the this is why I think he is a gatekeeper now. Is because if it's a close fight, he won't get the decision for one, and two, he's actually getting fights faster than any elites. They will put you in there with a gatekeeper quicker than a guy who they feel it's going to be a 50-50 fight. I think he's going to get don't be surprised if Tevin loses a close one to Schofield and then he's fighting in Cleveland next year against Abdullah Mason in a hometown fight in Cleveland. Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised.
Yeah,
He
I can see something like that.
don't be
Or
surprised because he's
That'd be
still in that,
crazy.
and I'm gonna tell you what's going to still carry Tevin. He's not getting beat the fuck up. That is how his status is staying as high. He's winning. He's still in competitive fights, but he's going to be in a position. If it ain't this fight, it's going to be the next fight. And I've been calling this. It's
or he
going to
could.
be
I could see him. I could even see him getting in the ring with somebody like an Andy Cruz. I
yeah,
can see them putting him in there with
absolutely.
like an
So
Andy Cruz.
he's earned that. He's earned the right to still get a bag because he's still competing at a high level against some of these younger guys. But I think he's still slowed down. He's lost a couple steps, in my opinion. But that's still what makes him so unique is that he's still. When we look at him at Schofield, we're saying, man, this is we ain't saying it's easy work for Schofield as much. We still admire the stuff that Tevin has doing in the ring and what he's been able to do against these top guys. So that's my thing. But here's what I think is going to eventually happen. He's going to go out like Paul Malignaggi. Paulie was still hanging around. Paulie was getting beat down, getting beat up. But guess what? When he met that style that's similar to Schofield, that Sean Porter, that rough house tactic, that just go throw elbows in because he's stronger than you, then he's going to get that fighter, whoever fights Tevin and do Tevin like Sean did Paulie, is going to get elevated. Do y'all remember when Sean Porter was being called the baby Mike Tyson after that Paul Malignaggi fight? They was calling Sean
Yeah,
baby Mike.
they was gassing that shit. I remember that shit.
Sean got elevated so high because we never seen that happen to Paulie. And I think that's exactly what might happen to Tevin. Tevin's hanging around long enough to who's going to do that to him because he is a perfect matchup for you. He got the skill set, but does he have power for you to be afraid? Can you take some to give some to Tevin when you get in there? So those are going to be some of the questions that a lot of these young guys that still fight him gonna have to answer when they in there with him. So this is gonna be this fight coming up to tomorrow. It's gonna be real interesting, man. It's gonna be real interesting. I can't wait to see that. But that's what I felt. I always wanted Abdullah Mason to fight Tevin before this title shot or after, but I was calling for it before Schofield. I said everybody's like, "What, Abdullah? Man, that's too risky." I said, "Nah." If they already, I think that is the perfect fight for him because of the low KO ratio. It's a high skill guy, but low KO ratio. Abdullah likes to be in the pocket. He loves to be in the pocket. He can use the jab, but he likes to get there, and I think he will get the better exchanges with Tevin. You know what I mean? So that's why I liked that fight for him before he actually got the world title. Fight a former champion. Fight somebody where they think you're going to have problems. And once you get past that test, people start looking at you totally different. But that's just my opinion on it.
Yeah, bro. I think with Tevin, I think he's definitely at that level where he's definitely on gatekeeper time. He ain't there yet, but like a loss in this fight with Kid Austin, that'll put him on the level to where like, okay, yeah, he a gatekeeper for sure. But they've been like they giving him the fights. He's getting the fights. You know what I'm saying? He's getting to a bag for sure. I
Yeah,
mean, like so you gotta respect it. And he's competing, like you said, at a high level, at a
but that's
very high level, to where it's keeping him involved in the mix. Like I think tomorrow night, I think it's a title eliminator fight for him.
But see, that's the thing too. Is he's not signed to anybody because he was just in a moment where he was trying to get a fight with Mickey Bay, and it was under a little management a company. He wasn't. No one has signed Farmer and said, "Listen, that's why I think he's in the gatekeeper status now because they're not signing him saying we invest in you. He has to try to win a belt or get in the position to win a belt for him to get signed. And 9 times out of 10, they're not signing guys." Or signing guys or giving opportunity to guys who's not signed to a big promotional company yet. So if he
Right.
wins this, and he might get a 2-fight deal or something like that, but they're not investing in guys like that for the simple fact they don't think he can reign as a champion as long as he can. You get what I'm saying? You gotta have a couple title defenses under your belt. You know what I mean? And I don't think Tevin had that in his gear. As soon as he get crowned champion, he gonna become food. Everybody gonna be wanting to fight him. So, but it's a good story. I love Tevin's story, man. I love how he's still able to fight. Starting off his career early in his career, he was losing, man. He had about 5 losses out of 13 fights. So it's a good story, a good measuring stick for a lot of these other prospects who lose early in their career. They can look at Tevin. He wasn't known to be a puncher, but he got better at each fight.
Nice. Hey, it was funny, man. Ken Austin was saying they were talking about about Tevin Farmer's his him being cockeyed and talking about he ain't gonna be able to see the punches coming and shit. Man,
Oh,
that was crazy, bro. It was nasty, bro. It
that's a
was
nasty
nasty.
word. That's a
Saying he wasn't gonna be able to see the punches because he cockeyed and everything, man. And you seen this shit with the matter of fact, do I got that clip? Yeah, I got the clip. Let me go share this shit. This was the face off with them yesterday.
That he always puts everything in play. Look at that. Oh.
Tevin Farmer's lost his last 3 fights, but they have been highly competitive and they have been against top competition. Does Floyd Schofield Jr. have the requisite
Could be your
experience
fight of the night, ladies and
to
gentlemen. The
beat a
first.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, yeah. What you think about that face off between
That's
them,
fun. I'm
man?
gonna tell you what I think about it. I just think it's Tevin having fun. He's getting the bag, bro. He's still getting the bag. For him to come back after he lost his world title for a minute, he still got back in the mix, man, and people still wanted to see him. I'm glad that, but that also tell you they're not that division is not as heavy at the top because they bring in Tevin back in the mix. You know what I'm saying? They usually have guys.
Right.
You know what I mean? They usually have other guys trying to replace that, but Tevin has done a lot, man. So I love seeing that because there's gonna be a lot of fighters that we rock with. It's gonna be in the same position as Tevin, man. So hopefully they start getting the bag like him. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So I think that's what it is, man. It's just a moment. Tevin is enjoying the moment. I don't think he's taking a lot of this stuff really personal, in my opinion. I just don't. I think he's just having fun. I think he's having fun. He's past all that, man. He's at another growth of his life now where it's like it's just a bag. I gotta say this to say that to get reaction, to get people to tune in. I just think he's at that level now. I don't think really a lot of stuff bother him as much like it used to.
Facts, bro. Like I think right here he believing like he gonna be able to bully Kid Austin in this fight too, man.
Yeah,
He believe he gonna bully him.
it's gonna be interesting because I think that's what's make this fight fun because he probably could do it, bro. He probably could, and that would make it more impressive because it's about our expectations in the fight. If you think something gonna happen and it doesn't happen, it makes the performance that much better. I'm thinking Kid Austin will get the better of him. I'm thinking his team thought the same thing I thought. This was the perfect fight for Kid Austin. You know, I just think if they got to execute it, that's all. It's 1 minute. It's one thing to think about it and say, "Oh, let's just get this fight," and you'll be able to do that. It's another thing to actually execute it. You know, you have to execute it. So that's my thing. But Tevin can definitely upset the apple, man. He been here. He's familiar with this. But Father Time is undefeated. You know what I mean? So
Facts. What you think? My boy Flatbush, he said him and Frank are similar. Then he went on and said, this is Tevin Farmer's 52nd fight. Tevin Farmer has a lopsided bit of ring experience. Facts. That's why I think it's going to play a factor in him winning this fight is that experience.
yeah, oh yeah, he definitely go out to spin. He knows what to do when he get hit with a big shot. You know what I'm saying? And so yeah, he definitely has a lot of experience in it. But here's my thing though. All that goes out the door if some man is just overpowering you. Like, you know,
Right.
it's just it goes out the door. Like then some dirty tactics. The elbow to hit you. Now you got a cut. Now you fighting off this cut that's you can't really see. And I say, man, what Sean did to Paulie, man, I don't forget it. What he did to Paulie,
Man, for
it was so
real.
nasty that Paulie said that Sean was on steroids. Bro, you remember that?
Yeah, bro.
Paulie said
Yeah,
he was
bro.
on
That's
steroids.
what bro. Just remembering that fight make me like real like when I hear Paulie Malignaggi talk on certain like topics and stuff with
Mm-hmm.
like on his podcast and on his channel and stuff. I be looking.
Yeah.
It made me think of the Sean Porter fight. Everything he done did and everything, cried and complained and gave excuses after Sean Porter then whooped on him and
Yeah,
everything.
bro. It was because his boxing probably can box, but it was Sean just went through everything. Like Sean was taking some to give some, and here come elbows, here come roughhouse tactics. I just see this Tevin Farmer fight going this way, in my opinion, man. I just see Tevin being real crafty, just trying to look good, and
He got
then
crafty defense too. Like Tevin
yeah.
got crafty defense too,
Oh
man.
yeah. But I see him fighting his fight to the moment he can't fight his fight. Now all of a sudden he has to try to get dirty with Schofield. I don't think Schofield respects Tevin at all. That's why they want this fight. I've always been, skeptical about those guys, his dad and him, about them dropping out of fights that they were in. It didn't happen one time, it happened twice. Their energy is different when they fighting the guy they think they can beat. It's totally different.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of fighters like that. We can make a list of guys whose energy is different when there's guys they know they can beat. You know what I mean? So I just think that's what it comes in, but he has to execute it. It's one way. I mean, he can say one thing, but he has to execute. So we will see. But it's going to be a fun fight. I'm actually excited to see these guys, man, and happy for Tevin, man, that he's getting the opportunity to still showcase his talents, man. So shout out
And
to
even with even I definitely agree with you for sure. And I think Tevin definitely got the advantage on the inside for
him.
sure. And then Kid Austin with his youth and that athleticism, he has the advantage on the outside. But I think Tevin has that IQ and them smarts to make it a real rugged, grimy fight. Like I see this being like a rugged, grimy fight, like grueling fight for Kid Austin. Like he
hmm
gonna like Tevin gonna try to make him fight this fight on the inside a little bit.
Oh yeah. I think that's what he want. I think Kid Austin is a pressure type of fighter where he likes to bang on the inside. That's what he wants, and I think, but he has to be able to cut the ring off and force that because Tevin is up and down. He elusive. He's gonna be, hold with that little Philly shell up and down.
Yeah,
So, but if Schofield and them look at certain footage and just go to the body, you ain't always trying to go for the headshots. If they go to the body early, then they in good they in a good shape. But if they head hunting early, yeah, I don't know, man. He could probably be winded and Tevin start picking his butt apart in the later rounds.
facts, bro, facts, man. And with Tevin, man, to like with Kid Austin, that's the thing with him being a guy that like do it because I heard people say his style, like Kid Austin's style, reminds them of Sean Porter, and I wasn't too sure of that. You know what I'm saying? What y'all
Who
feel about that? I
you
heard
talking about?
people mention saying that Kid Austin has a style like Sean Porter.
He do. He just can't box as good as Sean. That's what I don't think
Yeah,
he's as good as boxer.
yeah.
He's a brawler. He's definitely. I think he is like the Sean. That's why. That's the reason why I was bringing up Sean and Paulie fight in this situation. But I don't think Paulie is Tevin by no means. I just think when it's talking about the KO ratio, and the guys who they fought already, it's the experience. You get what I'm saying? So
Right.
Sean was out experienced when he fought Paulie. He was only coming off a Devin Alexander win. He didn't have, and then you had a little Diaz. I forgot his name. Don, was it Juan Diaz? That I think Sean fought, but that was it. Sean didn't have a real deep resume, and Paulie did. So that's how we looked at that. Was like, oh, experience, but bro, that was gone. I think what he stopped Paulie in the fourth. Like nigga, Paulie got he rolled out almost. He almost fell off the ring. But to answer your question, I think it is similar. I do think Schofield it's just this brawler type thing, but he doesn't know how to set it up. That's the problem. I haven't seen him really able to set it up. He just forced his way with guys who don't have a high boxing IQ like a Tevin. So he gonna have to work. He ain't gonna just be able to just go in on Tevin unless Tevin is standing still and not moving as much. You know what I mean? That's the only way. And Tevin might bait him in there. Tevin might feel like he can fight better on the inside against a guy like this guy. So that can definitely be.
Yeah, what you think
Mhm.
about that Amber Queen for us? That Kid Austin comparison with Sean Porter.
I mean, the only thing that I see is the aggression. That's about it. I got to
Yeah.
echo Ohio sentiments. I don't think that the tactfulness is there.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll also
Right.
say this: as Sean Porter, as his career progressed, he definitely got a lot better tactically, and just his
Absolutely.
technique. That's the other part
Yep.
of it too. That's the thing that worries me most about Kid Austin in this fight in particular, and also for him moving forward. Even when he's doing the right thing, just by virtue of shoddy technique, he puts himself in precarious positions. Like if you see when he throws his rear hand, more often than not, that back foot is coming off the mat, then his feet are parallel. So he's either falling in, or if he's trying to close the distance on somebody, he won't jab his way through, or take small steps forward. He's lunging forward. And I think that's something that could also get him caught against a guy like Tevin Farmer. Because we seen my guy Tevin Farmer, the counterpunching that he was doing with Zepeda, and that's a guy that's very high volume. So I don't think that
Right.
Kid Austin is going to be able to bring anything that's going to spook him. Maybe if he can
Mm-hmm.
blitz him early and hurt him, yeah, possibly. But I feel like the longer the fight goes, the worse it could possibly be for Kid Austin, especially looking at that last fight with
Mm.
Jerron, where he wasn't prepared to go 10 rounds. He was
Mm-hmm.
gassed
Yeah.
midway through the fight. He doesn't really change speed on his punches. Everything is fast and hard.
Yeah. That's what I said.
To Ohio's point, he doesn't really set anything up. He's winging
Nope.
punches. There were moments in that fight where he was switching. He was going from orthodox to southpaw back to orthodox, but inexplicably. It wasn't for any reason. It wasn't with any type of purpose. It was
Mm-hmm.
just random and haphazard. But the thing that really, really concerns me in this fight for him is his technique, bro. Is his technique and his decision making. And for a guy that's as rugged as he is, he's not really a good inside fighter. When you see him on the inside, you don't really see him manipulating the other guy's guard. He doesn't frame, he don't post, he don't pin, he don't pale, he don't really do none of that. And Garan was getting a lot of the better of those exchanges when they were on the inside. Actually, there really wasn't too many exchanges. He was just really getting handled. There was a moment when they were on the inside, and I'm just looking at where he's placing his hands on the in the clinch. He ain't really clinching. He's just holding. Got his arms around the guy's waist. The guy's throwing shots over the top of his shoulder. There was one in particular where he turned his back and just walked away. He was
Mm-hmm.
fortunate that Jerron didn't just run up on him and just clip him while he had his back turned. You can't be doing stuff like that. You fighting on the inside, you get
Mm.
hit with a shot, you just disengage and just walk away, turn your back. So yeah, he does have the youth. He's got the explosiveness. He's athletic. But like we were saying earlier, to use the newly minted driver reference, when you're driving with somebody brand new, oftentimes they don't know.
Nope. He went out.
Oh, my bad.
There you go. Yeah, there you go.
Must
But
have
yeah,
somebody call you or something.
no. It just wasn't him. I guess because my power was low on my battery.
Yeah.
But he
Oh,
was
okay.
I look at Kid Austin as like a new driver, like a new driver. He hasn't learned how to operate with nuance yet. There's no nuance, no sophistication. He's just like very raw. And
Well, and let me ask you this though: is this the perfect fight to boost his stock up if he does beat Tevin in a way where we don't see it happening? Most of us don't see it happening. Do you think it boosts his stock up where his dad and them are just going crazy and talking about everybody? I think this is, me in my opinion, I think it is. But do you?
yeah, I'm with you 1,000%. And the reason why is because of the last two fights. Williams and
Mm-hmm.
Pater's a guy, he got what, 27 knockouts in 31 fights?
Mm-hmm.
So Tevin Farmer just went 22 rounds with him. And then prior to that, Tevin Farmer went, what was that, 10 with Raymond Morataya?
Yeah.
Is another guy with a high knockout ratio. So if
Mm-hmm.
if Kid Austin were to not only beat him, but to do it in emphatic fashion, like get a stoppage, forget about it. They gonna be talking until next year.
Right.
Man, you hear
And understandably
me?
so.
Right.
Yeah, I think his dad is good for entertainment. His dad is hilarious, bro. I was just talking to one of my homies, and I said, "Man, who you think talked the most trash? Is it Bill Haney, Brian Norman Sr., or Schofield Swaller?" And he was like, "Woo, that's a tough one, bro.
Yeah, man, bro.
That's a tough
Bro,
one."
it's really tough.
Yeah,
It really
they
is.
promoting out there. They definitely promoting. They definitely promoting out there. But yeah, I can't wait to watch Dodge. That's gonna be a fight that I want to see. I just looked there for the first time. Jake Paul and Julio Cesar's weigh in, and Julio looked crazy, man. Like he's staring into space, and he don't look like he all the way up there mentally, in my opinion. Just from what looking at him at the weigh-in, man, he just looked crazy to me. I don't know why, but Julio.
Man, they got that card like the undercard for that card it's actually a good card for us tomorrow night for real. You got Zerdo Ramirez fighting on that card, and then you got Bomax got Avion Griffin, he on the card, man. So they got some good fights and
Hold on, that's a
Holly
Bomac.
Holm.
Avion Griffin is a Bomac fighter?
Yeah, he's training them. Yeah,
Huh.
yeah. Yep,
That's
he
crazy.
training them.
Did not know that.
Yep. They got, and then you got Holly Holm on the card. She back boxing and everything. So it's a solid card for
Holly
real. You know what I
Holmes
mean?
is she signed with Jay?
Yeah. Jake Paul signed Holly Holm, man. He just brought her into boxing. He took her from the MMA.
Wow. I don't know how I missed this headline. I didn't know that.
Yeah, bro. Jake Paul is snatching up a lot of them girls over there, bro.
Bro,
Like
I
he's
did
snatching.
not
Like
know.
he's snatching them up for real. Like you got Savannah Marshall now. Like you got Savannah Marshall fighting Shadeja Green coming up on that July 11th card with that all women's card. You know what I mean,
Mm,
so like Jay Paul is making some real good moves for women in boxing right now, bro. For real, like.
that's dope.
That,
Yeah.
that's why that conversation where they like a lot of people having that conversation about Clarissa, like she's over there with Salida Promotions and everybody's like, well, Clarissa, you would have some better fights over there possibly with a rematch with Savannah Marshall or fight the girl Shadeja Green, even though Shadeja Green hasn't really performed up to par in her recent performances personally, but
But
that
I
conversation's
agree.
there.
I agree, but but when it comes to the women boxing, they can't afford to sit there and say whoever you fight, what have you. You can't even afford. I don't care what her performance. Y'all got to fight each other because y'all ain't got that many women in y'all classes. Period.
Right.
Like y'all got
Right,
to
because that
y'all gonna
heavyweight
have to.
division that Carissa in is like I ain't no names there. I mean, I ain't saying the
Man,
girls ain't good, but I mean, a lot of people want to see her fight the Savannah Marshalls and Shadeja Greens because they're more significant names than the girls that she's fighting right now.
she's doing the same thing that they did with what's her name from the MMA? They created a division for
Chris
her.
Cyborg.
No, not sideboard. The one Rousey, Ronda Rousey.
Oh, Ronda Rousey.
Ronda, yeah,
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 they
yeah.
when created a Division 4. She dominated. You know what I'm saying? And she took off because I think with Clarissa, I think, and she hasn't said this, but I think her best performance will be that heavyweight knockout because she always wanted that to be a knockout artist. She just never was able to do that against other women, but she wanted that. I can see how excited she
Right.
was. I can see that she feel like, nah, this is my weight class. They're a lot slower. I'm putting them down. She want to be somewhere where she is getting knockouts, and I think this is a good weight class for her. It's entertaining to see her be able to put other women down if she can stay at heavyweight. Find other girls. I'm all for it. But yeah, Jake Paul right now. So I ain't surprised Jake doing what he's doing. I always say this. People call me crazy, over the years, but I'm not surprised that it's somebody from Ohio who comes in and changes the game. That's what we
Yeah,
do. That's just what we
absolutely.
do. That's what we
Thanks.
do, man. We change the game, bro. We come in and just put in the work. I'm not surprised. I'm just not.
Man, what y'all? So tonight, man, you got Wilder fighting Herndon tonight, man. So what y'all think about Wilder and Herndon this night, man? Tonight on this fight.
You can go first, Ant.
Herndon is just in there to be a body, man. I mean, it's gonna be a similar thing to what we seen with his fight. With what's my dog's name? Richard Torres Jr. I think he's
Yeah.
just gonna be in there to just be overwhelmed. I don't really know what this does for Deontay Wilder. I mean, aside from another paycheck and visibility, but I don't know if this is gonna be able to put him back on track for his ultimate goal. He's talking about he want to become unified champ. I don't know. I
Well,
guess any step in the direction is a step, I guess. But I'm expecting him to just dispatch Herndon. I don't expect this dude to give him much resistance.
well,
Yeah.
me personally, I think this is a good matchup for a guy who wants to still continue to box. Uh, if he was under Turkey, he wouldn't be fighting this type of opponent. I think we know that. That was my only. That's my only problem with Turkey. Is like he don't
You
even know
think
what
you
it.
think he because I mentioned that too before, like the fights that they gave Wilder, like they gave him Parker and Zane like two tough fights compared to like AJ giving him a Ganu and Wallen around that time, or
Yeah.
between both of those cards. I think they fought on both cards, the same card on both cards of
Hmm.
those two fights.
Yeah, I think. But I'm gonna be fair. I think we still felt like Wilder had a chance in those fights. I wouldn't sit there and
Yeah.
say that he wasn't. They just fed him to the wolves. But I thought those was makeable fights and winnable fights for
Yeah,
Wilder.
because of the punching power being in the
Yeah,
heavyweight division,
right.
and
I think the problem now
seeing the
is
advances from Parker too. Like, so I really thought Wilder had a chance with Parker
me.
for
Yeah.
sure. Like more
Well,
so than Zane. Like, I thought he had a chance a little bit with Zane a little bit too, but I was still wary of it though after the Parker loss a little bit though.
yeah,
Being
yeah. I
honest.
think what this fight is to me, and if you got to look at it from a matchmaker point of view, if the fighter still wants to fight, then we have to take him back a few steps. Let's build his
Yeah,
confidence back up. That's the first thing because this is the type of fight. If you lose, hang it up. This is his retirement fight. People ain't looking at it like that, but it is. This is his retirement fight because if this guy whoop up on you, then you can say, okay, it's time to hang it up. You know what I mean? It's time to really give it. Lamont Peterson just came back. What was it last year? People forgot he fought on somebody's undercard against a guy that had a lot of losses, I think, and
yeah.
the dude whooped up on Lamont. It was
He
time,
retired
bro.
after
It was
that.
time. He came back trying to get in the mix and gave him an easy opponent where they felt he should do good against. That's all it is. It's just a matchmaker's position is to give you an opponent that they feel you should have some success against. Doesn't always mean it's going to come to play. They'll go come to
Right.
fruition. That doesn't always mean that. So I think he has to execute against this guy, and then they're gonna probably give him another guy. And then hopefully, if they're devastating knockout fashions, you can pitch to the people he's back and give him one final grand finale. But that's it. I don't know if he ever be a world champion again. Can he get back to a big fight, yeah, shit, he could have did it now. But I don't think his confidence is there. This is why he's fighting these type of fights.
I like how you made that distinction, bro, because there's a difference between being in a money fight and being in contention. Do you think that there's a possibility that he could be a fringe contender? Like, you know what I mean? Maybe work himself. And I'm saying legitimately, of course, anything can be bought. You know, you wake up one day and you got Ryan and Rolly fighting for the WBA regular title, even though neither one of them had competed at 147. So anything could be bought. But do you think that there's a chance that Deontay Wilder could possibly fight himself into legitimate fringe contention?
Yeah, that can definitely be sure. Yeah, that can definitely be a possibility. Or and what is the other weight class at cruiserweight? It's not cruiserweight, but it's called
Bridgerweight.
Bridget weight. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Got the Bridget weight. Look, we have a Bridget weight champion. The dude can make that weight. You know what I mean? So yeah, I can see that. I can see that, and that's a good question too. I see. Flatbush, you said, where's Ortiz? I don't know where Ortiz is.
I don't know where he at, man. I
that's a
was
good
thinking that
question,
earlier
man.
too, bro. Like, I don't know what happened to him, man. Like, he was good. He was
Right.
nice.
Yeah, Ortiz is should have been still in the mix too. I don't get it, man. Sometimes the politics. I don't like the fact they give us fighters that we invest in. We watch these guys, and then all of a sudden they just disappear. Like, where the heck is they at? I still want to see them until I notice that. Until they ain't got nothing left. That's how you know what I mean, for real. So I don't know. I'd like the Ortiz. Still like to see Ortiz. You know, I wonder what Jared gonna do next year because I don't even know. Well, shoot, I
Yeah,
don't think they
they
fight
talking
this year.
about Big Baby Miller for Jared right now, man. They was talking about matching him up on a possible turkey card.
Yeah, they're gonna have to get Big Baby back in the mix too. He got to go, and he got to go in the fire. I don't want to see him with another. Nah, go ahead, get him a fight where people can either say, you know what, he could be a legitimate guy, or he ain't what we think he is. He need one of those fights right now. I think he need one of
Yeah,
those.
that Big Baby Miller fight is the perfect fight right there. I like
Mm-hmm,
that fight. I like
mm-hmm.
that's a solid fight for him just to get back in the mix, and he's still in the sanctioned bodies, contender wise. You know what I mean? I know he's in the IBF. He's number 11 in the IBF, Jared Anderson, and he's number 15 in the WBC, and that's it right there. He's number 5. They still got a number 5 in the WBO. He's still ranked pretty high in the WBO.
Hey, correct me if I'm wrong. Not to change the subject, but is Black Prime only charging $6 for this Wilder
I'm
fight?
not sure, bro. I'm not sure, bro. I'm not sure, dog. I like just look right there for a second,
I just got a
like
text message saying for $6. I guess they being sarcastic, they being funny, but
I'm
I don't
like
know.
I'm
That,
like, dog. Hold on, I gotta do this look on look for that schedule for myself just to see for real. Like I don't know what's going on tonight, but I definitely. So the subscription is $7 on Apple and Roku and Fire TV,
oh,
and so they got the subscription for that in a way.
that's
And of course,
tempting. That's tempting. Do I want to see Wilder on Black Prime? I don't think that's a bad price.
see, this my thing though, because I go back to look thinking about when Brian Norman Sr. and Greg Hackett had their fight on Black Prom last time.
Mm-hmm.
The stream was messed up where they had to put the fight on YouTube, and they said they had some people airing it on they IGs on their Instagram.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. I don't know about the stream. That's the thing.
That's
Mm-hmm.
probably why they only charging that $6.99 because they didn't have several
Yeah,
mishaps already with BLK Prime. Before it used to be like $40 or something like that. Now they like, yo, just give us $7 and we'll do the best we can with the stream.
facts, bro. Facts. I'm looking at them on Twitter, like it ain't really. This is looking too much. It ain't too much. Like it's weird about it. They ain't give too much information about what's going on. Like I did see they was going to stream it on pay-per-view.com too. I did see that as well. So they got 2 streams for this fight tonight.
So okay. We'll see. I might put a little 7 up, man. I might put a little 7 on that. See Deontay. What else they then the undercard? Who knows? But what do y'all think his purse is tonight on Black? I don't think he making no $1 million. I can tell you that much.
Man, that is a good question. What's the purse? Because these guys are putting up the money for Black Palm on.
Well,
These guys,
that's the thing, because Black Prime did. They said they was gonna put up 10 million for the David Anastasian fight. That's what I heard. It was they're not coming to find out. I think Crawford only got like 8 or 7, between 8 and 7. So that wasn't legit. And then it seemed like the company started going backwards after that because they wasn't posting nothing else. It seemed like Broner didn't get his bag. He didn't get the fights he was supposed to on there with them. They pushed back on that. So I don't know, man. I really don't know. I think
yeah.
I
I'm looking at them online. They're saying Wilder. They thinking he's going to earn up to about 1 million and
really
on this fight.
that's throwing away money right there. Like, that's not a $1 million dollar fight. It's like, cause I ain't hating on the man. It's just negotiating. Like, okay, I want to fight this guy. You ain't giving you $1 million, and then look where they fighting at. It's like, bruh.
They in Kansas. I was surprised. Like it's kind of different. They had this setting in Kansas. Like that was different a little bit. I don't know.
But if they got the funds, if they got the sponsors to pay on it, cool. I mean, the funds to back that up, I ain't even hating on them. That's cool.
Yeah, they got a slew of fights on this card. They got hella fights on this card for Deontay, for
I just
sure.
don't know. Yeah, I don't know that they ain't making. They might not. They ain't getting the profit back if it's for no damn $7, brother.
You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They got 12 fights on this card.
Damn, 12.
12 fights.
I gotta look on that card and see who all on it. But I might
They
pay attention.
got they got Dion Nicholson versus Devontae Williams, Gustavo Trujillo versus Latif Coyote, and Marco Romero versus Andre Amaro. So got some names that's probably not
Yeah, they
familiar to
got
some people.
It's because
But they
sometimes
they're giving them some rec though. They're giving them some rec. You know what I
did you
mean?
say?
They
Hold on, let me slow you down. Did you say 12?
12 fights, yeah.
That's too many, bro. Maybe they because they got a prelim or something, but
Yeah, they probably got the prelims and stuff, I'm pretty sure.
that's
And
wrong
then
as hell. Because I haven't been to events where it was 12 bouts, bro, and it ain't fun. Ain't that
oh man, I can only imagine.
it ain't that much. I'm telling you right now, and I'm gonna love it. It ain't that much boxing in the world, especially if they ain't getting no knockouts. It's dragging. It's dragging, and sometimes the night end you ain't even getting no cutty because the girl is upset.
Bro, man,
She upset now. She went from being entertained that she just tired. She ready to go to bed.
man.
It can be
So
bad. Sometimes
and
shows can be
it's another
too.
fight on tonight too.
Who?
Another fight with Kristen and Billy versus Masij Selecki tonight on ESPN Plus tonight.
Okay.
So that's in Canada on ESPN Plus tonight. Kristen and Billy. A lot of people believe he gonna win this one tonight. Um, they're fighting for the interim WBC title in that 160-pound division.
Okay. Well, I'm definitely going. I'm gonna check some of that out tonight. It's gonna be on, man. It's definitely gonna be on. So, but yeah, I didn't know you hit me up. I see that you hit me up, man. I got a whole bunch of messages. I was knocked out. I didn't wake up till like 2:30. I slept. I stayed up till like 4 in the morning. I had to work.
Yeah,
I sleep like a baby, so sometimes I miss y'all in the morning, man. If I ain't on my off days,
yeah, bro. I like today. I was off work today, so I was like, man, I'm gonna go ahead and cook up, go live around. I went live around 12 and shit. And I've been live ever since. So we just been cooking up, just
Oh, that's what's up.
talking boxing, politicking, man. You know what I mean? So it's been good conversation, good dialogue for
Yeah,
real today, man.
that elite conversation sparked up a lot of people too. Like, I think it's huge.
Yeah,
I really do believe it slows down a lot of guys who want to be knowledgeable in the sport, that's, you know, covering the sport. It slow you down. Me personally, I don't call fighters bums. I call them low level. You know, that's just me. I be around a lot of these fighters. Bums is guys who bag for money, and you know, they literally sit in the corner and they don't do nothing with their life. But these guys put their life on the line. And also bums can be taken as disrespect when the two fighters are calling each other bombs. That's entertainment. I think they respect each other, but they gonna call each other bombs or say you fought nothing but bombs. That's all in context of promoting the fight. You know what I mean? I don't really, but you got some people that really look at that and be like, no, they bombs. And I'm like, ugh. You know, I cringe at that because of my relationship with a lot of these fighters behind the scenes. So it's like, if I didn't have the relationship I did with a lot of these fighters, I probably would look at certain things differently. So I can understand that. But that's what growth comes with, man. When we talking about some of these fighters and certain things like that, it's a different position when you grow with these guys, you know what I mean, and develop relationships. So that's just me. But I've always called them low level, and I also use words like misfits because they are guys who put gloves on and they don't honor the sport. They don't really care. They there for a little paycheck, and they ready to go back home and sit and do what they want to do with that little money they get. So you got guys like that. So that's just my thing. I just look at it a little bit differently because I do call them misfits or low level. That's just me. I do. So it's almost the same thing, but it's just me. I got a little bit more respect on that. You know, that's just me. It's not even no rule that you can't call fighters bombs, but I just look at it differently. That's just me.
And I got a similar perspective, bro. You know, like once I really got more serious about my fandom, you know, of the sport, and then I'm looking at certain fights. Like for example, you had Teofimo versus Steve Claggett. I went and looked at the guy because I'm like, all right, his record may say one thing, but when did those losses occur? How did they occur? At what stage was he in his development? And then I'm starting to see like, okay, this guy can actually fight. Got a crafty inside game, got pretty good footwork, got decent pop, and so on and so forth. And then when the fight played out the way it did, it really wasn't a surprise to me. And then I'm not going to denigrate Teofimo Lopez for having a tough out with a guy like that, because that guy can fight despite what his record says. You know, I watched this fight with Miguel Medueno and a couple of other guys. So I'm like, yo, this dude can go. And I think that's very important for us as fans to continue to do our research and not act like we know everything about the sport about every fighter. So we got to go do our research.
And
Right.
that's the part right there, man. I think one of the reasons why I excel and I got a lot of notoriety too. I'm careful what I say, for one, and then two, I don't try to speak on everything I don't know. I'm not gonna talk about everything I don't know, man. I just not, because some people try to do that to try to come off as they know everything. You know, come to me, there's gonna be some things I'm a novice in, and I'm okay to say that.
Likewise, you know, that's why personally I believe that like a true hardcore boxing fan isn't one that knows everything, but one that's willing to go seek out the information. That's what it comes down to for me. It's like, are you willing to
Yeah.
go get the information and not just operate on preconceived notions and assumptions?
Because sometimes you're gonna be forced to change your opinion on certain things based on your experience and the information you receive. It's gonna change whether you like it or not. That's why I don't hold people to the fire that said something 4 or 5 years ago. Oh, but you said 5 years ago. I'm like, bruh, he can't grow from that. You know what I'm saying? He can't. If he had been in this long enough, he should. I've never hold casuals to the fire the same standards I hold other guys who have platforms or who've been doing this for a long time. We shouldn't. Like, no, we shouldn't, man. We should know those guys are the same fire, but we should. The guys who's been doing it long enough, some things they shouldn't be saying. You know what I mean? Like, how long you been doing this? 10 years, and you saying that? Like, you know what I mean? That's where we bump heads. Debates is great. Long as it's in a respectful manner, you have your back and forth. I don't never come off
Right.
that I'm trying to cook somebody. Oh, I gotta go in here and let me cook them. Nah, you know what I mean. I'm almost like the how I look at it sometimes. I come rap on your song, and everybody else will be like, "Dang, his bars was the hardest."
Yeah, right,
You know what I'm
right.
saying? I'm gonna collab with you. We're gonna cook, but everybody will sit there and be like, "Well, dang, that dude killed. Your track was hot, but man, who was that guy with those bars that was on it? We gotta get him back." So that's how I do it, man.
I think that
Define
the
Ernie
debate
was
culture
good, bro.
it's made things a little mucky in my personal opinion.
Yeah,
Like the whole
it
debate
has.
thing where it's like every single conversation doesn't have to be adversarial or combative, bro. Like we could just
Yes,
vibe and talk about boxing and I can hear your points and I'll be like, damn,
exactly.
thank you for that information. Or I hadn't quite thought about it like that. But instead, there's always got to be some type of pushback. Like, nah, you wrong and I disagree. And hit is like every conversation doesn't have
That's
to be
ego,
that.
man. I think it's ego. You always look for those battle rappers. I look at that. They wanted this battle rap, and I'm like, bro, that's not no, nah. I'm not. I don't give it to everybody either. You know what I'm saying? But uh, sometimes I done did this too, man. And this is just me. I do not think everybody needs to do this. I didn't pull guys to the side who was trying to challenge me on certain things that was really passionate about it, bro. I give them my number and we talk privately, and I swear to you, I cook them privately to the point where they're like, "Damn, I'm glad you didn't do that publicly." Nah, bro, everything ain't. You look like you sincere. You really, know this. I'm not going to embarrass you like that. So I done did that plenty of times. So it's not. I don't do things for likes, clicks, and all that. That's never how I've been. And my material has been Ohio runs boxing, and I'm able to talk about Ohio run boxing to a point where it can cross over to other fights too, other fighters as well. We have so much history here that I can just talk about and cross over. I just had this incident with Terrence Crawford having a video where he was downtown. I forgot where it was. I think it was in Virginia, might have been, but Terrence Crawford was talking about can't nobody from Cleveland say that they beat somebody from Omaha. He was saying it strong, and everybody like, oh, he was talking this junk. And I'm like, bruh,
I
yeah,
saw that. Yeah.
and I said, uh, we are the last ones to beat you. Now you undefeated in the pros, but your last loss comes from Cleveland. And everybody was like, really? And they started going against my dude Miguel Gonzalez was the last one to beat him in the qualifiers. You know what I'm saying? So that was from out of Cleveland. Miguel was a very talented guy who eventually made some bad decisions, got withdrawn management, and his story is like a lot of these fighters, man, get with the wrong teams and certain things of that nature, and you get left behind. But the point I'm getting at is that my material with Ohio Run Boxing, bro, I have statistics for days, and even got a video of Terrence Crawford telling people who his last loss was against. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I do, is just being unique, man, being able to break down boxing in a way that people will still be entertained and actually love the statistics that you bring up, and you stay in
Can I
your lane. You stay in your lane. I stay in my lane, man. But I can
can I
talk
say
about stuff
something real
everybody.
quick?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Define
Um,
Ernie. It was good, brother. It was
It
good.
was good.
how you doing, fellas? God bless. I hear everything you guys are saying, and I respect it. And I want to piggyback up something because the other day I was talking with Cass, and that was the day before you went up there and with T Hill, and we had a great conversation. And I told him like I was thinking about why there's so much ignorance in boxing specifically, right? And I don't realize, like, when you look at other sports, right? When you look at basketball, baseball, football, the big three, so to speak, right? Um, most people have at least tried it, right? Most people have picked up a ball on the bat. Most people have, been to a court, shoot some hoops and football, whatever. Most people haven't done this, bro. And
Mm-hmm.
and I am not saying that you have to do this, but from afar, because I was once upon a time one of those, bomb coward, this guy's, etc. The whole deal, right? I was. And from afar, it looks far simpler than it really is. You see two gloves, two hands, the ring, the referee, one guy's punching, the other. You know what I'm saying? Like from the naked eye, for lack of a better word, it looks simple. It's the entire opposite, bro. When I started getting educated, I mean, I trained and I sparred and all that, but when I started getting really educated, um, I was like, holy, holy crap, you know, like, and I realized, like, man, this is what's wrong. Like, people aren't really, people look at this like a hobby, you know, like something to do on a Saturday night with friends and family and whatever, but they don't really take the time to see what they're really looking at, bro. So it's real easy to come up with these little terms for fighters, and that sucks, man. That's what I figured, you know. Like, and again, I'm not saying that you have to put on a pair of gloves and jump into that ring, but there's other ways to get educated. Like, if you really want to know about this and know what this guy's doing when he, you know, when he extends that lead hand to block the vision or to block the jab or to probe the, you know, etc. You know, like everything. Like there's ways to do this, but people just, I, I don't know. Do you think people just prefer to be ignorant? Because that's what I'm thinking, man.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, I think there's more entertainment just to say this to say dumb stuff or rational. Because you go, the one thing about social media, you gonna have a fan base for anything. Ignorance. I mean, I see a lot of guys with big followings who really don't know boxing, and I always say stuff like they are setting their fan base, you know, their followers up to get cooked by some of the stuff they say, and they run with it. They take what he says or she says and come to the other pages and stuff like that and use their same talking points and get cooked. So to me, it's balance. You ain't gonna never have everybody just doing it the right way. You're gonna always have your your good and your bad. That's what makes it so unique. I think that's what makes it entertaining, to be honest. To have the ignorance, the ones that come in and act like they know, and then, you know, get cooked, you know, and go on and learn from it. You know, I think it's balanced, but some of us, we are starting to grow, and we're starting to see a lot of things and admit when you were wrong. I think the problem I have with certain people is they act like they have to be right about everything. You can be wrong and break down a fight perfectly. I'm talking about break down the fight about every fighter, what they do well. That tells me you know what you're talking about. Just because the fighter didn't win does not mean you didn't know what you were talking about. That separates you from a person who don't know boxing. Just pick the fight because he won 4 fights. Pick the fight because I just think he's the stronger fighter. No, bro, it's more than to that. Anybody can pick a fight.
Yes.
It's your breakdown to separate you from everybody. And I think that's the thing. Yeah, anybody can pick a fight. So it comes down to the conversation. You know what I mean? The knowledge. That's how you know somebody know what they talking about, even when they get something wrong. I don't care if you get a pick wrong. I don't care if you get 4 pick wrong. Your breakdown was excellent. The fighter came in that night, had a different game plan than he normally has, that he normally fights. I know on this panel, we didn't see certain fighters we done broke down and say, man, he's going to do this and this. And he comes in and do the total opposite of what he always do.
That happens quite often, actually.
Right? Like, what? That don't mean y'all didn't know the sport. Y'all broke down exactly what we see. So that's my thing. You got guys that just don't break down fights either. Just say I picked this fight. I know boxing. No, the hell you don't. Just because you picked that fight, you don't.
Or to your initial point about the breakdown, Ohio, another thing that happens too is sometimes folks just can't account for the volatility of the sport. I mean, look at Justice Huni versus Fabio Worley the other week.
I was just about to say that.
Justice Huni, he boxed a phenomenal fight. He was boxing his ass off and got clipped in the last round.
Mm-hmm.
It happens like that sometimes. Like that's the beautiful thing about boxing. In basketball, there's no 30-point shot if you down by 29.
No.
Listen, I remember predicting this fight, and this is the beautiful thing about me too. I get into it with my Ohioans too. I got a nice following. They they rock with me. I tell them I'm not a cult. You can say your opinion and keep it pushing. You don't have to agree with everything I have to say. Give me some pushback. I also feel like that helps me. But I remember having this breakdown with Mickey Bay and John Molina. I said Mickey Bay was the more skillful guy. Mickey Bay should be able to win this fight. But John Molina is a puncher. He has a puncher's chance. And, people was laughing. Yeah, that's all he got. It's a puncher's chance, bro. Ohio, baby, you know this. And I'm like, I'm trying to tell you. Yeah,
I remember that fight.
I'm like, and it went exactly like I thought it would go. But the end didn't happen the way I wanted to happen. Mickey was outclassing John Molina the whole fight. But guess what? He still had a puncher's chance. And that's exactly what happened. It's actually one of my favorite fights. And when it comes to Ohio, because it speaks more about life in general, how we can be down and all it takes is just one opportunity and we get, when we can get back up, you down, don't give up. You can look at that fight and it can be inspirational for so many other things. And that's why it's one of my favorite fights, because John Molina was getting outclassed and every he could have gave up. He definitely could have gave up. And it was so Mickey Bay and TMT, Floyd and them fans, they were so comfortable. Mickey was making John miss shots and he would turn to the crowd saluting. He was saluting like, I got this in the bag. And bam, it happens. And
it comes before the fall.
Man, and it was crazy. I don't even think Mickey even liked talking about it. That's my guy. I don't even think he liked talking about that fight. But you can always use that as a teaching tool to the kids and stuff like that. It's one of my favorite fights. But the fans, they was just, oh man, Marcus,
you trainer now, right? Or something like. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead. What you were saying? I didn't hear what you said.
No, I think Mickey Vay's a coach now or something like that.
He just fought. He just got a knockout, so he's still fighting. So
okay.
Yeah, he just got a knockout the other day. So yeah, he's been inactive though. Him and Tevin Farmer was supposed to fight each other. They had 3 postpones, and that was like 2 years ago. So yeah, so he's been in and out. He's been inactive, and then he'd come back, fight once, and then go inactive again. So yeah, he just got to be consistent. But he's a little rusty right now. He got a knockout. That's cool, But the point I was just getting at, yeah, the fans come at me too, man. They come at me, but I keep it a buck. That's just me. I got criteria to keep me grounded. I don't just go, because he's from Ohio. No, I'm breaking this stuff down on why I think he has a chance. Montana Love went through that. Montana about to cook this dude. Nah, I don't think Montana gonna cook this dude. Montana has been, suspect these last couple fights. He's getting dropped by guys he shouldn't get dropped by. I think this is going to be a tougher fight than what y'all think it's going to be. And breaking this thing down, and it comes out, hey, man, Montana panicked, threw my guy, threw Spark over the ropes, and it was just ugly. This disqualification, then payroll beat him. So you got to be able to be honest and get you're going to have people being fans of you, rock with you, and sometimes you just got to, got to be honest, because people that follow you and they go by what you say. You can start a war if you wanted to, man, and because they got people that worship you, man. It's crazy out here, man. Yes. I had to tell certain people, like, bruh, don't do that, man. Because one thing I don't disrespect other states. Why? Because I travel. I got to go to Texas sometimes when Ohio fighters there. I got to go to New York. I got to go to LA. I'm not putting myself in a situation where I wear the biggest hat, because I wear a big hat, like a rating hat. I don't put myself in a position where I'm a target. I'm smarter than that. Yeah. But I got a lot of love for the other fighters, man, that support me too. I got a lot of guys that support me from other states that love what I'm doing.
Because in the end of the day, you're the fan of the sport first.
Absolutely. And it's F New York, Marcus. They tag me in posters. They saying F New York. I'm like, bro, where did this come from? You started this fire. You put it out. I ain't got nothing.
Yeah, don't put that on me, bro. People love putting their shit on you, bro.
Right. Don't be tagging me in nonsense because you can't have a respectful disagreement or whatever. I think everybody should post to feel like they state is the best boxing state and got great history. I've never was upset about that. I'm just one of the first ones to say Ohio runs boxing and use statistics and data and history to back it up. I do it all the time. You know what I mean? So that's been my lane. You know what I'm saying? So that's just me. I show love to everybody. I think California is a great state of boxing. Texas, New York.
Just because you're behind your state, it doesn't mean you're against. Like people make this as weird associations. Like,
oh yeah, but you got to speak on it. Everybody don't have common sense, man. So you got to speak on this darn thing. So I love it, man. I got Texas friends that I'm really heavy with. And they challenge me all the time, and it's all love. They inbox me. Texas run boxing. We got Bam, we got Charlo, we got Errol. This is when Errol was hot, and I said, yeah. But Al Heyman signs 3 of the fighters' checks, and he's from Cleveland. When I say Ohio runs boxing, I'm talking about everything involved in boxing.
Holistically.
I'm not just talking about fighters, man. I've been doing this thing long enough. I'm touching every area. Don King.
Gotcha.
Now we got Jake Paul that people was so adamant hating
That's
about.
right. He is from
Yeah,
Cleveland.
so
Yeah, that's
we
right.
have our history, man, is very, very deep. I go all the way back when Jack Johnson was the man, and they had to bring. He was the first great white hope they had to bring out to fight Jack Johnson because Jack was beating everybody, and that was James Jeffries. That was Jeffries. He was out of Carl, Ohio. That was the first big fight for Jack Johnson. Was a guy from Ohio. They had to bring a guy out of retirement from Ohio to fight Jack. So our history goes all the way back to the Jack Johnson days. You know what I mean? So that's just what I do. I use a lot of statistics, and people love it, man. I stay grounded. I show love to everybody else. I'm not a guy that just F your stuff. No, I'm not like that. People who know me and get to know me, they respect me, man. They love what I do.
I wanted to say something about Deontay Wilder real quick. I heard you guys touch up on his. I mean, obviously he's fighting tonight or tomorrow. I can't remember.
Tonight.
Tonight, gotcha. And I always thought that he, in hindsight, when he retires and looks back, he will always regret firing Mark Breland. In my opinion, he should have never done that. And I think he did that in the Tyson Fury 2 fight, if I'm not mistaken, because he threw in the towel or something. And the fact of the matter is, you were never going to be the most skilled boxer. First of all, he started boxing late. That's off the top, right? He was a basketball player, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, the thing is that Mark Breland, to me, did the most with what he had, and took him to the moon, basically. And I just thought that was such a bad decision to make. I think he was like a spur of the moment choice or something, because I can't see that making sense at all. But that's just me. And he fired Malik Scott, right? So who is his trainer now? Anybody know?
I have no idea, and I hope it wasn't towards the last minute, because I heard it was like, some people were saying it was the last minute he fired him. Like, what? I mean, did he fire him before his training camp started? I mean, what the heck?
Yeah, and he didn't. I watched recent interviews with Deontay. He had several of them recently, just building up for the fight. He didn't announce when it happened, but I know. I mean, the conversation just came about this week, far as it happening, and so I'm assuming it's probably. I think it was probably a thing that happened beforehand. He just ain't announcing until just now.
My thing is, I want to know how those conversations is had. How do you start off conversations like that? Break it off with a person who's been there for you, and without them not feeling some type of jealousy or being upset that you cut them off. You know what I mean? Because that's one of the hardest things to do, man. It's cut a trainer that you actually asked to hire you, or a guy that's been by your side for a long period of time. I
Right.
think
Even with we had the conversation earlier with Earl Spence and DJ. Like those two had, no, I played the clip earlier of DJ not really wanting to. No, he had an interview with Ring Champs, and he didn't really want to talk too much on the Earl Spence situation so much in that, because he still got a lot of love there for Earl Spence, even though they got a legal financial situation going on, but it's still a lot of love there, so he didn't want to speak too much in depth about the situation, because he still rock with Earl for real.
that
Oh
makes
yeah,
sense.
Errol and Derrick James. Yeah, I remember they had some issues. Absolutely right.
That's crazy, man. He lost the fight and his trainer. That's crazy. You know what I mean?
But I would have never, I like as a fan, bro, of Earl, like I would have never imagined that happening between them two, like that happening like that. Like I never saw them being at odds over anything, let alone money.
Some people call me crazy, but I thought Kenny Porter would have been a good fit for Earl Spence. Kenny Porter knows what it's like to bring a fighter back from being beat and make them a world champion again. He did it with Sean. He trained Earl Spence in the amateurs. He had a couple of fights with on the USA boxing team with Kenny in his corner. There was some chemistry there, and his style was similar. You know what I mean? In a way where they come forward. So I thought Kenny Porter would have been a good pick for him. I actually talked to Kenny and brought that to his attention. And Kenny said, "I'm all open for him if that's what he wanted. If he wanted to choose come my route." So Kenny was all open for it. Mm-hmm.
He also trained Shane for a while, right?
What, Shane Mosley?
I think so. I think he trained them for Mayorga and Mayorga 2, I think, if I'm not mistaken. When he smacked the cigarette out of his mouth, that was Kenny Porter right by Shane Mosley.
Let me ask you a question too. Is that the fighter in your profile picture, the Puerto Rican that's at the smallest weight division?
Yeah, Pupilo Collazo.
That is so crazy that you popped him up. I just read up on him last week or the week after. Just read up on him because I wanted to just the smallest weight class. I was looking at all the classes and read up on him, and that's crazy.
Throwaweight, yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah, it's just interesting, man. Reading statistics and stats, and I was just like, man, do they even televise him? Does he get televised fights?
Sometimes, because unfortunately he has the as I call the curse of the lower weights.
Yeah.
Exact same thing as Ivan Calderon. I'm Puerto Rican. I lived in Puerto Rico, so
okay.
He has this what I call the curse of the lower weights, because I tell people all the time, if Ivan Calderon was a lightweight or something, they would have it right up there with the Titos and the Cotos and the Gomez and etc.
Mm-hmm.
And it sucks because if you watch Pupilo Collazo fight, bro, he has everything you can ask for a fighter.
That's
everything.
sweet.
I appreciate that.
But people like you is who I go to get information on those guys that watch them a little bit more. You know what I mean? And know a little bit more about him. I couldn't speak too much on him. I just know he's a world champion out of Puerto Rico. So that's
he has two belts, and he already beat one of the other. The other two belt holders are Melvin Jerusalem and Pedro Taduran, and he already beat and stopped Melvin Jerusalem. It's crazy.
And so I'm glad you said what you said too. Not too long ago, a few seconds ago, you was talking about if he was in a little bit higher weight class, if he was 118, 122, he would have got Top Rank would have been probably signed him and pushed him, and he would have been on the pound for pound list easy.
Absolutely
easy. And but see, that's my problem with the inconsistencies. Like, we should be able to put these fighters up there regardless of what weight class they is. If we don't televise those weight classes, we need to start televising those weight classes with guys that we feel is good. Educate the new to me, if I'm a fighter in his weight class and he gets signed to a big promotional company, I'm excited because that means I will get an opportunity probably to get a fight for that world title, or I will get some showcase because I'm in his weight class and they wanted to present a big fight sooner or later. That's always a good thing when you have small fighters who don't get that much attention. When Chocolatito came on the scene, all those other fighters was like, "Oh man, we're gonna start getting recognition." That's how you gotta look at it. You have to look at it that way.
Yes, and Chocolatito was awesome. And the thing is that, ironically speaking, one of the bogus reasons they will give is that we rarely see knockouts down there, right? Well, guess what? He has stopped most of his opponents, and he stopped the last two. I've seen him with my own two eyes. Mexican kid, last name is Cano, and the previous was a Thai fighter, Knockout CP. They take the name of their sponsor, so
okay.
Knockout CP Freshman was his name. And not only him, I mean, Ricardo Finito Lopez has the same problem in Mexico. They don't even mention him often in the GOAT conversation, and he's 51-0, mind you. Okay.
You say he's 51-0?
Yeah, Ricardo Finito Lopez for the strawweight and junior flyweight, if I'm not mistaken. Those two.
Man, this is.
Yeah,
I gotta look him up, man. That's some great info. Thanks for sharing that. Thanks for sharing that. Yeah, I gotta look him up. 51-0, and I remember who was the guy that was 50-0 that was in a small weight class, and they were saying why he wasn't in the top 10 pound for pound. He wasn't Asian. I don't want to say he was Asian, but he was 50-0 around the same time Floyd was. But he was I think he was in the 112. I don't know if he was fighting. He eventually lost though. I think he lost 1 or 2 fights. but they put him. He was already at 50-0. See, I'm about to look him up. You're gonna have me doing some research today. I forgot it was. I don't know if it was from Thailand. It was something similar to that. Thailand. I don't know.
The guy that beat Chocolatitos or Rugbisai or
No, he was smaller
okay.
than Chocolate Chip. He was smaller. The guy that they was pushing up, they was starting to. They was only bringing him up because they didn't like the fact that Floyd beat Conor McGregor and went to 50-0. So you had a lot of people who didn't like him will say, well, so and so should be up there with the Rocky Marcianos and this other, but I didn't know who the guy was. But the point is, he wasn't getting any recognition because his weight class is not being promoted. That high wasn't being promoted.
That sucks, man.
And that does. It really, really does. Cruiserweights go through similar. They get a little bit more airtime, but they don't get that much when it comes to the cruiserweight.
That's true. Cruiserweight is like the strawweight of the big classes, bro.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. I didn't had a couple Ohio guys that was cruiserweight 12-0 and no one's talking about them. But I do my due diligence and try to push them out and give them as much promotion as possible. But yeah, that the cruiserweight is very, very. They do not touch the cruiserweight. That's why I say that the pound for pound list for me is always subjective. It really is. It doesn't mean that the best fighters is put on there. Like, it's all politics.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's all politics. The best fighters ain't really put on there all the time.
And I think it's unfair that people mention only Evander Holyfield and Alexander Usyk as if, for example, Cowie, one of my favorite fighters, Dwight Mohammed Cowie is his name, right?
Yeah, but he was like mostly known at like 175 and like his run at heavyweight.
Oh, okay,
But you
okay.
could put him in. I guess you could put him in there. You talking about Dwight Muhammad Qawi? I
Yeah,
was just watching him fight on Matthew Saad Muhammad the other day.
yes.
That was a hell of a fight. Hell of a fight.
He gave Evander
This
Holyfield
dude
all he could
5'5"
handle.
fighting at heavyweight is ridiculous, bro.
Yes.
This is why I question why they making more divisions. Why is Bridgerweight here if we ain't promoting Bridgerweight or actually showing Bridgerweight fights or fighters? If you're gonna make a new weight class, you got to invest in that for people to even want to, praise it or put it up there with the other weight classes. That's why I'm consistent in my stance, because it's hard for me to sit there and say, put this fighter here in the pound for pound. I've never seen nobody in his weight class. It's like when Usyk was reigning, he won undisputed, but there are certain names he did beat. Don't get me wrong, but it was like no one was really caring about the cruiserweight until they wanted to exalt Usyk.
Yeah.
You get what I'm
I agree
saying?
1000%.
They
And I think what's
exalted.
unfortunate about that, I just got to just interject real quick, man, because you just said just resonated with me. One of the guys he fought, Maris Breedis, is a hell of a fighter. Hell of a fighter.
Yes.
And nobody gives a crap about him because he was at cruiserweight. So there's two sides of the argument, because I agree with you 1000%. Now you gotta exalt Usyk, you gotta anoint him. He's the guy because he was undisputed. But the flip side of that is the people who are detractors are gonna say, well, who the hell did he fight? And it's like, no, Maris Breedis was a hell of a fighter.
Michael Hunter too.
Michael Hunter's a damn good fighter too, but we
And,
seen what Opatai went through hell, got his jaw broken by Maris Breedis.
Tony Bellew is another one.
Tony Bellew's a good fighter too.
Marco Hu, Christophe Glowacki.
But see, we the
all of those
hardcore. See what I'm saying? We really hardcore, so we
Yeah.
watch this and we acknowledge the work. But my thing is, other fighters don't get that just due if they're not being promoted by a big promotional company or being pushed. They don't get that credit that Usyk was getting when they elevated Usyk from a weight class like cruiserweight. You know what I mean? So it was his accolades that they was carrying. Like, oh yeah, he's a cruiserweight. But I think I told people this: the more we're gonna start having undisputed champions now, the more common it's gonna go. Now they're gonna start critiquing your undisputed. Who did you really be for us to call you undisputed? Now they're going to weaken the undisputed status by seeing who you fought to get it, because so many guys are now going after that undisputed status when it wasn't common. And the reason why a lot of people wasn't winning undisputed because they'd rather fighting a Ndongo for 2 belts when I can go across the street and fight Danny Garcia. See, if that was Terrence Crawford's option, he wouldn't have took Ndongo with the 2 belts. If he got Danny Garcia on the offer right there and then a Errol Spence right after, he fights those 2 guys, he ain't undisputed. If that was the case, you know, I'm just making that point. If that was the case, or him being a lot of guys back in the day was going for big money fights. The belts was there if they did have them or if they didn't. If they was going for the big money fights. It was those big names that was more attractive than just becoming undisputed. That's why Manny got one of the best resumes. Floyd Mayweather has one of the best resumes, but they didn't go undisputed. But look at the names that they fought. That's look at the names. Right. Look at the name. Hey, look, undisputed is a great accomplishment, but I think you can politic behind that as well. You don't get me wrong. You can politic around that. When you look at the 147 division, I just said this. The 140, this is the first time I've seen it. Y'all guys covered the sport too. I have never seen 4 fighters get elevated and lose the moment of hearing and the new. Brian Norman got elevated. Stanionis got elevated. Enos got elevated. Barrios got elevated. No one heard and the new. That moment was taken away from those guys.
Muratalla as well, no?
Who?
Yeah, most recently, after Lomachenko retired, he just got elevated to full-time IBF.
Yeah.
See, but now I will say this: Brian Norman probably was the only legit one to get elevated because he did fight the number 1 mandatory before he got elevated. He did. That's how it's supposed to be. Now, some people will say, well, they did what they're supposed to do to get in the position. Not so fast, because you got to think about it. Most of what a coincidence that all these guys that got elevated was signed to big promotional companies so they can get sanctioning fees for those big promotional companies.
Absolutely
right. Yep.
What a coincidence. You get what I'm saying? Like, look,
yeah,
I'm looking
man.
at all this
100%.
stuff and say, nah, not so fast. Why can't the number 1 fight the guy that's about to be elevated? Why can't they fight for the vacant? See, they pick and choose when they had these rules. Adrien Broner became a 4-division champion fighting for a vacant title in Cincinnati. That was vacant.
Bro, Ryan Garcia has probably made more money in boxing than Artur Beterbiev. Let that sink in.
Yeah. So the money plays a big role in how this stuff, how these guys move in the rankings, and so I pay attention to all that stuff, man. I call it out, but yeah, I've never seen 4 elevated champions in one division like that, and everybody is okay with it, saying, and I never called them champions. I told them, like, yeah, he got elevated, but until he fight whoever he fights next, I feel like I call him champion after that, because that was his vacant moment. That's how I look at it. I think it's disrespectful to mail somebody a belt when he's trying to fight for it, or he's trying to fight somebody with a name, and you mail it to him and say, you're the champion. Nah, man, that's disrespect. I think he has. If he didn't fight the number 1 contender first, and they gave him an interim, and then he got elevated, then you shouldn't take it. I think you should be able to fight a vacant title in here and the new. I think you rob these fighters of their moments, and no one really talks about that. But that's just what I believe. You robbed them of a moment. That's just me. I can't see you email you at the Hall of Fame and Castle, like, well, where was you when you won your first? Who you fight when your first world champion? And he said, well, I was laying in the bed and I got an email that I was the champion. That's your boxing story of being the first world champion. You was in the bed with a chick and got an email from Maurice Suleiman. Come on, we got to think about this stuff.
Nasty word.
That was good. That was nice.
That's nasty word. And you sitting there talking
Hey,
to Roy
let me add a
Jones.
little context with So Tevin, they had to weigh in with Tevin Farmer, and Kid Austin. Tevin Farmer was .4 short on the first try, but then he made it on the second try.
Okay.
Awesome.
Okay.
I always loved Tevin Farmer, bro. I feel bad for him not getting the Tank fight. I think he got shot in the hand. Something happened to him. something bad, I think, and I don't know, man. I think he's gotten the short end of the stick more than a couple of times, you know, in those games.
Yeah, always, man. I hate that for a
Kind of like a Sandor Martin type too, where it's like, damn, can we catch a break here? But you know,
that's what, that's a great statistic to put out. Some of the guys who didn't get fair shakes at certain fights and opportunities, because I think Badu Jack is another one. He got so many draws that he won. It wasn't even. It's not even funny, man. Badu Jack got about 4 draws that he won.
He got robbed against James DeGale. That was a hell of a fight, but he got robbed in that fight, bro. I think that was a draw, right? That was one of the draws, right?
Yeah, that was one of them.
Oh my goodness, man! And then he got that cut, that real nasty cut against Marcus Brown, I think it was his name. And yeah, that's another one. But he's a champ right now, so you know.
Would he go down as one of the best TMT fighters?
He's done more than Andrew Tabiti. He's done more than.
It's a good question.
That's a very good question. I'm not
he
sure.
Probably would be one of the best TMT fighters ever signed. You know, well, I know Tank was a TMT fighter, and now he's no longer, but he was Al Heyman. But was he ever a real TMT fighter under Al? I don't know.
I would have to put him up there.
The most successful one.
So once you sign, you is a part of that. So I would put Tank. Probably have Tank over Badu, but yeah, that's something I like that. I'm writing this down.
Badu Jack got a title, man. He about to run it back with that dude he had the last fight with.
Noel Mikhailian? Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. They gonna have a rematch for that fight because it was a close fight from from the people's eyes.
He was close. Badu's up there in age, but I want to see Badu against Opetaya or Surta, man. Let's get this going, man. Let's get this unifications going. But
yeah, you got Zerto fighting tomorrow. Zerto's fighting tomorrow. Then Alcatraz, he just fought a couple weeks ago.
Zerto cruiserweight now, right? Or he still wants?
Yeah, no, he cruiserweight.
Yeah, yeah, he got 2 titles at cruiserweight. Oscar been kind of like not want to push that unification with open time, man. That's been iffy for me on that a little bit because I would have thought they would have been trying to make that fight happen.
How about Rocky from out of Canada? I forgot his
Rosicki?
Yeah, Rosicki. Yeah, what's going on with him? He can punch.
Man,
that motherfucker can punch.
Man, he did an interview the other day. I can't remember. Man, that's a good question.
He knocked out our cruiserweight out of Cleveland. Alante Green, that's my guy. He knocked him out brutally, bro. Brutally.
Alantes. Yeah, I know who you're saying.
He's actually. I got him in his top 15 hardest punchers of all in this era right now. I think he punched that freaking hard. That boy can crack.
Actually, Zurdo and Opetaya is one of the fights, if not the it's not the fight I'm most looking for, but it's top 5 fights that I'm most looking for, honestly. That's gonna be big. To me, I see it as a 50-50 fight. Opetaya is my guy, bro. He's one of my favorite fighters today. Right up there with B-Ball and Sandor Martin and a bunch of others. But I mean, if one of them choose to fight Badu first, I get it. I'm not gonna say no because Badu does have a belt, but that's the fight, bro. No question about that. But I don't know. We'll see.
I want to see Opetaya and Zerto because that's been a fight that been a lot of people been waiting for that cruiserweight division. And Opetaya, he like shit. If I can't get the Zerto fight, he been thinking about going up to heavyweight possibly, like Usyk.
Yeah, I've seen him talking about that, but I mean, I can see him there, but I wouldn't want to see him there before he settles his division, because Usyk did it. Usyk settled his division before.
Yeah, he did.
Right.
Clear it out now. Sometimes I say I get it. Just clear out.
Definitely a fact.
Bernard Hopkins did it back in the day. He just swept everybody, man.
But on the flip side, if these guys are gonna just make you wait and this and that, I mean, you got to make an executive decision. So
right.
Yeah,
absolutely. I definitely.
All right, fellas, I'm about to close it up, man. Fellas, man, any closing statements, fellas?
No, man. I want him to come back on here, man. I enjoyed conversating with him. I definitely want to talk to him about Zayas, man, and Puerto Rican.
Hell yeah,
Some of
anytime, brother.
his Puerto Rican fighters, man. I could chop it up with guys like this, man. Educate me on
Facts.
things.
Hey, same here, bro. It's a pleasure meeting you. I
Yeah,
don't think
appreciate
I've
you,
ever
Ann
been.
McQueen, man. Ann
I don't.
McQueen, salute to my brother Ann McQueen, and make sure y'all subscribe to his channel, Casuals Corner, man. My brother be doing good content over there with my dog Thomas Hill, man. Great content breakdown. I call Ann McQueen the wizard over there, man. He be breaking down the boxing in deep layers, man, for real. Where I gotta watch him. I be learning shit from Ann McQueen all the time, watching him every day.
That's Anna Queen is the truth, man. That's my brother right there, and T Hill as well. I don't think I've ever been on your panel before, Cam. So I appreciate you and great content. And
Facts,
nice to meet
bro.
you, Ohio. Really nice to meet
Yep.
you.
All love, man. All love.
Yeah,
Yeah,
bro.
bro.
Define Iron. You already know much love, bro. I always appreciate you always, bro. Rocking with your boy, man, for sure. And I'm gonna be back live Sunday for the round table. We got a big show Sunday, so about afternoon, 12 p.m. afternoon Eastern time Sunday. I'll be back live Sunday, man. We're gonna recap the fights from this weekend and grade the first half of the year because we in the first half of the year for boxing and go over some topics and we're gonna cook up Sunday, man, for sure, brother. Appreciate you always.
Sounds good, bro. Have a great day.
For
Thank
sure. For sure. Appreciate my brother, man, Marcus from Ohio Runs Boxing, man. My brother, man. Always a pleasure to have my dog on, man. And appreciate everybody that tapped into the show today, man. It was a lengthy ass show today, but the dialogue, the conversation was just amazing. Where we had to have this conversation today, man. And appreciate everybody. Appreciate Jag Queen Boxing, Ryan Walker and my dog Ace Austin, man, on the Cash App, donating in the Cash App, man, for sure. Appreciate y'all, man. And if y'all watch us on the playback, like and comment on the playback for sure, man. And if you ain't subscribed to CamJ Network, make sure you subscribe to CamJ Network, man. We working, we grinding. You know what I'm saying? We staying active and consistent with the content, man. So definitely stay tapped in with us, man. Watch out for the community page, for any content wise. Remember, every Wednesday, we live every Wednesday, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Every Wednesday for Sorry But Not Sorry Boxing Talk Wednesdays. And this Sunday, we will be live this Sunday at 12 p.m. Eastern Time for the Sorry But Not Sorry Boxing Talk Roundtable, man. So make sure y'all tap in with us, man. And we are out of here.